Chapter 1 of Specimen Days. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Specimen Days by Walt Whitman. Chapter 1. A Happy Hour's Command. Down in the woods, July 2nd, 1882. If I do it at all, I must delay no longer. Incongruous and full of skips and jumps as is that huddle of diary jottings, war memoranda of 1862-65, nature notes of 1877-81, with Western and Canadian observations afterwards, all bundled up and tied by a big string. The resolution and indeed mandate comes to me this day, this hour. And what a day, what an hour just passing! The luxury of riant grass and blowing breeze, with all the shows of sun and sky and perfect temperature, never before so filling me, body and soul. To go home, untie the bundle, reel out diary scraps and memoranda just as they are, large or small, one after another, into print pages, and let the melanges, lackings, and wants of connection take care of themselves. It will illustrate one phase of humanity anyhow, how few of life's days and hours, and they not by relative value or proportion, but by chance, are ever noted. Probably another point, too, how we give long preparations for some object, planning and delving and fashioning, and then, when the actual hour for doing arrives, find ourselves still quite unprepared, and tumble the thing together, letting hurry and crudeness tell the story better than fine work. At any rate, I obey my happy hour's command, which seems curiously imperative. Maybe, if I don't do anything else, I shall send out the most wayward, spontaneous, fragmentary book ever printed. Footnote number 1. The pages from 1 to 15 are nearly verbatim an offhand letter of mine in January 1882 to an insisting friend. Following, I give some gloomy experiences. The War of Attempted Secession has, of course, been the distinguishing event of my time. I commenced at the close of 1862, and continued steadily through '63, '64, and '65, to visit the sick and wounded of the army, both on the field and in the hospitals in and around Washington City. From the first I kept little notebooks for impromptu jottings in pencil to refresh my memory of names and circumstances, and what was specially wanted, etc. In these I briefed cases, persons, sights, occurrences in camp, by the bedside, and not seldom by the corpses of the dead. Some were scratched down from narratives I heard and itemized while watching, or waiting, or tending somebody amid those scenes. I have dozens of such little notebooks left, forming a special history of those years, for myself alone, full of associations never to be possibly said or sung. I wish I could convey to the reader the associations that attach to these soiled and creased livres, each composed of a sheet or two of paper, folded small to carry in the pocket, and fastened with a pin. I leave them just as I threw them by after the war, blotched here and there with more than one bloodstain, hurriedly written, sometimes at the clinic, not seldom amid the excitement of uncertainty, or defeat, or of action, or getting ready for it, or a march. Most of the pages from 20 to 75 are verbatim copies of those lurid and blood-smutched little notebooks. Very different are most of the memoranda that follow. Some time after the war ended I had a paralytic stroke, which prostrated me for several years. In 1876 I began to get over the worst of it. From this date portions of several seasons, especially summers, I spent at a secluded haunt down in Camden County, New Jersey. Timber Creek, quite a little river, it enters from the great Delaware 12 miles away, with primitive solitudes, winding stream, recluse and woody banks, sweet feeding springs, and all the charms that birds, grass, wild flowers, rabbits and squirrels, old oaks, walnut trees, etc., can bring. Through these times and on these spots, the diary from page 76 onward was mostly written. The collect, afterwards, gathers up the odds and ends of whatever pieces I can now lay hands on, written at various times past, and swoops all together like fish in a net. I suppose I publish and leave the whole gathering, first, from that eternal tendency to perpetuate and preserve which is behind all nature, authors included. Second, to symbolize 2 or 3 specimen interiors, personal and other, out of the myriads of my time, the middle range of the 19th century in the New World, a strange, unloosened, wondrous time. But the book is probably without any definite purpose that can be told in a statement. End of footnote. Answer to an insisting friend. You ask for items, details of my early life, of genealogy and parentage, particularly of the women of my ancestry and of its far-back Netherlands stock on the maternal side, of the region where I was born and raised, and my mother and father before me, and theirs before them, with a word about Brooklyn and New York cities, the times I lived there as lad and young man. You say you want to get at these details mainly as the go-befores and embryons of leaves of grass. Very good. You shall have at least some specimens of them all. I have often thought of the meaning of such things, that one can only encompass and complete matters of that kind by exploring behind, perhaps very far behind, themselves directly, and so into their genesis, antecedents, and cumulative stages. Then, as luck would have it, I lately whiled away the tedium of a week's half-sickness and confinement by collating these very items for another, yet unfulfilled, probably abandoned, purpose. And if you will be satisfied with them, authentic in date occurrence and facts simply, and told my own way, garrulous-like, here they are. I shall not hesitate to make extracts, for I catch at anything to save labor. But those will be the best versions of what I want to convey. Genealogy, Van Velser and Whitman. The latter years of the last century found the Van Velser family, my mother's side, living on their own farm at Cold Spring, Long Island, New York State, near the eastern edge of Queens County, about a mile from the harbor. Footnote number 2. Long Island was settled first on the west end by the Dutch from Holland, then on the east end by the English, the dividing line of the two nationalities being a little west of Huntington, where my father's folks lived, and where I was born. End of footnote number 2. My father's side, probably the 5th generation from the first English arrivals in New England, were at the same time farmers on their own land, and a fine domain it was, 500 acres, all good soil, gently sloping east and south about 1/10 woods, plenty of grand old trees, 2 or 3 miles off at West Hills, Suffolk County. The Whitman name in the eastern states, and so branching south, starts undoubtedly from one John Whitman, born 1602 in Old England, where he grew up, married, and his eldest son was born in 1629. He came over in the Truelove in 1640 to America, and lived in Weymouth, Massachusetts, which place became the mother hive of the New Englanders of the name. He died in 1692. His brother, Reverend Zachariah Whitman, also came over in the Truelove, either at that time or soon after, and lived at Milford, Connecticut. A son of this Zachariah, named Joseph, migrated to Huntington, Long Island, and permanently settled there. Savage's Genealogical Dictionary, Volume 4, page 524, gets the Whitman family established at Huntington, per this Joseph, before 1664. It is quite certain that from that beginning, and from Joseph, The West Hill Whitmans and all others in Suffolk County have since radiated, myself among the number. John and Zachariah both went to England and back again divers times. They had large families, and several of their children were born in the old country. We hear of the father of John and Zachariah, Abijah Whitman, who goes over into the 1500s, but we know little about him, except that he also was for some time in America. These old pedigree reminiscences come up to me vividly from a visit I made not long since, in my 63rd year, to West Hills, and to the burial grounds of my ancestry, both sides. I extract from notes of that visit written there and then. The Old Whitman and Van Velser Cemeteries. July 29, 1881. After more than 40 years' absence, except a brief visit to take my father there once more 2 years before he died, went down Long Island on a week's jaunt to the place where I was born, 30 miles from New York City. Rode around the old familiar spots, viewing and pondering and dwelling long upon them, everything coming back to me. Went to the old Whitman homestead on the upland and took a view eastward, inclining south, over the broad and beautiful farmlands of my grandfather, 1780, and my father. There was the new house, 1810, the big oak 150 or 200 years old, there the well, the sloping kitchen garden, and a little way off even the well-kept remains of the dwelling of my great-grandfather, 1750-60, still standing with its mighty timbers and low ceilings. Near by, a stately grove of tall, vigorous black walnuts, beautiful, Apollo-like, the sons or grandsons, no doubt, of black walnuts during or before 1776. On the other side of the road spread the famous apple orchard, over 20 acres, the trees planted by hands long mouldering in the grave, my Uncle Jesse's, but quite many of them evidently capable of throwing out their annual blossoms and fruit yet. I now write these lines seated on an old grave, doubtless of a century since at least, on the burial hill of the Whitmans of many generations. 50 or more graves are quite plainly traceable, and as many more decayed out of all form, depressed mounds, crumbled and broken stones covered with moss, the gray and sterile hill, the clumps of chestnuts outside, the silence, just varied by the soughing wind. There is always the deepest eloquence of sermon or poem in any of these ancient graveyards, of which Long Island has so many. So what must this one have been to me? My whole family history, with its succession of links from the first settlement down to date, told here, 3 centuries concentrate on this sterile acre. The next day, July 30th, I devoted to the maternal locality, and if possible was still more penetrated and impressed. I write this paragraph on the burial hill of the Van Velsers, near Cold Spring, the most significant depository of the dead that could be imagined, without the slightest help from art, but far ahead of it, soil sterile, a mostly bare plateau, flat, of half an acre, the top of a hill, brush and well-grown trees and dense woods bordering all around. Very primitive, secluded, no visitors, no road. You cannot drive here, you have to bring the dead on foot, and follow on foot. 2 or 3 score graves quite plain, as many more almost rubbed out. My grandfather Cornelius and my grandmother Amy, Naomi, and numerous relatives nearer or remoter on my mother's side lie buried here. The scene as I stood or sat, the delicate and wild odor of the woods, a slightly drizzling rain, the emotional atmosphere of the place, and the inferred reminiscences were fitting accompaniments. The maternal homestead. I went down from this ancient grave place 80 or 90 rods to the site of the Van Velser homestead, where my mother was born, 1795, and where every spot had been familiar to me as a child and youth, 1825-40. Then stood there a long, rambling, dark gray, shingle-sided house, with sheds, pens, a great barn, and much open road space. Now of all of those, not a vestige left. All had been pulled down, erased, and the plow and harrow passed over foundations, road spaces, and everything, for many summers. Fenced in at present, and grain and clover growing like any other fine fields. Only a big hole from the cellar, with some little heaps of broken stone, green with grass and weeds, identified the place. Even the copious old brook and spring seemed to have mostly dwindled away. The whole scene, with what it aroused, memories of my young days there half a century ago, the vast kitchen and ample fireplace, and the sitting-room adjoining, the plain furniture, the meals, the house full of merry people, my grandmother Amy's sweet old face in its Quaker cap, my grandfather the Major, jovial, red, stout, with sonorous voice and characteristic physiognomy, with the actual sights themselves, made the most pronounced half-day's experience of my whole jaunt. For there, with all those wooded, hilly, healthy surroundings, my dearest mother, Louisa Van Velser, grew up. Her mother, Amy Williams, of the Friends or Quakers denomination. The Williams family 7 sisters and 1 brother. The father and brother sailors, both of whom met their deaths at sea. The Van Velser people were noted for fine horses, which the men bred and trained from blooded stock. My mother, as a young woman, was a daily and daring rider. As to the head of the family himself, the old race of the Netherlands, so deeply grafted on Manhattan Island and in Kings and Queens counties, never yielded a more marked and full Americanized specimen than Major Cornelius Van Velser. 2 old family interiors. Of the domestic and inside life of the middle of Long Island, at and just before that time, here are 2 examples. Quote, "The Whitmans, at the beginning of the present century, lived in a long story-and-a-half farmhouse, hugely timbered, which is still standing. A great smoke-canopied kitchen, with vast hearth and chimney, formed one end of the house. The existence of slavery in New York at that time, and the possession by the family of some 12 or 15 slaves, house and field servants, gave things quite a patriarchal look. The very young darkies could be seen, a swarm of them, toward sundown, in this kitchen, squatted in a circle on the floor, eating their supper of Indian pudding and milk. In the house, and in food and furniture, all was rude but substantial. No carpets or stoves were known, and no coffee, and tea or sugar only for the women. Rousing wood fires gave both warmth and light on winter nights. Pork, poultry, beef, and all the ordinary vegetables and grains were plentiful. Cider was the men's common drink, and used at meals. The clothes were mainly homespun. Journeys were made by both men and women on horseback. Both sexes labored with their own hands, the men on the farm, the women in the house and around it. Books were scarce. The annual copy of the almanac was a treat, and was pored over through the long winter evenings. I must not forget to mention that both these families were near enough to the sea to behold it from the high places, and to hear in still hours the roar of the surf, the latter, after a storm, giving a peculiar sound at night. Then all hands, male and female, went down frequently on beach and bathing parties, and the men on practical expeditions for cutting salt hay and for clamming and fishing." End of quote. John Burroughs, Notes. Quote, "The ancestors of Walt Whitman on both the paternal and maternal sides kept a good table, sustained the hospitalities, decorums, and an excellent social reputation in the county, and they were often of marked individuality. If space permitted, I should consider some of the men worthy special description, and still more some of the women. His great-grandmother on the paternal side, for instance, was a large, swarthy woman who lived to a very old age. She smoked tobacco, rode on horseback like a man, managed the most vicious horse, and, becoming a widow in later life, went forth every day over her farmlands, frequently in the saddle, directing the labor of her slaves, in language in which, on exciting occasions, oaths were not spared. The two immediate grandmothers were in the best sense superior women. The maternal one, Amy Williams, before marriage, was a Friend, or Quakeress, of sweet, sensible character, housewifely proclivities, and deeply intuitive and spiritual. The other, Hannah Brush, was an equally noble, perhaps stronger character, lived to be very old, had quite a family of sons, was a natural lady, was in early life a schoolmistress, and had great solidity of mind. W. W. himself makes much of the women of his ancestry. End of quote. The same. Out from these aeries of persons and scenes I was born May 31st, 1819. And now to dwell awhile on the locality itself, as the successive growth stages of my infancy, childhood, youth, and manhood were all passed on Long Island, which I sometimes feel as if I had incorporated. I roamed as boy and man, and have lived in nearly all parts from Brooklyn to Montauk Point. Paumanok, and my life on it as child and young man. Footnote number 3. Quote, Paumanok, Paumanok, or Paumanok, Paumanake, or Paumanok, Paumanake, the Indian name of Long Island, over 100 miles long, shaped like a fish, plenty of seashore, sandy, stormy, uninviting, the horizon boundless, the air too strong for invalids, the bays a wonderful resort for aquatic birds, the south side meadows covered with salt hay, the soil of the island generally tough, but good for the locust tree, the apple orchard, and the blackberry, and with numberless springs of the sweetest water in the world. Years ago, among the baymen, a strong wild race, now extinct, or rather entirely changed, a native of Long Island was called a Paumanoker, or Creole Paumanoker. End quote. John Burroughs. End of footnote number 3. Worth fully and particularly investigating indeed this Paumanok, to give the spot its aboriginal name, stretching east through Kings, Queens, and Suffolk counties, 120 miles altogether, on the North Long Island Sound, a beautiful, varied, and picturesque series of inlets, necks, and sea-like expansions for 100 miles to Orient Point. On the ocean side, the great South Bay, dotted with countless hummocks, mostly small, some quite large, occasionally long bars of sand out 200 rods to a mile and a half from the shore, while now and then, as at Rockaway and far east along the Hamptons, the beach makes right on the island, the sea dashing up without intervention. Several lighthouses on the shores east, a long history of wrecks, tragedies, some even of late years. As a youngster I was in the atmosphere and traditions of many of these wrecks, of one or two almost an observer. Off Hempstead Beach, for example, was the loss of the ship Mexico in 1840, alluded to in The Sleepers in L. of G. And at Hampton, some years later, the destruction of the brig Elizabeth, a fearful affair, in one of the worst winter gales, where Margaret Fuller went down with her husband and child. Inside the outer bars or beach this South Bay is everywhere comparatively shallow. Of cold winters all thick ice on the surface. As a boy I often went forth with a chum or two on these frozen fields with hand sled, axe, and eel spear after messes of eels. We would cut holes in the ice, sometimes striking quite an eel bonanza, and filling our baskets with great, fat, sweet, white-meated fellows. The scenes, the ice, drawing the hand sled, cutting holes, spearing the eels, etc., were, of course, just such fun as is dearest to boyhood. The shores of this bay, winter and summer, and my doings there in early life, are woven all through L. of G. One sport I was very fond of was to go on a bay party in summer to gather seagulls' eggs. The gulls lay 2 or 3 eggs, more than half the size of hens' eggs, right on the sand, and leave the sun's heat to hatch them. The eastern end of Long Island, the Peconic Bay region, I knew quite well too. Sailed more than once around Shelter Island and down to Montauk. Spent many an hour on Turtle Hill by the old lighthouse on the extreme point, looking out over the ceaseless roll of the Atlantic. I used to like to go down there and fraternize with the bluefishers, or the annual squads of sea bass takers. Sometimes along Montauk Peninsula, it is some 15 miles long and good grazing, met the strange, unkept, half-barbarous herdsmen at that time living there entirely aloof from society or civilization, in charge on those rich pasturages of vast droves of horses, kine, or sheep, owned by farmers of the eastern towns. Sometimes, too, the few remaining Indians or half-breeds at that period left on Montauk Peninsula, but now, I believe, altogether extinct. More in the middle of the island were the spreading Hempstead Plains, then, 1830, 1840, quite prairie-like, open, uninhabited, rather sterile, covered with kill-calf and huckleberry bushes, yet plenty of fair pasture for the cattle, mostly milch cows, who fed there by hundreds, even thousands, and at evening the plains too were owned by the towns, and this was the use of them in common, might be seen taking their way home, branching off regularly in the right places. I have often been out on the edges of these plains toward sundown, and can yet recall in fancy the interminable cow processions, and hear the music of the tin or copper bells clanking far or near, and breathe the cool of the sweet and slightly aromatic evening air, and note the sunset. Through the same region of the island, but further east, extended wide central tracts of pine and scrub oak. Charcoal was largely made here, monotonous and sterile. But many a good day or half-day did I have wandering through these solitary crossroads, inhaling the peculiar and wild aroma. Here and all along the islands and its shores I spent intervals many years, all seasons, sometimes riding, sometimes boating, but generally afoot. I was always then a good walker. Absorbing fields, shores, marine incidents, characters, the baymen, farmers, pilots, always had a plentiful acquaintance with the latter, and with fishermen. Went every summer on sailing trips, always liked the bare sea beach south side, and have some of my happiest hours on it to this day. As I write, the whole experience comes back to me after the lapse of 40 and more years. The soothing rustle of the waves and the saline smell, boyhood's times, the clam digging barefoot and with trousers rolled up, hauling down the creek, the perfume of the sedge meadows, the hay boat, and the chowder and fishing excursions, or of later years little voyages down and out New York Bay in the pilot boats. Those same later years also, while living in Brooklyn, 1836, 1850, I went regularly every week in the mild seasons down to Coney Island, at that time a long, bare, unfrequented shore, which I had all to myself, and where I loved, after bathing, to race up and down the hard sand and declaim Homer or Shakespeare to the surf and seagulls by the hour. But I'm getting ahead too rapidly and must keep more in my traces. My first reading, Lafayette. From 1824 to 28 our family lived in Brooklyn, in Front, Cranberry, and Johnson streets. In the latter my father built a nice house for a home, and afterwards another in Tillery Street. We occupied them, one after the other, but they were mortgaged, and we lost them. I yet remember Lafayette's visit. Footnote number 4. Quote, on the visit of General Lafayette to this country in 1824, he came over to Brooklyn in state and rode through the city. The children of the schools turned out to join in the welcome. An edifice for a free public library for youths was just then commencing, and Lafayette consented to stop on his way and lay the cornerstone. Numerous children arriving on the ground where a huge irregular excavation for the building was already dug, surrounded with heaps of rough stone, Several gentlemen assisted in lifting the children to safe or convenient spots to see the ceremony. Among the rest, Lafayette, also helping the children, took up the 5-year-old Walt Whitman, and pressing the child a moment to his breast, and giving him a kiss, handed him down to a safe spot in the excavation. End quote. John Burroughs. End of footnote. Most of these years I went to the public schools. It must have been about 1829 or 1830 that I went with my father and mother to hear Elias Hicks preach in a ballroom on Brooklyn Heights. At about the same time employed as a boy in an office, lawyers, father and 2 sons, Clark's, Fulton Street, near Orange. I had a nice desk and window nook to myself. Edward C. kindly helped me at my handwriting and composition, and, the signal event of my life up to that time, subscribed for me to a big circulating library. For a time I now reveled in romance, reading of all kinds. First the Arabian Nights, all the volumes, an amazing treat. Then, with sorties in very many other directions, took in Walter Scott's novels one after another and his poetry, and continued to enjoy novels and poetry to this day. Printing office, Old Brooklyn. After about 2 years went to work in a weekly newspaper and printing office to learn the trade. The paper was the Long Island Patriot, owned by S. E. Clements, who was also postmaster. An old printer in the office, William Hartshorne, a Revolutionary character, who had seen Washington, was a special friend of mine, and I had many a talk with him about long past times. The apprentices, including myself, boarded with his granddaughter. I used occasionally to go out riding with the boss, who was very kind to us boys. Sundays he took us all to a great old rough fortress-looking stone church on Joralemon Street, near where the Brooklyn City Hall now is, at that time broad fields and country roads everywhere around. Afterward I worked on the Long Island Star, Alden Spooner's paper, my father all these years pursuing his trade as carpenter and builder, with varying fortune. There was a growing family of children, 8 of us, my brother Jesse, the oldest, myself the second, my dear sisters Mary and Hannah Louisa, my brothers Andrew, George, Thomas Jefferson, and then my youngest brother Edward, born 1835, and always badly crippled, as I am myself of late years. Footnote number 5. Of the Brooklyn of that time, 1830, 1840, hardly anything remains except the lines of the old streets. The population was then between 10 and 12,000. For a mile Fulton Street was lined with magnificent elm trees. The character of the place was thoroughly rural. As a sample of comparative values, it may be mentioned that 25 acres in what is now the most costly part of the city, bounded by Flatbush and Fulton Avenues, were then bought by Mr. Parmentier, a French émigré, for $4,000. Who remembers the old places as they were? Who remembers the old citizens of that time? Among the former were Smith and Woods, Co. Downing's, and other public houses at the ferry, the old ferry itself, Love Lane, the Heights as then, the Wallabout with the wooden bridge, and the road out beyond Fulton Street to the old toll gate. Among the latter were the majestic and genial General Jeremiah Johnson, with others, Gabriel Furman, Rev. E. M. Johnson, Alden Spooner, Mr. Pierpont, Mr. Joralemon, Samuel Willoughby, Jonathan Trotter, George Hall, Cyrus P. Smith, N. B. Morse, John Dykeman, Adrian Hedgeman, William Udall, and old Mr. Dufflin with his military garden. End of footnote. Growth, health, work. I developed 1833, 1834, 5 into a healthy, strong youth. Grew too fast, though, was nearly as big as a man at 15 or 16. Our family at this period moved back to the country, my dear mother very ill for a long time, but recovered. All these years I was down Long Island more or less every summer, now east, now west, sometimes months at a stretch. At 16, 17, and so on, was fond of debating societies, and had an active membership with them off and on in Brooklyn and one or two country towns on the island. A most omnivorous novel reader, these and later years. Devoured everything I could get. Fond of the theater also in New York, went whenever I could, sometimes witnessing fine performances. 1836-37, worked as compositor in printing offices in New York City. Then, when little more than 18, and for a while afterwards, went to teaching country schools down in Queens and Suffolk counties, Long Island, and boarded round. This latter I considered one of my best experiences and deepest lessons in human nature beyond the scenes and in the masses. In 39-40 I started and published a weekly paper in my native town, Huntington, then returned to New York City and Brooklyn, worked on as printer and writer, mostly prose, but an occasional shy at poetry. My passion for fairies. Living in Brooklyn or New York City from this time forward, my life then and still more the following years was curiously identified with Fulton Ferry, already becoming the greatest of its sort in the world for general importance, volume, variety, rapidity, and picturesqueness. Almost daily later, 1850 to 1860, I crossed on the boats, often up in the pilot houses where I could get a full sweep, absorbing shows, accompaniments, surroundings, what oceanic currents, eddies underneath, the great tides of humanity also, with ever-shifting movements. Indeed, I have always had a passion for fairies. To me they afford inimitable, streaming, never-failing, living poems. The river and bay scenery all about New York Island any time of a fine day, the hurrying, splashing sea tides, the changing panorama of steamers, all sizes, often a string of big ones outward bound to distant ports, the myriads of white-sailed schooners, sloops, skiffs, and the marvelously beautiful yachts, the majestic sound boats as they rounded the battery and came along towards 5 afternoon eastward bound, the prospect off towards Staten Island or down the Narrows, or the other way up the Hudson. What refreshment of spirit such sights and experiences gave me years ago, and many a time since. My old pilot friends, the Balsirs, Johnny Cole, Ira Smith, William White, and my young fairy friend Tom Gier, how well I remember them all. Broadway sights. Besides Fulton Ferry, off and on for years, I knew and frequented Broadway, that noted avenue of New York's crowded and mixed humanity, and of so many notables. Here I saw during those times Andrew Jackson, Webster, Clay, Seward, Martin Van Buren, Filibuster Walker, Kossuth, Fitz Green Halleck, Bryant, the Prince of Wales, Charles Dickens, the first Japanese ambassadors, and lots of other celebrities of the time. Always something novel or inspiriting, yet mostly to me the hurrying and vast amplitude of those never-ending human currents. I remember seeing James Fenimore Cooper in a courtroom in Chambers Street, back of the City Hall, where he was carrying on a law case. I think it was a charge of libel he had brought against someone. I also remember seeing Edgar A. Poe and having a short interview with him. It must have been in 1845 or 6, in his office, second story of a corner building, Duane or Pearl Street. He was editor and owner or part owner of the Broadway Journal. The visit was about a piece of mine he had published. Poe was very cordial in a quiet way, appeared well in person, dress, etc. I have a distinct and pleasing remembrance of his looks, voice, manner, and matter, very kindly and human, but subdued, perhaps a little jaded. For another of my reminiscences, here on the west side, just below Houston Street, I once saw, it must have been around 1832, of a sharp, bright January day, a bent, feeble, but stout-built, very old man, bearded, swathed in rich furs, with a great ermine cap on his head, led and assisted, almost carried, down the steps of his high front stoop, a dozen friends and servants, emulous, carefully guiding him, and then lifted and tucked in a gorgeous sleigh, enveloped in other furs, for a ride. The sleigh was drawn by as fine a team of horses as I ever saw. You needn't think all the best animals are brought up nowadays. Never was such horseflesh as 50 years ago on Long Island, or South, or in New York City. Folks looked for spirit and mettle in a nag, not tame speed merely. Well, I, a boy of perhaps 13 or 14, stopped and gazed long at the spectacle of that fur-swathed old man, surrounded by friends and servants, and the careful seating of him in the sleigh. I remember the spirited, champing horses, the driver with his whip, and a fellow driver by his side for extra prudence. The old man, the subject of so much attention, I can almost see now. It was John Jacob Astor. The years 1846, 47, and there along see me still in New York City, working as writer and printer, having my usual good health, and a good time generally. Omnibus jaunts and drivers. One phase of those days must by no means go unrecorded, namely the Broadway omnibuses with their drivers. The vehicles still, I write this paragraph in 1881, give a portion of the character of Broadway, the Fifth Avenue, Madison Avenue, and 23rd Street lines yet running, but the flush days of the old Broadway stages, characteristic and copious, are over. The Yellow Birds, the Red Birds, the original Broadway, the Fourth Avenue, the Knickerbocker, and a dozen others of 20 or 30 years ago are all gone. And the men specially identified with them, and giving vitality and meaning to them, the drivers, a strange, natural, quick-eyed, and wondrous race. Not only Rabelais and Cervantes would have gloated upon them, but Homer and Shakespeare would. How well I remember them, and must here give a word about them. How many hours, forenoons and afternoons, how many exhilarating night times I have had, perhaps June or July, in cooler air, riding the whole length of Broadway, listening to some yarn, and the most vivid yarns ever spun, and the rarest mimicry. Or perhaps I, declaiming some stormy passage from Julius Caesar or Richard. You could roar as loudly as you chose in that heavy, dense, uninterrupted street bass. Yes, I knew all the drivers then. Broadway Jack, Dressmaker, Balky Bill, George Storms, Old Elephant, his brother Young Elephant, who came afterward, Tippy, Pop Bryce, Big Frank, Yellow Joe, Pete Callahan, Patsy D., and dozens more, for there were hundreds. They had immense qualities, largely animal, eating, drinking, women, great personal pride in their way, perhaps a few slouches here and there, but I should have trusted the general run of them in their simple goodwill and honor under all circumstances. Not only for comradeship and sometimes affection, great studies I found them also. I suppose the critics will laugh heartily, but the influence of those Broadway omnibus jaunts and drivers, and declamations and escapades, undoubtedly entered into the gestation of Leaves of Grass. Plays and operas, too. And certain actors and singers had a good deal to do with the business. All through these years, off and on, I frequented the Old Park, the Bowery, Broadway, and Chatham Square theaters, and the Italian operas at Chambers Street, Astor Place, or the Battery. Many seasons was on the free list, writing for papers, even as quite a youth. The Old Park Theater, what names, reminiscences, the words bring back! Placide, Clark, Mrs. Vernon, Fisher, Clara F., Mrs. Wood, Mrs. Sequin, Ellen Tree, Hackett, the younger Keene, Macready, Mrs. Richardson, Rice, singers, tragedians, comedians, what perfect acting! Henry Placide in Napoleon's Old Guard, or Grandfather Whitehead, or the provoked husband of Gibber, with Fanny Kemble as Lady Townley, or Sheridan Knowles in his own Virginius, or inimitable Power in Born to Good Luck, these and many more the years of youth and onward. Fanny Kemble, named to conjure up great mimic scenes withal, perhaps the greatest. I remember well her rendering of Bianca in Fazio, and Mariana in The Wife. Nothing finer did ever stage exhibit. The veterans of all nations said so, and my boyish heart and head felt it in every minute cell. The lady was just matured, strong, better than merely beautiful, born from the footlights, had had 3 years' practice in London and through the British towns, and then she came to give America that young maturity and roseate power in all their noon, or rather forenoon, flush. It was my good luck to see her nearly every night she played at the old park, certainly in all her principal characters. I heard these years well rendered all the Italian and other operas in vogue, Sonnambula, the Puritans, Der Freischütz, Huguenots, Fille du Regiment, Faust, Étoile du Nord, Poliotto, and others, Verdi's Ernani, Rigoletto, and Trovatore, with Donizetti's Lucia or Favorita or Lucrezia, and Obe's Masaniello, or Rossini's William Tell and Gazzaladra were among my special enjoyments. I heard Alboni every time she sang in New York and vicinity, also Grisi, the tenor Mario, and the baritone Bariali, the finest in the world. This musical passion followed my theatrical one. As a boy or young man I had seen, reading them carefully the day beforehand, quite all Shakespeare's acting dramas, played wonderfully well. Even yet I cannot conceive anything finer than the old Booth in Richard III, or Lear, I don't know which was best, or Iago, or Pescara, or Sir Giles Overreach, to go outside of Shakespeare, or Tom Hamlin in Macbeth, or old Clark either as the ghost in Hamlet or as Prospero in The Tempest, with Mrs. Austen as Ariel, and Peter Richings as Caliban. Then other dramas and fine players in them, Forrest as Metamora, or Damon, or Brutus, John R. Scott as Tom Cringle or Rolla, or Charlotte Cushman's Lady Gay Spanker in London Assurance. Then, of some years later, at Castle Garden Battery, I yet recall the splendid seasons of the Havana musical troupe under Maretzek. The fine band, the cool sea breezes, the unsurpassed vocalism. Stefanone, Bosio, Truffi, Marini in Marino Faliero, Don Pasquale or Favorita, no better playing or singing ever in New York. It was here, too, that I afterward heard Jenny Lind. The Battery, its past associations, what tales those old trees and walks and sea walls could tell. Through 8 years. In 1848-49 I was occupied as editor of the Daily Eagle newspaper in Brooklyn. The latter year went off on a leisurely journey and working expedition, my brother Jeff with me, through all the Middle States and down the Ohio and Mississippi rivers. Lived a while in New Orleans and worked there on the editorial staff of Daily Crescent newspaper. After a time plodded back northward, up the Mississippi and around to and by way of the Great Lakes, Michigan, Huron, and Erie, to Niagara Falls and Lower Canada, finally returning through central New York and down the Hudson, traveling altogether probably 8,000 miles this trip, to and fro. 1851-53 occupied in house building in Brooklyn, for a little of the first part of that time in printing a daily and weekly paper, the Freeman. 1855 lost my dear father this year by death. Commenced putting Leaves of Grass to press for good at the job printing office of my friends the Brothers Rome in Brooklyn. After many manuscript doings and undoings, I had great trouble in leaving out the stock poetical touches, but succeeded at last. I am now, 1856-57, passing through my 37th year. Sources of Character. Results. 1860. To sum up the foregoing from the outset, and of course far, far more unrecorded, I estimate 3 leading sources and formative stamps to my own character, now solidified for good or bad, and its subsequent literary and other outgrowth. The maternal nativity stock brought hither from far-away Netherlands, for one, doubtless the best, the subterranean tenacity and central bony structure, obstinacy, wilfulness, which I get from my paternal English elements, for another, and the combination of my Long Island birth spot, seashores, childhood scenes, absorptions with teeming Brooklyn and New York, with, I suppose, my experiences afterward in the secession outbreak, for the third. For in 1862, startled by news that my brother George, an officer in the 51st New York Volunteers, had been seriously wounded, First Fredericksburg battle, December 13th, I hurriedly went down to the field of war in Virginia. But I must go back a little. End of Chapter 1. Recording by Sue Anderson.
Chapter 2 of Specimen Days. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Specimen Days by Walt Whitman. Opening of the Secession War. News of the attack on Fort Sumter and the flag at Charleston Harbor, South Carolina, was received in New York City late at night, 13th April 1861, and was immediately sent out in extras of the newspapers. I had been to the opera in 14th Street that night, and after the performance was walking down Broadway toward 12 o'clock, on my way to Brooklyn, when I heard in the distance the loud cries of the newsboys, who came presently tearing and yelling up the street, rushing from side to side even more furiously than usual. I bought an extra, and crossed to the Metropolitan Hotel, Niblo's, where the great lamps were still brightly blazing, and, with a crowd of others, who gathered impromptu, read the news, which was evidently authentic. For the benefit of some who had no papers, one of us read the telegram aloud, while all listened silently and attentively. No remark was made by any of the crowd, which had increased to 30 or 40, but all stood a minute or two, I remember, before they dispersed. I can almost see them there now, under the lamps at midnight again. National Uprising and Volunteering. I have said somewhere that the 3 presidentiads preceding 1861 showed how the weakness and wickedness of rulers are just as eligible here in America under Republican as in Europe under dynastic influences. But what can I say of that prompt and splendid wrestling with secession slavery, the arch-enemy personified, the instant he unmistakably showed his face? The volcanic upheaval of the nation, after that firing on the flag at Charleston, proved for certain something which had been previously in great doubt, and at once substantially settled the question of disunion. In my judgment it will remain as the grandest and most encouraging spectacle yet vouchsafed in any age, old or new, to political progress and democracy. It was not for what came to the surface merely, though that was important, but what it indicated below, which was of eternal importance. Down in the abysms of New World humanity there had formed and hardened a primal hardpan of national union will, determined and in the majority, refusing to be tampered with or argued against, confronting all emergencies, and capable at any time of bursting all surface bonds, and breaking out like an earthquake. It is, indeed, the best lesson of the century, or of America, and it is a mighty privilege to have been part of it. 2 great spectacles, immortal proofs of democracy, unequalled in all the history of the past, are furnished by the Secession War, one at the beginning, the other at its close. Those are the general, voluntary armed upheaval, and the peaceful and harmonious disbanding of the armies in the summer of 1865. Contemptuous feeling. Even after the bombardment of Sumter, however, the gravity of the revolt, and the power and will of the slave states for a strong and continued military resistance to national authority, were not at all realized at the North, except by a few. 9/10 of the people of the free states looked upon the rebellion, as started in South Carolina, from a feeling one half of contempt and the other half composed of anger and incredulity. It was not thought it would be joined in by Virginia, North Carolina, or Georgia. A great and cautious national official predicted that it would blow over in 60 days, and folks generally believed the prediction. I remember talking about it on a Fulton ferry boat with the Brooklyn mayor, who said he only "hoped the Southern fire-eaters would commit some overt act of resistance, as they would then be at once so effectually squelched, we would never hear of secession again, but he was afraid they never would have the pluck to really do anything." I remember, too, that a couple of companies of the 13th Brooklyn, who rendezvoused at the City Armory, and started thence as 30 days' men, were all provided with pieces of rope, conspicuously tied to their musket barrels, with which to bring back each man a prisoner from the audacious South, to be led in a noose, on our men's early and triumphant return. Battle of Bull Run, July 1861. All this sort of feeling was destined to be arrested and reversed by a terrible shock. The battle of First Bull Run, certainly, as we now know it, one of the most singular fights on record. All battles and their results are far more matters of accident than is generally thought, but this was throughout a casualty, a chance. Each side supposed it had won, till the last moment. One had, in point of fact, just the same right to be routed as the other. By a fiction, or series of fictions, the national forces at the last moment exploded in a panic and fled from the field. The defeated troops commenced pouring into Washington over the Long Bridge at daylight on Monday, 22nd, day drizzling all through with rain. The Saturday and Sunday of the battle, 20th and 21st, had been parched and hot to an extreme. The dust, the grime and smoke, in layers, sweated in, followed by other layers again sweated in, absorbed by those excited souls, their clothes all saturated with the clay powder filling the air, stirred up everywhere on the dry roads and trodden fields by the regiments, swarming wagons, artillery, etc. All the men with this coating of murk and sweat and rain, now recoiling back, pouring over the Long Bridge. A horrible march of 20 miles, returning to Washington baffed, humiliated, panic-struck. Where are the vaunts and the proud boasts with which you went forth? Where are your banners, and your bands of music, and your ropes to bring back your prisoners? Well, there isn't a band playing, and there isn't a flag but clings ashamed and lank to its staff. The sun rises, but shines not. The men appear, at first sparsely and shamefaced enough, then thicker, in the streets of Washington, appear in Pennsylvania Avenue, and on the steps and basement entrances. They come along in disorderly mobs, some in squads, stragglers, companies. Occasionally a rare regiment in perfect order, with its officers, some gaps, dead, the true braves, marching in silence, with lowering faces, stern, weary to sinking, all black and dirty, but every man with his musket and stepping alive. But these are the exceptions. Sidewalks of Pennsylvania Avenue, 14th Street, etc., crowded, jammed with citizens, darkies, clerks, everybody, lookers-on. Women in the windows, curious expressions from faces, as those swarms of dirt-covered returned soldiers there, will they never end, move by. But nothing said, no comments. Half our lookers-on secesh of the most venomous kind, they say nothing, but the devil sniggers in their faces. During the forenoon Washington gets all over motley with these defeated soldiers, queer-looking objects, strange eyes and faces, drenched. The steady rain drizzles on all day. And fearfully worn, hungry, haggard, blistered in the feet. Good people, but not over many of them either, hurry up something for their grub. They put wash-kettles on the fire, for soap, for coffee. They set tables on the sidewalks, wagon-loads of bread are purchased, swiftly cut in stout chunks. Here are 2 aged ladies, beautiful, the first in the city for culture and charm. They stand with store of eating and drinking at an improvised table of rough plank, and give food, and have the store replenished from their house every half hour all that day. And there in the rain they stand, active, silent, white-haired, and give food, though the tears stream down their cheeks, almost without intermission, the whole time. Amid the deep excitement, crowds and motion, and desperate eagerness, it seems strange to see many, very many of the soldiers sleeping, in the midst of all, sleeping sound. They drop down anywhere, on the steps of houses, up close by the basements or fences, on the sidewalk, aside on some vacant lot, and deeply asleep. A poor 17 or 18-year-old boy lies there, on the stoop of a grand house. He sleeps so calmly, so profoundly. Some clutch their muskets firmly even in sleep. Some in squads, comrades, brothers, close together, and on them, as they lay, sulkily drips the rain. As afternoon passed and evening came, the streets, the bar-rooms, knots everywhere, listeners, questioners, terrible yarns, bugaboo, masked batteries, our regiment all cut up, etc. Stories and story-tellers, windy, bragging, vain centers of street crowds. Resolution, manliness, seemed to have abandoned Washington. The principal hotel, Willard's, is full of shoulder-straps, thick, crushed, creeping with shoulder-straps. I see them, and must have a word with them. There you are, shoulder-straps. But where are your companies? Where are your men? Incompetents! Never tell me of chances of battle, of getting strayed, and the like. I think this is your work, this retreat, after all. Sneak, blow, put on airs, there in Willard's sumptuous parlors and bar-rooms, or anywhere. No explanation shall save you. Bull Run is your work. Had you been half or 1/10 worthy your men, this would never have happened. Meantime, in Washington, among the great persons and their entourage, a mixture of awful consternation, uncertainty, rage, shame, helplessness, and stupefying disappointment. The worst is not only imminent, but already here. In a few hours, perhaps before the next meal, the secesh generals with their victorious hordes will be upon us. The dream of humanity, the vaunted Union we thought so strong, so impregnable. Lo, it seems already smashed like a china plate. One bitter, bitter hour. Perhaps proud America will never again know such an hour. She must pack and fly, no time to spare. Those white palaces, the dome-crowned Capitol there on the hill, so stately over the trees, shall they be left or destroyed first? For it is certain that the talk among certain of the magnates and officers and clerks and officials everywhere, for 24 hours in and around Washington after Bull Run, was loud and undisguised for yielding out and substituting the Southern rule, and Lincoln promptly abdicating and departing. If the secesh officers and forces had immediately followed, and by a bold Napoleonic movement had entered Washington the first day, or even the second, they could have had things their own way and a powerful faction north to back them. One of our returning colonels expressed in public that night, amid a swarm of officers and gentlemen in a crowded room, the opinion that it was useless to fight, that the Southerners had made their title clear, and that the best course for the national government to pursue was to desist from any further attempt at stopping them, and admit them again to the lead, on the best terms they were willing to grant. Not a voice was raised against this judgment, amid that large crowd of officers and gentlemen. The fact is, the hour was one of the 3 or 4 of those crises we had then and afterwards, during the fluctuations of 4 years, when human eyes appeared at least just as likely to see the last breath of the Union as to see it continue. The stupor passes, something else begins. But the hour, the day, the night, passed, and whatever returns, an hour, a day, a night like that, can never again return. The President, recovering himself, begins that very night, sternly, rapidly sets about the task of reorganizing his forces, and placing himself in positions for future and surer work. If there were nothing else of Abraham Lincoln for history to stamp him with, it is enough to send him with his wreath to the memory of all future time, that he endured that hour, that day, bitterer than gall, indeed a crucifixion day, that it did not conquer him, that he unflinchingly stemmed it, and resolved to lift himself and the Union out of it. Then the great New York papers at once appeared, commencing that evening and following it up the next morning and incessantly through many days afterwards, with leaders that rang out over the land with the loudest, most reverberating ring of clearest bugles, full of encouragement, hope, inspiration, unfaltering defiance. Those magnificent editorials! They never flagged for a fortnight. The Herald commenced them. I remember the articles well. The Tribune was equally cogent and inspiriting. And the Times, Evening Post, and other principal papers were not a whit behind. They came in good time, for they were needed. For, in the humiliation of Bull Run, the popular feeling north, from its extreme of superciliousness, recoiled to the depths of gloom and apprehension. Of all the days of the war, there are 2 especially I can never forget. Those were the day following the news, in New York and Brooklyn, of that first Bull Run defeat, and the day of Abraham Lincoln's death. I was home in Brooklyn on both occasions. The day of the murder we heard the news very early in the morning. Mother prepared breakfast and other meals afterward, as usual, but not a mouthful was eaten all day by either of us. We each drank half a cup of coffee, that was all. Little was said. We got every newspaper morning and evening, and the frequent extras of that period, and passed them silently to each other. Down at the front. Falmouth, Virginia, opposite Fredericksburg, December 21st, 1862. Begin my visits among the camp hospitals in the Army of the Potomac. Spend a good part of the day in a large brick mansion on the banks of the Rappahannock, used as a hospital since the battle. Seems to have received only the worst cases. Outdoors, at the foot of a tree, within 10 yards of the front of the house, I notice a heap of amputated feet, legs, arms, hands, etc., a full load for a one-horse cart. Several dead bodies lie near, each covered with its brown woolen blanket. In the dooryard, towards the river, are fresh graves, mostly of officers, their names on pieces of arrow staves or broken boards stuck in the dirt. Most of these bodies were subsequently taken up and transported north to their friends. The large mansion is quite crowded upstairs and down, everything impromptu, no system, all bad enough, but I have no doubt the best that can be done. All the wounds pretty bad, some frightful, the men in their old clothes unclean and bloody. Some of the wounded are rebel soldiers and officers, prisoners. One, a Mississippian, a captain, hit badly in leg, I talked with some time. He asked me for papers, which I gave him. I saw him 3 months afterward in Washington, with his leg amputated, doing well. I went through the rooms, downstairs and up. Some of the men were dying. I had nothing to give at that visit, but wrote a few letters to folks home, mothers, etc. Also talked to 3 or 4, who seemed most susceptible to it, and needing it. After 1st Fredericksburg. December 23rd to 31st. The results of the late battle are exhibited everywhere about here in thousands of cases. Hundreds die every day. In the camp, brigade, and division hospitals. These are merely tents, and sometimes very poor ones, the wounded lying on the ground, lucky if their blankets are spread on layers of pine or hemlock twigs, or small leaves. No cots, seldom even a mattress. It is pretty cold. The ground is frozen hard, and there is occasional snow. I go around from one case to another. I do not see that I do much good to these wounded and dying, but I cannot leave them. Once in a while some youngster holds on to me convulsively, and I do what I can for him. At any rate, stop with him, and sit near him for hours, if he wishes it. Besides the hospitals, I also go occasionally on long tours through the camps, talking with the men, etc. Sometimes at night among the groups around the fires, in their shebang enclosures of bushes. These are curious shows, full of characters and groups. I soon get acquainted anywhere in camp, with officers or men, and am always well used. Sometimes I go down on picket with the regiments I know best. As to rations, the army here at present seems to be tolerably well supplied, and the men have enough, such as it is, mainly salt pork and hard-tack. Most of the regiments lodge in the flimsy little shelter tents. A few have built themselves huts of logs and mud, with fireplaces. Back to Washington. January, '63. Left camp at Falmouth with some wounded, a few days since, and came here by Aquia Creek Railroad, and so on government steamer up the Potomac. Many wounded were with us on the cars and boat. The cars were just common platform ones. The railroad journey of 10 or 12 miles was made mostly before sunrise. The soldiers guarding the road came out from their tents or shebangs of bushes with rumpled hair and half-awake look. Those on duty were walking their posts, some on banks over us, others down far below the level of the track. I saw large cavalry camps off the road. At Aquia Creek landing were numbers of wounded going north. While I waited some 3 hours, I went around among them. Several wanted word sent home to parents, brothers, wives, etc., which I did for them, by mail the next day from Washington. On the boat I had my hands full. One poor fellow died going up. I am now remaining in and around Washington, daily visiting the hospitals. Am much in Patent Office, 8th Street, H Street, Armory Square, and others. Am now able to do a little good, having money, as almoner of others' home, and getting experience. Today, Sunday afternoon, until 9 in the evening, visited Campbell Hospital. Attended specially to one case in Ward 1, very sick with pleurisy and typhoid fever, young man, farmer's son, D.F. Russell, Company E, 60th New York, downhearted and feeble, a long time before he would take any interest. Wrote a letter home to his mother, in Malone, Franklin County, New York, at his request. Gave him some fruit and 1 or 2 other gifts, enveloped and directed his letter, etc. Then went thoroughly through Ward 6, observed every case in the ward, without, I think, missing one, gave perhaps from 20 to 30 persons, each one some little gift, such as oranges, apples, sweet crackers, figs, etc. Thursday, January 21st. Devoted the main part of the day to Armory Square Hospital. Went pretty thoroughly through wards F, G, H, and I, some 50 cases in each ward. In Ward F, supplied the men throughout with writing paper and stamped envelope each, distributed in small portions to proper subjects a large jar of first-rate preserved berries, which had been donated to me by a lady, her own cooking. Found several cases I thought good subjects for small sums of money, which I furnished. The wounded men often come up broke, and it helps their spirits to have even the small sum I give them. My paper and envelopes all gone, but distributed a good lot of amusing reading matter, also, as I thought judicious, tobacco, oranges, apples, etc. Interesting cases in Ward I. Charles Miller, bed 19, Company D, 53rd Pennsylvania, is only 16 years of age, very bright, courageous boy, left leg amputated below the knee. Next bed to him, another young lad, very sick, gave each appropriate gifts. In the bed above, also, amputation of the left leg, gave him a little jar of raspberries. Bed J, this ward, gave a small sum, also to a soldier on crutches, sitting on his bed near. I am more and more surprised at the very great proportion of youngsters from 15 to 21 in the army. I afterwards found a still greater proportion among the Southerners. Evening, same day, went to see D.F.R., before alluded to. Found him remarkably changed for the better, up and dressed, quite a triumph. He afterwards got well, and went back to his regiment. Distributed in the wards a quantity of notepaper, and 40 or 50 stamped envelopes, of which I had recruited my stock, and the men were much in need. 50 hours left wounded on the field. Here is a case of a soldier I found among the crowded cots in the patent office. He likes to have someone to talk to, and we will listen to him. He got badly hit in his leg and side at Fredericksburg that eventful Saturday, 13th of December. He lay the succeeding 2 days and nights helpless on the field, between the city and those grim terraces of batteries. His company and regiment had been compelled to leave him to his fate. To make matters worse, it happened he lay with his head slightly downhill, and could not help himself. At the end of some 50 hours he was brought off, with other wounded, under a flag of truce. I asked him how the rebels treated him as he lay during those 2 days and nights within reach of them, whether they came to him, whether they abused him. He answers that several of the rebels, soldiers and others, came to him at one time and another. A couple of them, who were together, spoke roughly and sarcastically, but nothing worse. One middle-aged man, however, who seemed to be moving around the field, among the dead and wounded, for benevolent purposes, came to him in a way he will never forget. Treated our soldier kindly, bound up his wounds, cheered him, gave him a couple of biscuits and a drink of whiskey and water, asked him if he could eat some beef. This good Secesh, however, did not change our soldier's position, for it might have caused the blood to burst from the wounds, clotted and stagnated. Our soldier is from Pennsylvania, has had a pretty severe time. The wounds proved to be bad ones. But he retains a good heart, and is at present on the gain. It is not uncommon for the men to remain on the field this way 1, 2, or even 4 or 5 days. Hospital scenes and persons. Letter writing. When eligible, I encourage the men to write, and myself, when called upon, write all sorts of letters for them, including love letters, very tender ones. Almost as I reel off these memoranda, I write for a new patient to his wife, M. de F., of the 17th Connecticut, Company H, has just come up, February 17th, from Windmill Point, and is received in Ward H, Armory Square. He is an intelligent-looking man, has a foreign accent, black-eyed and haired, a Hebraic appearance. Wants a telegraphic message sent to his wife, New Canaan, Connecticut. I agree to send the message, but to make things sure I also sit down and write the wife a letter, and dispatch it to the post office immediately, as he fears she will come on, and he does not wish her to, as he will surely get well. Saturday, January 30th. Afternoon. Visited Campbell Hospital. Scene of cleaning up the ward and giving the men all clean clothes. Through the ward, 6, the patients dressing or being dressed, the naked upper half of the bodies, the good humour and fun, the shirts, drawers, sheets of beds, etc., and the general fixing up for Sunday. Gave J.L. 50 cents. Wednesday, February 4th. Visited Armory Square Hospital, went pretty thoroughly through wards E and D, supplied paper and envelopes to all who wished, as usual, found plenty of men who needed those articles, wrote letters, saw and talked with 2 or 3 members of the Brooklyn 14th Regiment. A poor fellow in Ward D, with a fearful wound and a fearful condition, was having some loose splinters of bone taken from the neighbourhood of the wound. The operation was long, and one of great pain, yet, after it was well commenced, the soldier bore it in silence. He sat up, propped, was much wasted, had lain a long time quiet in one position, not for days only, but weeks. A bloodless, brown-skinned face, with eyes full of determination, belonged to a New York regiment. There was an unusual cluster of surgeons, medical cadets, nurses, etc., round his bed. I thought the whole thing was done with tenderness, and done well. In one case the wife sat by the side of her husband, his sickness typhoid fever, pretty bad. In another, by the side of her son, a mother. She told me she had 7 children, and this was the youngest. A fine, kind, healthy, gentle mother, good-looking, not very old, with a cap on her head, and dressed like home. What a charm it gave to the whole ward! I liked the woman nurse in Ward E. I noticed how she sat a long time by a poor fellow who just had, that morning, in addition to his other sickness, bad hemorrhage. She gently assisted him, relieved him of the blood, holding a cloth to his mouth as he coughed it up. He was so weak he could only just turn his head over on the pillow. One young New York man, with a bright, handsome face, had been lying several months from a most disagreeable wound received at Bull Run. A bullet had shot him right through the bladder, hitting him in front, low in the belly, and coming out back. He had suffered much. The water came out of the wound, by slow but steady quantities, for many weeks, so that he lay almost constantly in a sort of puddle, and there were other disagreeable circumstances. He was of good heart, however. At present comparatively comfortable, had a bad throat, was delighted with the stick of horehound candy I gave him, with 1 or 2 other trifles. Patent Office Hospital, February 23rd. I must not let the great hospital at the Patent Office pass away without some mention. A few weeks ago the vast area of the 2nd story of that noblest of Washington buildings was crowded close with rows of sick, badly wounded, and dying soldiers. They were placed in 3 very large apartments. I went there many times. It was a strange, solemn, and, with all its features of suffering and death, a sort of fascinating sight. I go sometimes at night to soothe and relieve particular cases. 2 of the immense apartments are filled with high and ponderous glass cases, crowded with models in miniature of every kind of utensil, machine, or invention it ever entered into the mind of man to conceive, and with curiosities and foreign presents. Between these cases are lateral openings, perhaps 8 feet wide and quite deep, and in these were placed the sick, besides a great long double row of them up and down through the middle of the hall. Many of them were very bad cases, wounds and amputations. Then there was a gallery running above the hall, in which there were beds also. It was, indeed, a curious scene, especially at night, when lit up. The glass cases, the beds, the forms lying there, the gallery above, and the marble pavement underfoot. The suffering, and the fortitude to bear it in various degrees. Occasionally, from some, the groan that could not be repressed. Sometimes a poor fellow dying, with emaciated face and glassy eye, the nurse by his side, the doctor also there, but no friend, no relative. Such were the sights but lately in the Patent Office. The wounded have since been removed from there, and it is now vacant again. End of Section 2.
Chapter 3 of Specimen Days. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sarah Jennings. Specimen Days by Walt Whitman. Chapter 3. The White House by Moonlight. February 24th. A spell of fine, soft weather. I wander about a good deal, sometimes at night under the moon. Tonight took a long look at the President's house, the white portico, the palace-like, tall, round columns, spotless as snow, the walls also, the tender and soft moonlight, flooding the pale marble, and making the peculiar faint languishing shades, not shadows, everywhere a soft, transparent, hazy, thin blue moonlace hanging in the air. The brilliant and extra plentiful clusters of gas on and around the façade, columns, portico, etc. Everything so white, so marbly pure and dazzling, yet soft. The white house of future poems, and of dreams and dramas, there in the soft and copious moon. The gorgeous front in the trees, under the lustrous flooding moon, full of reality, full of illusion. The forms of the trees, leafless, silent, in trunk and myriad angles of branches, under the stars and sky. The white house of the land, and of beauty and night. Sentries at the gates and by the portico, silent, pacing there in blue overcoats, stopping you not at all, but eyeing you with sharp eyes, whichever way you move. An army hospital ward. Let me specialize a visit that I made to the collection of barrack-like one-story edifices, Campbell Hospital, out on the flats, at the end of the then horse railway route on 7th Street. There is a long building appropriated to each ward. Let us go into Ward 6. It contains today, I should judge, 80 or 100 patients, half sick, half wounded. The edifice is nothing but boards, well whitewashed inside, and the usual slender-framed iron bedsteads, narrow and plain. You walk down the central passage, with a row on either side, their feet towards you, and their heads to the wall. There are fires in large stoves, and the prevailing white of the walls is relieved by some ornaments, stars, circles, etc., made of evergreens. The view of the whole edifice and occupants can be taken at once, for there is no partition. You may hear groans or other sounds of unendurable suffering from 2 or 3 of the cots, but in the main there is quiet, almost a painful absence of demonstration, but the pallid face, the dulled eye, and the moisture of the lip are demonstration enough. Most of these sick or hurt are evidently young fellows from the country, farmers' sons, and such like. Look at the fine large frames, the bright and broad countenances, and the many yet lingering proofs of strong constitution and physique. Look at the patient and mute manner of our American wounded as they lie in such a sad collection. Representatives from all New England and from New York and New Jersey and Pennsylvania, indeed from all the states and all the cities, largely from the West. Most of them are entirely without friends or acquaintances here, no familiar face, and hardly a word of judicious sympathy or cheer, through their sometimes long and tedious sickness, or the pangs of aggravated wounds. A Connecticut case. This young man in bed 25 is H.D.B. of the 27th Connecticut, Company B. His folks live at Northford, near New Haven. Though not more than 21 or thereabouts, he has knocked much around the world, on sea and land, and has seen some fighting on both. When I first saw him he was very sick, with no appetite. He declined offers of money, said he did not need anything. As I was quite anxious to do something, he confessed that he had a hankering for a good home-made rice pudding, thought he could relish it better than anything. At this time his stomach was very weak. The doctor, whom I consulted, said nourishment would do him more good than anything, but things in the hospital, though better than usual, revolted him. I soon procured B. his rice pudding. A Washington lady, Mrs. O.C., hearing his wish, made the pudding herself, and I took it up to him the next day. He subsequently told me he lived upon it for 3 or 4 days. This B. is a good sample of the American Eastern young man, the typical Yankee. I took a fancy to him, and gave him a nice pipe for a keepsake. He received afterwards a box of things from home, and nothing would do but I must take dinner with him, which I did, and a very good one it was. 2 Brooklyn boys. Here in this same ward are 2 young men from Brooklyn, members of the 51st New York. I had known both the 2 as young lads at home, so they seemed near to me. One of them, J.L., lies there with an amputated arm, the stump healing pretty well. I saw him lying on the ground at Fredericksburg last December, all bloody, just after the arm was taken off. He was very phlegmatic about it, munching away at a cracker in the remaining hand, made no fuss. He will recover, and thinks and talks yet of meeting Johnny Rebs. A secesh brave. The grand soldiers are not comprised in those of one side any more than the other. Here is a sample of an unknown Southerner, a lad of 17. At the War Department a few days ago I witnessed a presentation of captured flags to the Secretary. Among others, a soldier named Gant, of the 104th Ohio Volunteers, presented a rebel battle flag, which one of the officers stated to me was borne to the mouth of our cannon and planted there by a boy but 17 years of age, who actually endeavored to stop the muzzle of the gun with fence rails. He was killed in the effort, and the flagstaff was severed by a shot from one of our men. The wounded from Chancellorsville, May 63. As I write this, the wounded have begun to arrive from Hooker's command in the bloody Chancellorsville. I was down among the first arrivals. The men in charge told me the bad cases were yet to come. If that is so, I pity them, for these are bad enough. You ought to see the scene of the wounded arriving at the landing here at the foot of 6th Street at night. 2 boatloads came about 7:30 last night. A little after 8 it rained, a long and violent shower. The pale, helpless soldiers had been debarked and lay around on the wharf and neighborhood anywhere. The rain was probably grateful to them. At any rate, they were exposed to it. The few torches light up the spectacle. All around, on the wharf, on the ground, out on side places, the men are lying on blankets, old quilts, etc., with bloody rags bound round heads, arms, and legs. The attendants are few, and at night few outsiders also. Only a few hard-worked transportation men and drivers. The wounded are getting to be common, and people grow callous. The men, whatever their condition, lie there, and patiently wait till their turn comes to be taken up. Nearby, the ambulances are now arriving in clusters, and one after another is called to back up and take its load. Extreme cases are sent off on stretchers. The men generally make little or no ado, whatever their sufferings. A few groans that cannot be suppressed, and occasionally a scream of pain as they lift a man into the ambulance. Today, as I write, hundreds more are expected, and tomorrow and the next day more, and so on for many days. Quite often they arrive at the rate of 1,000 a day. A night battle over a week since. May 12th. There was part of the late battle at Chancellorsville, 2nd Fredericksburg, a little over a week ago, Saturday night and Sunday, under General Joe Hooker. I would like to give just a glimpse of. A moment's look in a terrible storm at sea, of which a few suggestions are enough, and full details impossible. The fighting had been very hot during the day, and after an intermission the latter part was resumed at night, and kept up with furious energy till 3 o'clock in the morning. That afternoon, Saturday, an attack sudden and strong by Stonewall Jackson had gained a great advantage to the Southern army and broken our lines, entering us like a wedge, and leaving things in that position at dark. But Hooker at 11 at night made a desperate push, drove the secesh forces back, restored his original lines, and resumed his plans. This night scrimmage was very exciting, and afforded countless strange and fearful pictures. The fighting had been general, both at Chancellorsville and northeast at Fredericksburg. We hear of some poor fighting, episodes, skedaddling on our part. I think not of it. I think of the fierce bravery, the general rule. One corps, the 6th Sedgwicks, fights 4 dashing and bloody battles in 36 hours, retreating in great jeopardy, losing largely but maintaining itself, fighting with the sternest desperation under all circumstances, getting over the Rappahannock only by the skin of its teeth, yet getting over. It lost many, many brave men. Yet it took vengeance, ample vengeance. But it was the tug of Saturday evening, and through the night and Sunday morning, I wanted to make a special note of. It was largely in the woods, and quite a general engagement. The night was very pleasant, at times the moon shining out full and clear, all nature so calm in itself, the early summer grass so rich, and foliage of the trees. Yet there the battle raging, and many good fellows lying helpless, with new accessions to them, and every minute amid the rattle of muskets and crash of cannon, for there was an artillery contest too, the red life-blood oozing out from heads or trunks or limbs upon that green and dew-cool grass. Patches of the woods take fire, and several of the wounded, unable to move, are consumed. Quite large spaces are swept over, burning the dead also. Some of the men have their hair and beards singed, some burns on their faces and hands, others holes burnt in their clothing. The flashes of fire from the cannon, the quick flaring flames and smoke, and the immense roar, the musketry so general, the light nearly bright enough for each side to see the other, the crashing, tramping of men, the yelling, close quarters. We hear the secesh yells. Our men cheer loudly back, especially if Hooker is in sight. Hand-to-hand conflicts. Each side stands up to it, brave, determined as demons. They often charge upon us. 1,000 deeds are done worth to write newer, greater poems on. And still the woods on fire. Still many are not only scorched, too many, unable to move, are burned to death. Then the camps of the wounded. Oh heavens, what scene is this? Is this indeed humanity, these butchers' shambles? There are several of them. There they lie, in the largest, in an open space in the woods, from 200 to 300 poor fellows. The groans and screams, the odor of blood, mixed with the fresh scent of the night, the grass, the trees. That slaughterhouse! Oh, well it is that their mothers, their sisters, cannot see them, cannot conceive, and never conceived these things. One man is shot by a shell, both in the arm and leg. Both are amputated. There lie the rejected members. Some have their legs blown off, some bullets through the breast, some indescribably horrid wounds in the face or head, all mutilated, sickening, torn, gouged out, some in the abdomen, some mere boys. Many rebels badly hurt. They take their regular turns with the rest, just the same as any. The surgeons use them just the same. Such is the camp of the wounded. Such a fragment, a reflection afar off from the bloody scene, while all over the clear, large moon comes out at times, softly, quietly shining. Amid the woods, that scene of flitting souls, amid the crack and crash and yelling sounds, the impalpable perfume of the woods, and yet the pungent, stifling smoke, the radiance of the moon, looking from heaven at intervals so placid, the sky so heavenly, the clear, obscure up there, those buoyant upper oceans, a few large placid stars beyond coming silently and languidly out and then disappearing, the melancholy draperied night above, around, and there upon the roads, the fields, and in those woods that contest, never one more desperate in any age or land, both parties now in force, masses, no fancy battle, no semi-play, but fierce and savage demons fighting there. Courage and scorn of death the rule, exceptions almost none. What history, I say, can ever give, for who can know, the mad, determined tussle of the armies in all their separate large and little squads, as this, each steeped from crown to toe in desperate mortal purports? Who know the conflict, hand to hand, the many conflicts in the dark, those shadowy, tangled, flashing, moon-beamed woods, the writhing groups and squads, the cries, the din, the cracking guns and pistols, the distant cannon, the cheers and calls and threats and awful music of the oaths, the indescribable mix, the officers' orders, persuasions, encouragements, the devils fully roused in human hearts, the strong shout, "Charge, men, charge!" the flash of the naked sword, and rolling flame and smoke, and still the broken, clear, and clouded heaven, and still again the moonlight pouring silvery soft its radiant patches over all. Who paint the scene, the sudden partial panic of the afternoon, at dusk? Who paint the irrepressible advance of the 2nd Division of the 3rd Corps, under Hooker himself, suddenly ordered up, those rapid-filling phantoms through the woods? Who show what moves there in the shadows, fluid and firm, to save, and it did save, the Army's name, perhaps the nation, as there the veterans hold the field? Brave Barry falls not yet, but death has marked him. Soon he falls. Unnamed remains the bravest soldier. Of scenes like these, I say, who writes, who e'er can write the story? Of many a score, aye thousands, north and south, of unwrit heroes, unknown heroisms, incredible, impromptu, first-class desperations, who tells? No history ever. No poem sings, no music sounds, those bravest men of all, those deeds. No formal general's report, nor book in the library, nor column in the paper, embalms the bravest, north or south, east or west. Unnamed, unknown, remain, and still remain, the bravest soldiers. Our manliest, our boys, our hardy darlings, no picture gives them. Likely the typic one of them, standing no doubt for hundreds, thousands, crawls aside to some bush clump or ferny tuft, on receiving his death shot, there sheltering a little while, soaking roots, grass, and soil with red blood. The battle advances, retreats, flits from the scene, sweeps by, and there, haply with pain and suffering, yet less, far less than is supposed, the last lethargy winds like a serpent round him. The eyes glaze in death. None recks. Perhaps the burial squads, in truce a week afterwards, search not the secluded spot, and there at last the bravest soldier crumbles in Mother Earth, unburied and unknown. Some specimen cases. June 18th. In one of the hospitals I find Thomas Haley, Company M, 4th New York Cavalry. A regular Irish boy, a fine specimen of youthful physical manliness, shot through the lungs, inevitably dying. Came over to this country from Ireland to enlist, has not a single friend or acquaintance here, is sleeping soundly at this moment, but it is the sleep of death. Has a bullet hole straight through the lung. I saw Tom when first brought here 3 days since, and didn't suppose he could live 12 hours. Yet he looks well enough in the face to a casual observer. He lies there with his frame exposed above the waist, all naked, for coolness. A fine-built man, the tan not yet bleached from his cheek and neck. It is useless to talk to him, as with his sad hurt and the stimulants they give him, the utter strangeness of every object, face, furniture, etc., the poor fellow, even when awake, is like some frightened, shy animal. Much of the time he sleeps, or half sleeps. Sometimes I thought he knew more than he showed. I often come and sit by him in perfect silence. He will breathe for 10 minutes as softly and evenly as a young babe asleep. Poor youth, so handsome, athletic, with profuse, beautiful, shining hair. One time, as I sat looking at him while he lay asleep, he suddenly, without the least start, awakened, opened his eyes, gave me a long, steady look, turning his face very slightly to gaze easier. One long, clear, silent look, a slight sigh, then turned back and went into his doze again, Little he knew, poor death-stricken boy, the heart of the stranger that hovered near. W.H.E., Company F, 2nd New York. His disease is pneumonia. He lay sick at the wretched hospital below Aquia Creek for 7 or 8 days before brought here. He was detailed from his regiment to go there and help as nurse, but was soon taken down himself. Is an elderly, sallow-faced, rather gaunt, grey-haired man, a widower, with children. He expressed a great desire for good, strong green tea. An excellent lady, Mrs. W., of Washington, soon sent him a package. Also a small sum of money. The doctor said give him the tea at pleasure. It lay on the table by his side, and he used it every day. He slept a great deal, could not talk much, as he grew deaf. Occupied bed 15, Ward I, Armory. The same lady above, Mrs. W., sent the man a large package of tobacco. J.G. lies in bed 52, Ward I, is of Company B, 7th Pennsylvania. I gave him a small sum of money, some tobacco, and envelopes. To a man adjoining also gave 25 cents. He flushed in the face when I offered it, refused it at first. But as I found he had not a cent, and was very fond of having the daily papers to read, I pressed it on him. He was evidently very grateful, but said little. J.T.L. of Company F, 9th New Hampshire, lies in bed 37, Ward I. Is very fond of tobacco. I furnish him some, also with a little money. Has gangrene of the feet. A pretty bad case. Will surely have to lose 3 toes. Is a regular specimen of an old-fashioned, rude, hardy New England countryman, impressing me with his likeness to that celebrated singed cat, who was better than she looked. Bed 3, Ward E, Armory, has a great hankering for pickles, something pungent. After consulting the doctor, I gave him a small bottle of horseradish, also some apples, also a book. Some of the nurses are excellent. The woman nurse in this ward I like very much, Mrs. Wright. A year afterwards I found her in Mansion House Hospital, Alexandria. She is a perfect nurse. In one bed a young man, Marcus Small, Company K, 7th Maine, sick with dysentery and typhoid fever, pretty critical case. I talk with him often. He thinks he will die. Looks like it indeed. I write a letter for him home to East Liverpool, Maine. I let him talk to me a little, but not much, advise him to keep very quiet. Do most of the talking myself. Stay quite a while with him as he holds on to my hand. Talk to him in a cheering but slow, low, and measured manner. Talk about his furlough, and going home as soon as he is able to travel. Thomas Lindley, 1st Pennsylvania Cavalry, shot very badly through the foot. Poor young man, he suffers horridly, has to be constantly dosed with morphine, his face ashy and glazed, bright young eyes. I give him a large handsome apple, lay it in sight, tell him to have it roasted in the morning, as he generally feels easier then, and can eat a little breakfast. I write 2 letters for him. Opposite, an old Quaker lady sits by the side of her son, Amer Moore, 2nd U.S. Artillery. Shot in the head 2 weeks since. Very low, quite rational. From hips down paralyzed. He will surely die. I speak a very few words to him every day and evening. He answers pleasantly, wants nothing. He told me soon after he came about his home affairs. His mother had been an invalid, and he feared to let her know his condition. He died soon after she came. My preparations for visits. In my visits to the hospital I found it was in the simple matter of personal presence and emanating ordinary cheer and magnetism that I succeeded, and helped more than by medical nursing or delicacies or gifts of money or anything else. During the war I possessed the perfection of physical health. My habit, when practicable, was to prepare for starting out on one of those daily or nightly tours of from a couple to 4 or 5 hours by fortifying myself with previous rest, the bath, clean clothes, a good meal, and as cheerful an appearance as possible. Ambulance processions. June 23rd, sundown. As I sit writing this paragraph, I see a train of about 30 huge 4-horse wagons, used as ambulances, filled with wounded, passing up 14th Street, on their way probably to Columbian, Carver, and Mount Pleasant hospitals. This is the way the men come in now, seldom in small numbers, but almost always in these long, sad processions. Through the past winter, while our army lay opposite Fredericksburg, the like strings of ambulances were of frequent occurrence along 7th Street, passing slowly up from the steamboat wharf, with loads from Aquia Creek. Bad wounds, the young. The soldiers are nearly all young men, and far more American than is generally supposed. I should say 9/10 are native-born. Among the arrivals from Chancellorsville I find a large proportion of Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois men. As usual, there are all sorts of wounds. Some of the men fearfully burnt from the explosions of artillery caissons. One ward has a long row of officers, some with ugly hurts. Yesterday was perhaps worse than usual. Amputations are going on. The attendants are dressing wounds. As you pass by, you must be on your guard where you look. I saw the other day a gentleman, a visitor apparently from curiosity, in one of the wards, stop by and turn a moment to look at an awful wound they were probing. He turned pale, and in a moment more he had fainted away and fallen to the floor. The most inspiriting of all war shows. June 29th. Just before sundown this evening a very large cavalry force went by, a fine sight. The men evidently had seen service. First came a mounted band of 16 bugles, drums, and cymbals, playing wild martial tunes, made my heart jump. Then the principal officers, then company after company with their officers at their heads, making of course the main part of the cavalcade, then a long train of men with led horses, lots of mounted negroes with special horses, and a long string of baggage wagons, each drawn by 4 horses, and then a motley rear guard. It was a pronouncedly warlike and gay show. The sabers clanked, the men looked young and healthy and strong. The electric tramping of so many horses on the hard road, and the gallant bearing, fine seat, and bright-faced appearance of 1,000 and more young American men were so good to see. An hour later another troop went by, smaller in numbers, perhaps 300 men. They too looked like serviceable men, campaigners used to field and fight. July 3rd. This forenoon, for more than an hour, again long strings of cavalry, several regiments, very fine men and horses, 4 or 5 abreast. I saw them in 14th Street, coming in town from north. Several hundred extra horses, some of the mares with colts, trotting along. Appeared to be a number of prisoners, too. How inspiriting always the cavalry regiments! Our men are generally well mounted, feel good, are young, gay on the saddle, their blankets in a roll behind them, their sabers clanking at their sides. This noise and movement and the tramp of many horses' hoofs has a curious effect upon one. The bugles play. Presently you hear them afar off, deadened, mixed with other noises. Then, just as they had all passed, a string of ambulances commenced from the other way, moving up 14th Street, north, slowly wending along, bearing a large lot of wounded to the hospitals. End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of Specimen Days. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Specimen Days by Walt Whitman. Chapter 4. Battle of Gettysburg, July 4th. The weather today, upon the whole, is very fine, warm, but from a smart rain last night, fresh enough, and no dust, which is a great relief for this city. I saw the parade about noon, Pennsylvania Avenue, from 15th Street down toward the Capitol. There were 3 regiments of infantry, I suppose the ones doing patrol duty here, 2 or 3 societies of odd fellows, a lot of children in barouches, and a squad of policemen. A useless imposition upon the soldiers. They have work enough on their backs without piling the like of this. As I went down the avenue I saw a big, flaring placard on the bulletin board of a newspaper office announcing, "Glorious victory for the Union Army." Meade had fought Lee at Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, yesterday and day before, and repulsed him most signally, taken 3,000 prisoners, etc. I afterwards saw Meade's despatch, very modest, and a sort of order of the day from the President himself, quite religious, giving thanks to the Supreme, and calling on the people to do the same. I walked on to the Armory Hospital, took along with me several bottles of blackberry and cherry syrup, good and strong but innocent. Went through several of the wards, announced to the soldiers the news from Meade, and gave them all a drink of the syrup with ice water, quite refreshing, prepared it all myself, and served it around. Meanwhile the Washington bells are ringing their sundown peals for 4th of July, and the usual fusillades of boys' pistols, crackers, and guns. A cavalry camp. I am writing this, nearly sundown, watching a cavalry company, acting signal service, just come in through a shower, making their night's camp ready on some broad vacant ground, a sort of hill, in full view opposite my window. There are the men in their yellow striped jackets. All are dismounted, the freed horses stand with drooping heads and wet sides. They are to be led off presently in groups to water. The little wall tents and shelter tents spring up quickly. I see the fires already blazing, and pots and kettles over them. Some among the men are driving in tent poles, wielding their axes with strong, slow blows. I see great huddles of horses, bundles of hay, groups of men, some with unbuckled sabres yet on their sides, a few officers, piles of wood, the flames of the fires, saddles, harness, etc. The smoke streams upward, additional men arrive and dismount, some drive in stakes and tie their horses to them, some go with buckets for water, some are chopping wood, and so on. July 6th. A steady rain, dark and thick and warm. A train of 6 mule wagons has just passed bearing pontoons, great square-end flatboats, and the heavy planking for overlaying them. We hear that the Potomac above here is flooded, and are wondering whether Lee will be able to get back across again, or whether Meade will indeed break him to pieces. The cavalry camp on the hill is a ceaseless field of observation for me. This forenoon there stand the horses, tethered together, dripping, steaming, chewing their hay. The men emerge from their tents, dripping also. The fires are half quenched. July 10th. Still the camp opposite, perhaps 50 or 60 tents. Some of the men are cleaning their sabres, pleasant to-day, some brushing boots, some laying off, reading, writing, some cooking, some sleeping. On long temporary cross-sticks back of the tents are cavalry accoutrements. Blankets and overcoats are hung out to air. There are the squads of horses tethered, feeding, continually stamping and whisking their tails to keep off flies. I sit long in my third-story window and look at the scene. 100 little things going on, peculiar objects connected with the camp that could not be described, any one of them justly, without much minute drawing and coloring in words. A New York soldier. This afternoon, July 22nd, I have spent a long time with Oscar F. Wilbur, Company G, 154th New York, low with chronic diarrhea, and a bad wound also. He asked me to read him a chapter in the New Testament. I complied, and asked him what I should read. He said, "Make your own choice." I opened at the close of one of the first books of the Evangelists, and read the chapters describing the latter hours of Christ, and the scenes at the crucifixion. The poor, wasted young man asked me to read the following chapter also, how Christ rose again. I read very slowly, for Oscar was feeble. It pleased him very much, yet the tears were in his eyes. He asked me if I enjoyed religion. I said, "Perhaps not, my dear, in the way you mean, and yet, maybe, it is the same thing." He said, "It is my chief reliance." He talked of death, and said he did not fear it. I said, "Why, Oscar, don't you think you will get well?" He said, "I may, but it is not probable." He spoke calmly of his condition. The wound was very bad, it discharged much. Then the diarrhea had prostrated him, and I felt that he was even then the same as dying. He behaved very manly and affectionate. The kiss I gave him as I was about leaving he returned fourfold. He gave me his mother's address, Mrs. Sally D. Wilbur, Allegheny Post Office, Cattaraugus County, New York. I had several such interviews with him. He died a few days after the one just described. Homemade music. August 8th. Tonight, as I was trying to keep cool, sitting by a wounded soldier in Armory Square, I was attracted by some pleasant singing in an adjoining ward. As my soldier was asleep, I left him, and entering the ward where the music was, I walked half-way down and took a seat by the cot of a young Brooklyn friend, S.R., badly wounded in the hand at Chancellorsville, and who has suffered much, but at that moment in the evening was wide awake and comparatively easy. He had turned over on his left side to get a better view of the singers, but the mosquito curtains of the adjoining cots obstructed the sight. I stepped round and looped them all up, so that he had a clear show, and then sat down again by him, and looked and listened. The principal singer was a young lady nurse of one of the wards, accompanying on a melodeon, and joined by the lady nurses of other wards. They sat there, making a charming group, with their handsome healthy faces, and standing up a little behind them were some 10 or 15 of the convalescent soldiers, young men, nurses, etc., with books in their hands, singing. Of course it was not such a performance as the great soloists at the New York Opera House take a hand in, yet I am not sure but I received as much pleasure under the circumstances, sitting there, as I have had from the best Italian compositions, expressed by world-famous performers. The men lying up and down the hospital in their cots, some badly wounded, some never to rise thence, the cots themselves with their drapery of white curtains, and the shadows down the lower and upper parts of the ward, then the silence of the men, and the attitudes they took, the whole was a sight to look around upon again and again. And there sweetly rose the voices up to the high, whitewashed wooden roof, and pleasantly the roof sent it all back again. They sang very well, mostly quaint old songs and declamatory hymns, to fitting tunes. Here, for instance, "My days are swiftly gliding by, and I, a pilgrim stranger, would not detain them as they fly, those hours of toil and danger. For oh, we stand on Jordan's strand, our friends are passing over, and just before the shining shore we may almost discover. We'll gird our loins, my brethren dear, our distant home discerning. Our absent Lord has left us word, let every lamp be burning. For oh, we stand on Jordan's strand, our friends are passing over, and just before the shining shore we may almost discover." Abraham Lincoln, August 12th. I see the President almost every day, as I happen to live where he passes to or from his lodgings out of town. He never sleeps at the White House during the hot season, but has quarters at a healthy location some 3 miles north of the city, the Soldiers' Home, a United States military establishment. I saw him this morning about 8:30 coming into business, riding on Vermont Avenue, near L Street. He always has a company of 25 or 30 cavalry, with sabers drawn and held upright over their shoulders. They say this guard was against his personal wish, but he let his counselors have their way. The party makes no great show in uniform or horses. Mr. Lincoln, on the saddle, generally rides a good-sized, easy-going gray horse, is dressed in plain black, somewhat rusty and dusty, wears a stiff black hat, and looks about as ordinary in attire, etc., as the commonest man. A lieutenant with yellow straps rides at his left, and following behind, 2 by 2, come the cavalrymen, in their yellow striped jackets. They are generally going at a slow trot, as that is the pace set them by the one they wait upon. The sabers and accoutrements clank, and the entirely unornamental cortege as it trots towards Lafayette Square arouses no sensation, only some curious stranger stops and gazes. I see very plainly Abraham Lincoln's dark brown face, with the deep-cut lines, the eyes always to me with a deep latent sadness in the expression. We have got so that we exchange bows, and very cordial ones. Sometimes the President goes and comes in an open barouche. The cavalry always accompany him, with drawn sabers. Often I notice as he goes out evenings, and sometimes in the morning, when he returns early, he turns off and halts at the large and handsome residence of the Secretary of War, on K Street, and holds conference there. If in his barouche, I can see from my window he does not alight, but sits in his vehicle, and Mr. Stanton comes out to attend him. Sometimes one of his sons, a boy of 10 or 12, accompanies him, riding at his right on a pony. Earlier in the summer I occasionally saw the President and his wife, toward the latter part of the afternoon, out in a barouche, on a pleasure ride through the city. Mrs. Lincoln was dressed in complete black, with a long crape veil. The equipage is of the plainest kind, only 2 horses, and they nothing extra. They passed me once very close, and I saw the President in the face fully, as they were moving slowly, and his look, though abstracted, happened to be directed steadily in my eye. He bowed and smiled, but far beneath his smile I noticed well in the expression I have alluded to. None of the artists or pictures has caught the deep, though subtle and indirect expression of this man's face. There is something else there. One of the great portrait painters of 2 or 3 centuries ago is needed. Heated term. There has lately been much suffering here from heat. We have had it upon us now 11 days. I go around with an umbrella and a fan. I saw 2 cases of sunstroke yesterday, one in Pennsylvania Avenue and another in 7th Street. The City Railroad Company loses some horses every day. Yet Washington is having a livelier August, and is probably putting in a more energetic and satisfactory summer than ever before during its existence. There is probably more human electricity, more population to make it, more business, more light-heartedness than ever before. The armies that swiftly circumambiated from Fredericksburg, marched, struggled, fought, had out their mighty clinch and hurl at Gettysburg, wheeled, circumambiated again, returned to their ways, touching us not, either at their going or coming. And Washington feels that she has passed the worst, perhaps feels that she is henceforth mistress. So here she sits with her surrounding hills spotted with guns, and is conscious of a character and identity different from what it was 5 or 6 short weeks ago, and very considerably pleasanter and prouder. Soldiers and tops. Soldiers, 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 you meet everywhere about the city, often superb-looking men, though invalids dressed in worn uniforms, and carrying canes or crutches. I have often talks with them, occasionally quite long and interesting. One, for instance, will have been all through the peninsula under McClellan, narrates to me the fights, the marches, the strange, quick changes of that eventful campaign, and gives glimpses of many things untold in any official reports or books or journals. These, indeed, are the things that are genuine and precious. The man was there, has been out 2 years, has been through a dozen fights. The superfluous flesh of talking is long worked off him, and he gives me little but the hard meat and sinew. I find it refreshing, these hardy, bright, intuitive, American young men, experienced soldiers with all their youth. The vocal play and significance moves one more than books. Then there hangs something majestic about a man who has borne his part in battles, especially if he is very quiet regarding it when you desire him to unbosom. I am continually lost at the absence of blowing and blowers among these old young American militaires. I have found some man or other who has been in every battle since the war began, and have talked with them about each one in every part of the United States, and many of the engagements on the rivers and harbors too. I find men here from every state in the Union without exception. There are more Southerners, especially border state men, in the Union Army than is generally supposed. I now doubt whether one can get a fair idea of what this war practically is, or what genuine America is, and her character, without some such experience as this I am having. Death of a Wisconsin officer. Another characteristic scene of that dark and bloody 1863, from notes of my visit to Armory Square Hospital, one hot but pleasant summer day. In Ward H we approached the cot of a young lieutenant of one of the Wisconsin regiments. Tread the bare floorboard lightly here, for the pain and panting of death are in this cot. I saw the lieutenant when he was first brought here from Chancellorsville, and have been with him occasionally from day to day and night to night. He had been getting along pretty well till night before last, when a sudden hemorrhage that could not be stopped came upon him, and today it still continues at intervals. Notice that water pail by the side of the bed, with a quantity of blood and bloody pieces of muslin nearly full, that tells the story. The poor young man is struggling painfully for breath, his great dark eyes with the glaze already upon them, and the choking, faint, but audible in his throat. An attendant sits by him, and will not leave him till the last, yet little or nothing can be done. He will die here in an hour or two, without the presence of kith or kin. Meantime the ordinary chat and business of the ward a little way off goes on indifferently. Some of the inmates are laughing and joking, others are playing checkers or cards, others are reading, etc. I have noticed, through most of the hospitals, that as long as there is any chance for a man, no matter how bad he may be, the surgeon and nurses work hard, sometimes with curious tenacity, for his life, doing everything and keeping somebody by him to execute the doctor's orders, and minister to him every minute, day and night. See that screen there? As you advance through the dusk of early candlelight, a nurse will step forth on tiptoe, and silently but imperiously forbid you to make any noise, or perhaps to come near at all. Some soldier's life is flickering there, suspended between recovery and death. Perhaps at this moment the exhausted frame has just fallen into a light sleep that a step might shake. You must retire. The neighbouring patients must move in their stocking feet. I have been several times struck with such marked efforts, everything bent to save a life from the very grip of the destroyer. But when that grip is once firmly fixed, leaving no hope or chance at all, the surgeon abandons the patient. If it is a case where stimulus is any relief, the nurse gives milk punch or brandy, or whatever is wanted ad libitum. There is no fuss made. Not a bit of sentimentalism or whining have I seen about a single deathbed in a hospital or on the field, but generally impassive indifference. All is over, as far as any efforts can avail. It is useless to expend emotions or labours. While there is a prospect, they strive hard. At least, most surgeons do. But death certain and evident, they yield the field. Note: Mr. Garfield, in the House of Representatives, April 15, '79. Do gentlemen know that, leaving out all the border states, there were 50 regiments and 7 companies of white men in our army fighting for the Union from the states that went into rebellion? Do they know that from the single state of Kentucky more Union soldiers fought under our flag than Napoleon took into the Battle of Waterloo? More than Wellington took with all the Allied armies against Napoleon? Do they remember that 186,000 colored men fought under our flag against the rebellion and for the Union, and that of that number 90,000 were from the states which went into rebellion? Hospitals Ensemble. August, September, and October, '63. I am in the habit of going to all, and to Fairfax Seminary, Alexandria, and over Longbridge to that great convalescent camp. The journals publish a regular directory of them, a long list. As a specimen of almost any one of the larger of these hospitals, you fancy to yourself a space of 3 to 20 acres of ground, on which are grouped 10 or 12 very large wooden barracks, with perhaps a dozen or 20, and sometimes more than that number, small buildings, capable altogether of accommodating from 500 to 1,000 or 1,500 persons. Sometimes these wooden barracks or wards, each of them perhaps from 100 to 150 feet long, ranged in a straight row, evenly fronting the street; others are planned so as to form an immense V, and others again are ranged around a hollow square. They make altogether a huge cluster, with the additional tents, extra wards for contagious diseases, guard-houses, sutler's stores, chaplain's house. In the middle will probably be an edifice devoted to the offices of the surgeon in charge and the ward surgeons, principal attachés, clerks, etc. The wards are either lettered alphabetically, Ward G, Ward K, or else numerically, 1, 2, 3, etc. Each has its ward surgeon and corps of nurses. Of course there is, in the aggregate, quite a muster of employees, and over all the surgeon in charge. Here in Washington, when these army hospitals are all filled, as they have been already several times, they contain a population more numerous in itself than the whole of Washington of 10 or 15 years ago. Within sight of the Capitol, as I write, there are some 30 or 40 such collections, at times holding from 50 to 70,000 men. Looking from any eminence and studying the topography in my rambles, I use them as landmarks. Through the rich august verdure of the trees, I see that white group of buildings off yonder in the outskirts, then another cluster half a mile to the left of the first, then another a mile to the right, and another a mile beyond, and still another between us and the first. Indeed, we can hardly look in any direction but these clusters are dotting the landscape and environs. That little town, as you might suppose it, off there on the brow of the hill, is indeed a town, but of wounds, sickness, and death. It is Finley Hospital, northeast of the city on Kendall Green, as it used to be called. That other is Campbell Hospital. Both are large establishments. I have known these two alone to have from 2,000 to 2,500 inmates. Then there is Carver Hospital, larger still, a walled and military city regularly laid out, and guarded by squads of sentries. Again, off east, Lincoln Hospital, a still larger one, and half a mile further, Emory Hospital. Still sweeping the eye around the river towards Alexandria, we see to the right the locality where the convalescent camp stands, with its 5, 8, or sometimes 10,000 inmates. Even all these are but a portion. The Harewood, Mount Pleasant, Armory Square, Judiciary Hospitals are some of the rest, and all large collections. A Silent Night Ramble. October 20th. Tonight, after leaving the hospital at 10 o'clock, I had been on self-imposed duty some 5 hours, pretty closely confined, I wandered a long time around Washington. The night was sweet, very clear, sufficiently cool, a voluptuous half-moon, slightly golden, the space near it of a transparent blue-gray tinge. I walked up Pennsylvania Avenue, and then to 7th Street, and a long while around the Patent Office. Somehow it looked rebukingly strong, majestic, there in the delicate moonlight. The sky, the planets, the constellations all so bright, so calm, so expressively silent, so soothing after these hospital scenes. I wandered to and fro till the moist moon set, long after midnight. Spiritual characters among the soldiers. Every now and then, in hospital or camp, there are beings I meet, specimens of unworldliness, disinterestedness, and animal purity and heroism, perhaps some unconscious Indianan, or from Ohio or Tennessee, on whose birth the calmness of heaven seems to have descended, and whose gradual growing up, whatever the circumstances of work life or change, or hardship, or small or no education that attended it, the power of a strange spiritual sweetness, fibre and inward health, have also attended. Something veiled and abstracted is often a part of the manners of these beings. I have met them, I say, not seldom in the army, in camp, and in the hospitals. The Western regiments contain many of them. They are often young men, obeying the events and occasions about them, marching, soldiering, riding, foraging, cooking, working on farms or at some trade before the war, unaware of their own nature. As to that, who is aware of his own nature? Their companions only understanding that they are different from the rest, more silent, something odd about them, and apt to go off and meditate and muse in solitude. Cattle droves about Washington. Among other sights are immense droves of cattle with their drivers, passing through the streets of the city. Some of the men have a way of leading the cattle by a peculiar call, a wild, pensive hoot, quite musical, prolonged, indescribable, sounding something between the cooing of a pigeon and the hoot of an owl. I like to stand and look at the side of one of these immense droves, a little way off, as the dust is great. There are always men on horseback, cracking their whips and shouting, the cattle low, some obstinate ox or steer attempts to escape, then a lively scene, the mounted men, always excellent riders and on good horses, dash after the recusant, and wheel and turn, a dozen mounted drovers, their great slouched, broad-brimmed hats, very picturesque, another dozen on foot, everybody covered with dust, long goads in their hands, an immense drove of perhaps 1,000 cattle, the shouting, hooting, movement, etc. Hospital perplexity. To add to other troubles, amid the confusion of this great army of the sick, it is almost impossible for a stranger to find any friend or relative, unless he has the patient's specific address to start upon. Besides the directory printed in the newspapers here, there are 1 or 2 general directories of the hospitals kept at Provost's headquarters, but they are nothing like complete. They are never up to date, and as things are, with the daily streams of coming and going and changing, cannot be. I have known cases, for instance, such as a farmer coming here from northern New York to find a wounded brother, faithfully hunting around for a week, and then compelled to leave and go home without getting any trace of him. When he got home, he found a letter from the brother giving the right address. Down at the front. Culpeper, Virginia, February, 1864. Here I am front pretty well down toward the extreme front. 3 or 4 days ago General S., who is now in chief command, I believe Meade is absent or sick, moved a strong force southward from camp as if intending business. They went to the Rapidan. There has since been some maneuvering and a little fighting, but nothing of consequence. The telegraphic accounts given Monday morning last make entirely too much of it, I should say. What General S. intended we here know not, but we trust in that competent commander. We were somewhat excited, but not so very much either, on Sunday, during the day and night, as orders were sent out to pack up and harness, and be ready to evacuate, to fall backwards towards Washington. But I was very sleepy, and went to bed. Some tremendous shouts arousing me during the night, I went forth and found it was from the men above mentioned, who were returning. I talked with some of the men. As usual, I found them full of gaiety, endurance, and many fine little outshows, the signs of the most excellent good manliness of the world. It was a curious sight to see those shadowy columns moving through the night. I stood unobserved in the darkness and watched them long. The mud was very deep. The men had their usual burdens, overcoats, knapsacks, guns, and blankets. Along and along they filed by me, with often a laugh, a song, a cheerful word, but never once a murmur. It may have been odd, but I never before so realized the majesty and reality of the American people en masse. It fell upon me like a great awe. The strong ranks moved neither fast nor slow. They had marched 7 or 8 miles already through the slipping, unctuous mud. The brave First Corps stopped here. The equally brave Third Corps moved on to Brandy Station. The famous Brooklyn 14th are here, guarding the town. You see their red legs actively moving everywhere. Then they have a theatre of their own here. They give musical performances, nearly everything done capitally. Of course the audience is a jam. It is good sport to attend one of these entertainments of the 14th. I like to look around at the soldiers and the general collection in front of the curtain more than the scene on the stage. Paying the bounties. One of the things to note here now is the arrival of the paymaster with his strong box, and the payment of bounties to veterans re-enlisting. Major H. is here today, with a small mountain of greenbacks, rejoicing the hearts of the 2nd Division of the First Corps. In the midst of a rickety shanty, behind a little table, sit the Major and Clerk Eldridge, with the rolls before them, and much money. A re-enlisted man gets in cash about 200 down, and heavy installments following, as the paydays arrive, one after another. The show of the men crowding around is quite exhilarating. I like to stand and look. They feel elated, their pockets full, and the ensuing furlough, the visit home. It is a scene of sparkling eyes and flushed cheeks. The soldier has many gloomy and harsh experiences, and this makes up for some of them. Major H. is ordered to pay first all the re-enlisted men of the First Corps their bounties and back pay, and then the rest. You hear the peculiar sound of the rustling of the new and crisp greenbacks by the hour, through the nimble fingers of the Major and my friend Clerk E. Rumors, changes, etc. About the excitement of Sunday, and the orders to be ready to start, I have heard since that the said orders came from some cautious minor commander, and that the high principalities knew not and thought not of any such move, which is likely. The rumor and fear here intimated a long circuit by Lee, and flank attack on our right. But I cast my eyes at the mud, which was then at its deepest and palmiest condition, and retired composedly to rest. Still, it is about time for Culpeper to have a change. Authorities have chased each other here like clouds in a stormy sky. Before the first Bull Run this was the rendezvous and camp of instruction of the secession troops. I am stopping at the house of a lady who has witnessed all the eventful changes of the war, along this route of contending armies. She is a widow, with a family of young children, and lives here with her sister in a large, handsome house. A number of army officers board with them. Virginia. Dilapidated, fenceless, and trodden with war as Virginia is, wherever I move across her surface, I find myself roused to surprise and admiration. What capacity for products, improvements, human life, nourishment, and expansion! Everywhere that I have been in the Old Dominion, the subtle mockery of that title now, such thoughts have filled me. The soil is yet far above the average of any of the northern states. And how full of breadth the scenery! Everywhere distant mountains, everywhere convenient rivers. Even yet prodigal in forest woods, and surely eligible for all the fruits, orchards, and flowers. The skies and atmosphere most luscious, as I feel certain, from more than a year's residence in the state, and movements hither and yon. I should say very healthy as a general thing. Then a rich and elastic quality, by night and by day. The sun rejoices in his strength, dazzling and burning, and yet to me never unpleasantly weakening. It is not the panting tropical heat, but invigorates. The north tempers it. The nights are often unsurpassable. Last evening, February 8th, I saw the first of the new moon, the outlined old moon clear along with it, the sky and air so clear, such transparent hues of color it seemed to me I had never really seen the new moon before. It was the thinnest cut crescent possible. It hung delicate just above the sulky shadow of the blue mountains. Ah, if it might prove an omen and good prophecy for this unhappy state. Summer of 1864. I am back again in Washington, on my regular duty and nightly rounds. Of course there are many specialties. Dotting a ward here and there are always cases of poor fellows, long suffering under obstinate wounds, or weak and disheartened from typhoid fever or the like, marked cases, needing special and sympathetic nourishment. These I sit down and either talk to or silently cheer them up. They always like it hugely, and so do I. Each case has its peculiarities, and needs some new adaptation. I have learnt to thus conform, learnt a good deal of hospital wisdom. Some of the poor young chaps, away from home for the first time in their lives, hunger and thirst for affection. This is sometimes the only thing that will reach their condition. The men like to have a pencil and something to write in. I have given them cheap pocket diaries, and almanacs for 1864, underleaved with blank paper. For reading I generally have some old pictorial magazines or story papers. They are always acceptable. Also the morning or evening papers of the day. The best books I do not give, but lend to read through the wards, and then take them to others, and so on. They are very punctual about returning the books. In these wards, or on the field, as I thus continue to go round, I have come to adapt myself to each emergency, after its kind or call, however trivial, however solemn, every one justified and made real under its circumstances, not only visits and cheering talk and little gifts, not only washing and dressing wounds. I have met some cases where the patient is unwilling any one should do this but me, but passages from the Bible, expounding them, prayer at the bedside, explanations of doctrine, etc. I think I see my friends smiling at this confession, but I was never more earnest in my life. In camp and everywhere, I was in the habit of reading or giving recitations to the men. They were very fond of it, and liked declamatory poetical pieces. We would gather in a large group by ourselves, after supper, and spend the time in such readings, or in talking, and occasionally by an amusing game called the game of 20 questions. End of Chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of Specimen Days. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sarah Jennings. Specimen Days by Walt Whitman. Chapter 5. A new army organization fit for America. It is plain to me out of the events of the war, North and South, and out of all considerations, that the current military theory, practice, rules, and organizations, adopted from Europe from the feudal institutes, with, of course, the modern improvements, largely from the French, though tacitly followed, and believed in by the officers generally, are not at all consonant with the United States, nor our people, nor our days. What it will be I know not, but I know that as entire an abnegation of the present military system, and the naval too, and a building up from radically different root bases and centres appropriate to us, must eventually result, as that our political system has resulted and become established different from feudal Europe, and built up on itself from original, perennial, democratic premises. We have undoubtedly in the United States the greatest military power, an exhaustless, intelligent, brave, and reliable rank and file, in the world, any land, perhaps all lands. The problem is to organize this in the manner fully appropriate to it, to the principles of the Republic, and to get the best service out of it. In the present struggle, as already seen and reviewed, probably 3/4 of the losses, men, lives, etc., have been sheer superfluity, extravagance, waste. Death of a hero. I wonder if I could ever convey to another, to you, for instance, reader dear, the tender and terrible realities of such cases, many, many happened, as the one I am now going to mention. Stuart C. Glover, Company E, 5th Wisconsin, was wounded May 5th, in one of those fierce tussles of the wilderness. Died May 21st, aged about 20. He was a small and beardless young man, a splendid soldier, in fact almost an ideal American of his age. He had served nearly 3 years, and would have been entitled to his discharge in a few days. He was in Hancock's corps. The fighting had about ceased for the day, and the general commanding the brigade rode by and called for volunteers to bring in the wounded. Glover responded among the first, went out gaily, but while in the act of bearing in a wounded sergeant to our lines, was shot in the knee by a rebel sharpshooter. Consequence, amputation and death. He had resided with his father, John Glover, an aged and feeble man in Batavia, Genesee County, New York, but was at school in Wisconsin after the war broke out, and there enlisted. Soon took to soldier life, liked it, was very manly, was beloved by officers and comrades. He kept a little diary, like so many of the soldiers. On the day of his death he wrote the following in it: "Today the doctor says I must die. All is over with me. Ah, so young to die." On another blank leaf he penciled to his brother: "Dear brother Thomas, I have been brave but wicked. Pray for me." Hospital scenes, incidents. It is Sunday afternoon, middle of summer, hot and oppressive, and very silent through the ward. I am taking care of a critical case, now lying in a half lethargy. Near where I sit is a suffering rebel, from the 8th Louisiana. His name is Irving. He has been here a long time, badly wounded, and lately had his leg amputated. It is not doing very well. Right opposite me is a sick soldier boy, lain down with his clothes on, sleeping, looking much wasted, his pallid face on his arm. I see by the yellow trimming on his jacket that he is a cavalry boy. I step softly over and find by his card that he is named William Cone, of the 1st Maine Cavalry, and his folks live in Skowhegan. Ice cream treat. One hot day toward the middle of June, I gave the inmates of Carver Hospital a general ice cream treat, purchasing a large quantity, and under convoy of the doctor or head nurse, going around personally through the wards to see to its distribution. An incident. In one of the rights before Atlanta, a rebel soldier of large size, evidently a young man, was mortally wounded top of the head, so that his brains partially exuded. He lived 3 days, lying on his back on the spot where he first dropped. He dug with his heel in the ground during that time a hole big enough to put in a couple of ordinary knapsacks. He just lay there in the open air, and with little intermission kept his heel going night and day. Some of our soldiers then moved him to a house, but he died in a few minutes. Another. After the battles at Columbia, Tennessee, where we repulsed about a score of vehement rebel charges, they left a great many wounded on the ground, mostly within our range. Whenever any of these wounded attempted to move away by any means, generally by crawling off, our men without exception brought them down by a bullet. They let none crawl away, no matter what his condition. A Yankee soldier. As I turned off the avenue one cool October evening into 13th Street, a soldier with knapsack and overcoat stood at the corner inquiring his way. I found he wanted to go part of the road in my direction, so we walked on together. We soon fell into conversation. He was small and not very young, and a tough little fellow, as I judged in the evening light, catching glimpses by the lamps we passed. His answers were short but clear. His name was Charles Carroll. He belonged to one of the Massachusetts regiments, and was born in or near Lynn. His parents were living, but were very old. There were 4 sons, and all had enlisted. 2 had died of starvation and misery in the prisons at Andersonville, and 1 had been killed in the West. He only was left. He was now going home, and by the way he talked I inferred that his time was nearly out. He made great calculations on being with his parents to comfort them the rest of their days. Union prisoners south. Michael Stansbury, 48 years of age, a seafaring man, a Southerner by birth and raising, formerly captain of U.S. lightship Long Shoal, stationed at Long Shoal Point, Pamlico Sound. Though a Southerner, a firm Union man, was captured February 17, 1863, and has been nearly 2 years in the Confederate prisons. Was at one time ordered released by Governor Vance, but a rebel officer re-arrested him. Then sent on to Richmond for exchange, but instead of being exchanged was sent down, as a Southern citizen, not a soldier, to Salisbury, North Carolina, where he remained until lately, when he escaped among the exchanged by assuming the name of a dead soldier, and coming up via Wilmington with the rest. Was about 16 months in Salisbury. Subsequent to October '64, there were about 11,000 Union prisoners in the stockade, about 100 of them Southern Unionists, 200 U.S. deserters. During the past winter, 1,500 of the prisoners, to save their lives, joined the Confederacy, on condition of being assigned merely to guard duty. Out of the 11,000, not more than 2,500 came out. 500 of these were pitiable, helpless wretches. The rest were in a condition to travel. There were often 60 dead bodies to be buried in the morning. The daily average would be about 40. The regular food was a meal of corn, the cob and husk ground together, and sometimes once a week a ration of sorghum molasses. A diminutive ration of meat might possibly come once a month, not oftener. In the stockade containing 11,000 men, there was a partial show of tents, not enough for 2,000. A large proportion of the men lived in holes in the ground, in the utmost wretchedness. Some froze to death, others had their hands and feet frozen. The rebel guards would occasionally, and on the least pretence, fire into the prison for mere demonism and wantonness. All the horrors that can be named, starvation, lassitude, filth, vermin, despair, swift loss of self-respect, idiocy, insanity, and frequent murder, were there. Stansbury has a wife and child living in Newburn, has written to them from here, is in the U.S. lighthouse employ still, had been home to Newburn to see his family, and on his return to the ship was captured in his boat, has seen men brought there to Salisbury as hardy as you ever see in your life, in a few weeks completely dead gone, much of it from thinking on their condition, hope all gone, has himself a hard, sad, strangely deadened kind of look, as of one chilled for years in the cold and dark, where his good manly nature had no room to exercise itself. Deserters, October 24th. Saw a large squad of our own deserters, over 300, surrounded with a cordon of armed guards, marching along Pennsylvania Avenue. The most motley collection I ever saw, all sorts of rig, all sorts of hats and caps, many fine-looking young fellows, some of them shamefaced, some sickly, most of them dirty, shirts very dirty and long-worn, etc. They tramped along without order, a huge huddling mass, not in ranks. I saw some of the spectators laughing, but I felt like anything else but laughing. These deserters are far more numerous than would be thought. Almost every day I see squads of them, sometimes 2 or 3 at a time, with a small guard, sometimes 10 or 12, under a larger one. I hear that desertions from the army now in the field have often averaged 10,000 a month. One of the commonest sights in Washington is a squad of deserters. A glimpse of war's hell scenes. In one of the late movements of our troops in the valley, near Upperville, I think, a strong force of Mosby's mounted guerrillas attacked a train of wounded, and the guard of cavalry convoying them. The ambulances contained about 60 wounded, quite a number of them officers of rank. The rebels were in strength, and the capture of the train and its partial guard after a short snap was effectually accomplished. No sooner had our men surrendered than the rebels instantly commenced robbing the train and murdering their prisoners, even the wounded. Here is the scene, or a sample of it, 10 minutes after. Among the wounded officers in the ambulances were one, a lieutenant of regulars, and another of higher rank. These two were dragged out on the ground on their backs, and were now surrounded by the guerrillas, a demoniac crowd, each member of which was stabbing them in different parts of their bodies. One of the officers had his feet pinned firmly to the ground by bayonets stuck through them and thrust into the ground. These 2 officers, as afterwards found on examination, had received about 20 such thrusts, some of them through the mouth, face, etc. The wounded had all been dragged, to give a better chance also for plunder, out of the wagons. Some had been effectually dispatched, and their bodies were lying there lifeless and bloody. Others, not yet dead, but horribly mutilated, were moaning or groaning. Of our men who surrendered, most had been thus maimed or slaughtered. At this instant a force of our cavalry, who had been following the train at some interval, charged suddenly upon the sea-catched captors, who proceeded at once to make the best escape they could. Most of them got away, but we gobbled 2 officers and 17 men in the very acts just described. The sight was one which admitted of little discussion, as may be imagined. The 17 captured men and 2 officers were put under guard for the night, but it was decided there and then that they should die. The next morning the 2 officers were taken in the town, separate places, put in the center of the street, and shot. The 17 men were taken to an open ground a little one side. They were placed in a hollow square, half encompassed by 2 of our cavalry regiments, one of which regiments had 3 days before found the bloody corpses of 3 of their men, hamstrung and hung up by the heels to limbs of trees by Mosby's guerrillas, and the other had not long before had 12 men, after surrendering, shot and then hung by the neck to limbs of trees, and jeering inscriptions pinned to the breast of one of the corpses, who had been a sergeant. Those 3 and those 12 had been found, I say, by these environing regiments. Now, with revolvers, they formed the grim cordon of the 17 prisoners. The latter were placed in the midst of the hollow square, unfastened, and the ironical remark made to them that they were now to be given a chance for themselves. A few ran for it, but what use? From every side the deadly pills came. In a few minutes the 17 corpses strewed the hollow square. I was curious to know whether some of the Union soldiers, some few, some 1 or 2 at least of the youngsters, did not abstain from shooting on the helpless men. Not one. There was no exultation, very little said, almost nothing, yet every man there contributed his shot. Multiply the above by scores, aye, hundreds, verify it in all the forms that different circumstances, individuals, places could afford. Light it with every lurid passion, the wolf's, the lion's lapping thirst for blood, the passionate boiling volcanoes of human revenge for comrades, brothers slain, with the light of burning farms and heaps of smutting, smouldering black embers, and in the human heart everywhere black, worse, embers, and you have an inkling of this war. Gifts, money, discrimination. As a very large proportion of the wounded came up from the front without a cent of money in their pockets, I soon discovered that it was about the best thing I could do to raise their spirits and show them that somebody cared for them, and practically felt a fatherly or brotherly interest in them, to give them small sums in such cases, using tact and discretion about it. I am regularly supplied with funds for this purpose by good women and men in Boston, Salem, Providence, Brooklyn, and New York. I provide myself with a quantity of bright new 10-cent and 5-cent bills, and when I think it incumbent, I give 25 or 30 cents, or perhaps 50 cents, and occasionally a still larger sum to some particular case. As I have started this project, I take opportunity to ventilate the financial question. My supplies, altogether voluntary, mostly confidential, often seeming quite providential, were numerous and varied. For instance, there were 2 distant and wealthy ladies, sisters, who sent regularly, for 2 years, quite heavy sums, enjoining that their names should be kept secret. The same delicacy was indeed a frequent condition. From several I had carte blanche. Many were entire strangers. From these sources, during from 2 to 3 years, in the manner described, in the hospitals, I bestowed, as almoner for others, many, many thousands of dollars. I learned one thing conclusively, that beneath all the ostensible greed and heartlessness of our times, there is no end to the generous benevolence of men and women in the United States, when once sure of their object. Another thing became clear to me. While cash is not amiss to bring up the rear, tact and magnetic sympathy and unction are, and ever will be, sovereign still. Items from my notebooks. Some of the half-erased and not over-legible when made memoranda of things wanted by one patient or another will convey quite a fair idea. D.S.G., bed 52, wants a good book. Has a sore, weak throat. Would like some horehound candy. Is from New Jersey, 28th Regiment. C.H.L., 145th Pennsylvania. Lies in bed 6, with jaundice and erysipelas. Also wounded. Stomach easily nauseated. Bring him some oranges. Also a little tart jelly. Hearty, full-blooded young fellow. He got better in a few days and is now home on a furlough. J.H.G., bed 24, wants an undershirt, drawers, and socks. Has not had a change for quite a while. Is evidently a neat, clean boy from New England. I supplied him, also with a comb, toothbrush, and some soap and towels. I noticed afterwards he was the cleanest of the whole ward. Mrs. G., lady nurse, Ward F., wants a bottle of brandy. Has 2 patients imperatively requiring stimulus, low with wounds and exhaustion. I supplied her with a bottle of first-rate brandy from the Christian Commission rooms. A case from 2nd Bull Run. Well, poor John Mahay is dead. He died yesterday. His was a painful and long-lingering case. See page 24. I have been with him at times for the past 15 months. He belonged to Company A, 101st New York, and was shot through the lower region of the abdomen at Second Bull Run, August, '62. One scene at his bedside will suffice for the agonies of nearly 2 years. The bladder had been perforated by a bullet going entirely through him. Not long since, I sat a good part of the morning by his bedside, Ward E, Armory Square. The water ran out of his eyes from the intense pain, and the muscles of his face were distorted, but he uttered nothing except a low groan now and then. Hot moist cloths were applied, and relieved him somewhat. Poor Mahay, a mere boy in age, but old in misfortune. He never knew the love of parents, was placed in infancy in one of the New York charitable institutions, and subsequently bound out to a tyrannical master in Sullivan County, the scars of whose cowhide and club remained yet on his back. His wound here was a most disagreeable one, for he was a gentle, cleanly, and affectionate boy. He found friends in his hospital life, and indeed was a universal favorite. He had quite a funeral ceremony. Army Surgeons, Aid Deficiencies. I must bear my most emphatic testimony to the zeal, manliness, and professional spirit and capacity generally prevailing among the surgeons, many of them young men, in the hospitals and the army. I will not say much about the exceptions, for they are few, but I have met some of those few, and very incompetent and airish they were. I never ceased to find the best men and the hardest and most disinterested workers among the surgeons in the hospitals. They are full of genius, too. I have seen many hundreds of them, and this is my testimony. There are, however, serious deficiencies, wastes, sad want of system, in the commissions, contributions, and in all the voluntary, and a great part of the governmental, nursing, edibles, medicines, stores, etc. I do not say surgical attendance, because the surgeons cannot do more than human endurance permits. Whatever puffing accounts there may be in the papers of the North, this is the actual fact. No thorough previous preparation, no system, no foresight, no genius. Always plenty of stores, no doubt, but never where they are needed, and never the proper application. Of all harrowing experiences, none is greater than that of the days following a heavy battle. Scores, hundreds of the noblest men on earth, uncomplaining, lie helpless, mangled, faint, alone, and so bleed to death, or die from exhaustion, either actually untouched at all, or merely the laying of them down and leaving them, when there ought to be means provided to save them. The blue everywhere. This city, its suburbs, the Capitol, the front of the White House, the places of amusement, the avenue, and all the main streets, swarm with soldiers this winter, more than ever before. Some are out from the hospitals, some from the neighboring camps, etc. One source or another, they pour plenteously, and make, I should say, the marked feature in the human movement and costume appearance of our national city. Their blue pants and overcoats are everywhere. The clump of crutches is heard up the stairs of the paymasters' offices, and there are characteristic groups around the doors of the same, often waiting long and wearily in the cold. Toward the latter part of the afternoon, you see the furloughed men, sometimes singly, sometimes in small squads, making their way to the Baltimore depot. At all times, except early in the morning, the patrol detachments are moving around, especially during the earlier hours of evening, examining passes and arresting all soldiers without them. They do not question the one-legged or men badly disabled and maimed, but all others are stopped. They also go around evenings through the auditoriums of the theaters, and make officers and all show their passes or other authority for being there. A Model Hospital. Sunday, January 29th, 1865. Have been in Armory Square this afternoon. The wards are very comfortable, new floors and plaster walls, and models of neatness. I am not sure but this is a model hospital after all, in important respects. I found several sad cases of old lingering wounds. One Delaware soldier, William H. Millis, from Bridgeville, whom I had been with after the battles of the Wilderness last May, where he received a very bad wound in the chest, with another in the left arm, and whose case was serious, pneumonia had set in, all last June and July, I now find well enough to do light duty. For 3 weeks at the time mentioned he just hovered between life and death. End of chapter 5.
Section 6. Specimen Days. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Lucy Burgoyne. Specimen Days by Walt Whitman. Section 6. Boys in the Army. As I walked home about sunset, I saw in 14th Street a very young soldier, thinly clad, standing near the house I was about to enter. I stopped a moment in front of the door and called him to me. I knew that an old Tennessee regiment and also an Indiana regiment were temporarily stopping in new barracks near 14th Street. This boy I found belonged to the Tennessee regiment, but I could hardly believe he carried a musket. He was but 15 years old, yet had been 12 months soldier, and had borne his part in several battles, even historic ones. I asked him if he did not suffer from the cold, and if he had no overcoat. No, he did not suffer from cold, and had no overcoat, but could draw one whenever he wished. His father was dead, and his mother living in some part of East Tennessee. All the men were from that part of the country. The next forenoon I saw the Tennessee and Indiana regiments marching down the avenue. My boy was with the former, stepping along with the rest. There were many other boys no older. I stood and watched them as they tramped along with slow, strong, heavy, regular steps. There did not appear to be a man over 30 years of age, and a large proportion were from 15 to perhaps 22 or 23. They had all the look of veterans, worn, stained, impassive, and a certain unbent, lounging gait, carrying in addition to their regular arms and knapsacks, frequently a frying pan, broom, etc. They were all of pleasant physiognomy, no refinement, nor blanched with intellect, but as my eye picked them, moving along, rank by rank, there did not seem to be a single repulsive, brutal or markedly stupid face among them. Burial of a lady nurse. Here is an incident just occurred in one of the hospitals. A lady named Miss or Mrs. Billings, who has long been a practical friend of soldiers, and nurse in the army, and had become attached to it in a way that no one can realize but him or her who has had experience, was taken sick early this winter, lingered some time, and finally died in the hospital. It was her request that she should be buried among the soldiers, and after the military method. This request was fully carried out. Her coffin was carried to the grave by the soldiers, with the usual escort, buried, and a salute fired over the grave. This was at Annapolis a few days since. Female nurses for soldiers. There are many women in one position or another among the hospitals, mostly as nurses here in Washington, and among the military stations, quite a number of them young ladies acting as volunteers. They are a help in certain ways, and deserve to be mentioned with respect. Then it remains to be distinctly said that few or no young ladies, under the irresistible conventions of society, answer the practical requirements of nurses for soldiers. Middle-aged or healthy and good-conditioned elderly women, mothers of children, are always best. Many of the wounded must be handled. 100 things which cannot be gainsaid must occur and must be done. The presence of a good middle-aged or elderly woman, the magnetic touch of hands, the expressive features of the mother, the silent soothing of her presence, her words, her knowledge and privileges arrived at only through having had children, are precious and final qualifications. It is a natural faculty that is required. It is not merely having a genteel young woman at a table in a ward. One of the finest nurses I met was a red-faced, illiterate old Irish woman. I have seen her take the poor wasted naked boys so tenderly up in her arms. There are plenty of excellent clean old black women that would make tip-top nurses. Southern Escapees. February 23, '65. I saw a large procession of young men from the rebel army. Deserters they are called, but the usual meaning of the word does not apply to them. Passing the avenue today, there were nearly 200, come up yesterday by boat from James River. I stood and watched them as they shuffled along, in a slow, tired, worn sort of way, a large proportion of light-haired, blonde, light grey-eyed young men among them. Their costumes had a dirt-stained uniformity. Most had been originally grey. Some had articles of our uniform, pants on, vest or coat on another. I think they were mostly Georgia and North Carolina boys. They excited little or no attention, as I stood quite close to them, several good-looking enough youths, but oh, what a tale of misery their appearance told. Nodded or just spoke to me, without doubt divining pity and fatherliness out of my face, for my heart was full enough of it. Several of the couples trudged along, with their arms about each other, some probably brothers, as if they were afraid they might somehow get separated. They nearly all looked what one might call simple, yet intelligent too. Some had pieces of old carpet, some blankets, and other old bags around their shoulders. Some of them here and there had fine faces, still it was a procession of misery. The 200 had with them about half a dozen armed guards. Along this week I saw some such procession, more or less in numbers every day, as they were brought up by the boat. The government does what it can for them, and sends them north and west. February 27. Some 300 or 400 more escapees from the Confederate Army came up on the boat. As the day has been very pleasant indeed, after a long spell of bad weather, I have been wandering around a good deal, without any other object than to be outdoors and enjoy it. Have met these escaped men in all directions. Their apparel is the same ragged, long-worn motley as before described. I talked with a number of the men. Some are quite bright and stylish, for all their poor clothes, walking with an air, wearing their old head coverings on one side, quite saucily. I find the old unquestionable proofs, as all along the past 4 years, of the unscrupulous tyranny exercised by the succession government in conscripting the common people by absolute force everywhere, and paying no attention whatever to the men's time being up, keeping them in military service just the same. One gigantic young fellow, a Georgian, at least 6 feet 3 inches high, broad-sized in proportion, attired in the dirtiest drab, well-smeared rags, tied with strings, his trousers at the knees all strips and streamers, was complacently standing eating some bread and meat. He appeared contented enough. Then a few minutes after I saw him slowly walking along. It was plain he did not take anything to heart. February 28. As I passed the military headquarters of the city, not far from the President's house, I stopped to interview some of the crowd of escapees who were lounging there. In appearance they were the same as previously mentioned. 2 of them, one about 17, and the other perhaps 25 or 6, I talked with some time. They were from North Carolina, born and raised there, and had folks there. The elder had been in the rebel service 4 years. He was first conscripted for 2 years. He was then kept arbitrarily in the ranks. This is the case with a large proportion of the secession army. There was nothing downcast in these young men's manners. The younger had been soldiering about a year. He was conscripted. There were 6 brothers, all the boys of the family, in the army, part of them as conscripts, part as volunteers. 3 had been killed, 1 had escaped about 4 months ago, and now this one had got away. He was a pleasant and well-talking lad, with a peculiar North Carolina idiom, not at all disagreeable to my ears. He and the elder one were of the same company, and escaped together, and wished to remain together. They thought of getting transportation away to Missouri, and working there, but were not sure it was judicious. I advised them rather to go to some of the directly northern states, and get farm work for the present. The younger had made $6 on the boat, with some tobacco he brought. He had 3½ left. The elder had nothing. I gave him a trifle. Soon after, met John Wormley, 9th Alabama, a West Tennessee raised boy, parents both dead, and the look of one for a long time on short allowance, said very little, chewed tobacco at a fearful rate, spitting in proportion, large clear dark brown eyes, very fine, didn't know what to make of me, told me at last he wanted much to get some clean underclothes, and a pair of decent pants, didn't care about coat or hat fixings, wanted a chance to wash himself well, and put on the underclothes. I had the very great pleasure of helping him to accomplish all those wholesome designs. March 1st. Plenty more butternut or clay-coloured escapees every day. About 160 came in today, a large portion South Carolinians. They generally take the oath of allegiance, and are sent north, west, or extreme south-west if they wish. Several of them told me that the desertions in their army of men going home, leave or no leave, are far more numerous than their desertions to our side. I saw a very forlorn looking squad of about 100, late this afternoon, on their way to the Baltimore depot. The Capitals by gaslight. Tonight I have been wandering a while in the Capitol, which is all lit up. The illuminated rotunda looks fine. I like to stand aside and look a long, long while up at the dome. It comforts me somehow. The House and Senate were both in session till very late. I looked in upon them, but only a few moments. They were hard at work on tax and appropriation bills. I wandered through the long and rich corridors and apartments under the Senate, an old habit of mine, former winters, and now more satisfaction than ever. Not many persons down there, occasionally a flitting figure in the distance. The Inauguration. March 4th. The President very quietly rode down to the Capitol in his own carriage, by himself, on a sharp trot, about noon, either because he wished to be on hand to sign bills, or to get rid of marching in line with the absurd procession, the Muslim Temple of Liberty and Plasterboard Monitor. I saw him on his return, at 3 o'clock, after the performance was over. He was in his plain 2-horse barouche, and looked very much worn and tired. The lines, indeed, of vast responsibilities, intricate questions, and demands of life and death, cut deeper than ever upon his dark brown face, yet all the old goodness, tenderness, sadness, and canny shrewdness, underneath the furrows. I never see the man without feeling that he is one to become personally attached to, for his combination of purest heartiest tenderness, and native western form of manliness. By his side sat his little boy of 10 years. There were no soldiers, only a lot of civilians on horseback, with huge yellow scarfs over their shoulders, riding around the carriage. At the inauguration 4 years ago, he rode down and back again surrounded by a dense mass of armed cavalry men 8 deep, with drawn sabres, and there were sharpshooters stationed at every corner on the route. I ought to make mention of the closing levee of Saturday night last. Never before was such a compact jam in front of the White House, all the grounds filled, and away out to the spacious sidewalks. I was there, as I took a notion to go, was in the rush inside with the crowd, surged along the passageways, the blue and other rooms, and through the great East Room. Crowds of country people, some very funny. Fine music from the Marine Band, off in a side place. I saw Mr. Lincoln, dressed all in black, with white kid gloves and a claw hammer coat, receiving, as in duty bound, shaking hands, looking very disconsolate, and as if he would give anything to be somewhere else. Attitude of foreign governments during the war. Looking over my scraps, I find I wrote the following during 1864. The happening to our America, abroad as well as at home, these years, is indeed most strange. The Democratic Republic has paid her today the terrible and resplendent compliment of the united wish of all the nations of the world that her union should be broken, her future cut off, and that she should be compelled to descend to the level of kingdoms and empires ordinarily great. There is certainly not one government in Europe but is now watching the war in this country, with the ardent prayer that the United States may be effectually split, crippled, and dismembered by it. There is not one but would help toward the dismemberment if it dared. I say such is the ardent wish today of England and of France, as governments, and of all the nations of Europe, as governments. I think indeed it is today the real, heartfelt wish of all the nations of the world, with the single exception of Mexico, the only one to whom we have ever really done wrong, and now the only one who prays for us and for our triumph with genuine prayer. It is not indeed strange. America, made up of all, cheerfully from the beginning opening her arms to all, the result and justifier of all, of Britain, Germany, France and Spain, all here, the acceptor, the friend, hope, last resource and general house of all, she who has harmed none, but been bounteous to so many, to millions, the mother of strangers and exiles, all nations, should now, I say, be paid this dread compliment of general governmental fear and hatred. Are we indignant, alarmed? Do we feel jeopardized? No helped, braced, concentrated rather? We are all too prone to wander from ourselves, to affect Europe, and watch her frowns and smiles. We need this hot lesson of general hatred, and henceforth must never forget it. Never again will we trust the moral sense nor abstract friendliness of a single government of the whole world. The weather, does it sympathize with these times? Whether the rains, the heat and cold, and what underlies them all, are affected with what affects man in masses, and follow his play of passionate action, strain stronger than usual, and on a larger scale than usual, whether this, or not, is as certain that there is now, and has been for 20 months or more, on this American continent north, many a remarkable, many an unprecedented expression of the subtile world of air above us and around us. There, since this war, and the wide and deep national agitation, strange analogies, different combinations, at different sunlight, or absence of it, different products even out of the ground. After every great battle a great storm, even civic events the same. On Saturday last, a forenoon like whirling demons, dark, with slanting rain, full of rage, and then the afternoon, so calm, so bathed with flooding splendour from heaven's most excellent sun, with atmosphere of sweetness, so clear, it showed the stars, long before they were due. As the President came out on the Capitol portico, a curious little white cloud, the only one in that part of the sky, appeared like a hovering bird right over him. Indeed, the heavens, the elements, all the meteorological influences, have run riot for weeks past. Such caprices, abruptest alternation of frowns and beauty, I never knew. It is a common remark that, as last summer was different in its spells of intense heat from any preceding it, the winter just completed has been without parallel. It has remained so down to the hour I am writing. Much of the daytime of the past month was sulky, with leaden heaviness, fog, interstices of bitter cold, and some insane storms. But there have been samples of another description. Nor earth nor sky ever knew spectacles of superber beauty than some of the nights lately here. The western star, Venus, in the earlier hours of evening, has never been so large, so clear. It seems as if it told something, as if it held rapport indulgent with humanity, with us Americans. 5 or 6 nights since, it hung close by the moon, then a little past its first quarter. The star was wonderful, the moon like a young mother. The sky dark blue, the transparent night, the planets, the moderate west wind, the elastic temperature, the miracle of that great star, and the young and swelling moon swimming in the west, suffused the soul. Then I heard, slow and clear, the deliberate notes of a bugle come up out of the silence, sounding so good through the night's mystery. No hurry, but firm and faithful, floating along, rising, falling leisurely, with here and there a long-drawn note. The bugle, well played, sounding tattoo, in one of the army hospitals near here, where the wounded, some of them personally so dear to me, are lying in their cots, and many a sick boy come down to the war from Illinois, Michigan, Wisconsin, Iowa, and the rest. Inauguration Ball, March 6. I have been up to look at the dance and supper rooms for the inauguration ball at the Patent Office, and I could not help thinking what a different scene they presented to my view a while since, filled with a crowded mass of the worst wounded of the war, brought in from Second Bull Run, Antietam, and Fredericksburg. To-night beautiful women, perfumes, the violin sweetness, the polka and the waltz, then the amputation, the blue face, the groan, the glassy eye of the dying, the clotted rag, the odour of wounds and blood, and many a mother's son amid strangers, passing away untended there, for the crowd of the badly hurt was great, and much for nurse to do, and much for surgeon. Scene at the Capitol. I must mention a strange scene at the Capitol, the Hall of Representatives, the morning of Saturday last, March 4th. The day just dawned, but in half darkness, everything dim, leaden and soaking. In that dim light, the members nervous from long-drawn duty, exhausted, some asleep, and many half asleep. The gas light, mixed with the dingy daybreak, produced an unearthly effect. The poor little sleepy, stumbling pages, the smell of the hall, the members with heads leaning on their desks, the sounds of the voices speaking, with unusual intonations, the general moral atmosphere also of the close of this important session, the strong hope that the war is approaching its close, the tantalizing dread lest the hope may be a false one, the grandeur of the hall itself, with its effect of vast shadows up towards the panels and spaces over the galleries, all made a marked combination. In the midst of this, with the suddenness of a thunderbolt, burst one of the most angry and crashing storms of rain and hail ever heard. It beat like a deluge on the heavy glass roof of the hall, and the wind literally howled and roared. For a moment, and no wonder, the nervous and sleeping representatives were thrown into confusion. The slumberers awaked with fear. Some started for the doors, some looked up with blanched cheeks and lips to the roof, and the little pages began to cry. It was a scene. But it was over almost as soon as the drowsy men were actually awake. They recovered themselves. The storm raged on, beating, dashing, and with loud noises at times. But the house went ahead with its business then, I think, as calmly and with as much deliberation as at any time in its career. Perhaps the shock did it good. One is not without impression, after all, amid these members of Congress, of both the Houses, that if the flat routine of their duties should ever be broken in upon by some great emergency involving real danger, and calling for first-class personal qualities, those qualities would be found generally forthcoming, and from men not now credited with them. A Yankee Antique. March 27, 1865. Sergeant Calvin F. Harlow, Company C, 29, Massachusetts, 3rd Brigade, 1st Division, 9th Corps, a marked sample of heroism and death, some may say bravado, but I say heroism, of grandest, oldest order. In the late attack by the rebel troops, and temporary capture by them, of Fort Stedman at night, the fort was surprised at dead of night. Suddenly awakened from their sleep, and rushing from their tents, Harlow, with others, found himself in the hands of the Secesh. They demanded his surrender. He answered, "Never while I live." Of course it was useless. The others surrendered. The odds were too great. Again he was asked to yield, this time by a rebel captain. Though surrounded and quite calm, he again refused, called sternly to his comrades to fight on, and himself attempted to do so. The rebel captain then shot him, but at the same instant he shot the captain. Both fell together mortally wounded. Harlow died almost instantly. The rebels were driven out in a very short time. The body was buried next day, but soon taken up and sent home, Plymouth County, Mass. Harlow was only 22 years of age, was a tall, slim, dark-haired, blue-eyed young man, had come out originally with the 29th, and that is the way he met his death, after 4 years' campaign. He was in the 7 days' fight before Richmond, in 2nd Bull Run, Antietam, 1st Fredericksburg, Vicksburg, Jackson, Wilderness, and the campaigns following, was as good a soldier as ever wore the blue, and every old officer in the regiment will bear that testimony. Though so young, and in a common rank, he had a spirit as resolute and brave as any hero in the books, ancient or modern. It was too great to say the words, "I surrender," and so he died. When I think of such things, knowing them well, all the vast and complicated events of the war, on which history dwells and makes its volumes, fall aside, and for the moment at any rate I see nothing but young Calvin Harlow's figure in the night, disdaining to surrender. Wounds and diseases. The war is over, but the hospitals are fuller than ever, from former and current cases. A large majority of the wounds are in the arms and legs, but there is every kind of wound, in every part of the body. I should say of the sick, from my observation, that the prevailing maladies are typhoid fever, and the camp fevers generally, diarrhea, catarrhal affections and bronchitis, rheumatism and pneumonia. These forms of sickness lead, all the rest follow. There are twice as many sick as there are wounded. The deaths range from 7 to 10% of those under treatment. Footnote: in the U.S. Surgeon General's office since, there is a formal record and treatment of 153, 142 cases of wounds by government surgeons. What must have been the number unofficial, indirect to say nothing of the Southern armies? Death of President Lincoln. April 1665. I find in my notes of the time this passage on the death of Abraham Lincoln. He leaves for America's history and biography, so far, not only its most dramatic reminiscence. He leaves, in my opinion, the greatest, best, most characteristic, artistic, moral personality. Not but that he had faults, and showed them in the presidency, but honesty, goodness, shrewdness, conscience, and a new virtue unknown to other lands, and hardly yet really known here, but the foundation and tie of all, as the future will grandly develop. Unionism, in its truest and amplest sense, formed the hard pan of his character. These he sealed with his life. The tragic splendour of his death, purging, illuminating all, throws round his form, his head, an aureole that will remain and will grow brighter through time, while history lives, and love of country lasts. By many has this union been helped, but if one name, one man, must be picked out, he, most of all, is the conservator of it to the future. He was assassinated, but the Union is not assassinated. Carrera, one falls and another falls. The soldier drops, sinks like a wave, but the ranks of the ocean eternally press on. Death does its work, obliterates 100, 1,000, president, general, captain, private, but the nation is immortal. End of section 6.
Chapter 7 of Specimen Days. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Jaquay. Specimen Days by Walt Whitman. Chapter 7. Sherman's Army's Jubilation, Its Sudden Stoppage. When Sherman's armies, long after they left Atlanta, were marching through South and North Carolina, after leaving Savannah, the news of Lee's capitulation having been received, the men never moved a mile without from some part of the line sending up continued, inspiriting shouts. At intervals all day long sounded out the wild music of those peculiar army cries. They would be commenced by one regiment or brigade, immediately taken up by others, and at length whole corps and armies would join in these wild triumphant choruses. It was one of the characteristic expressions of the Western troops and became a habit, serving as a relief and outlet to the men, a vent for their feelings of victory, returning peace, etc. Morning, noon, and afternoon, spontaneous, for occasion or without occasion, these huge, strange cries, differing from any other, echoing through the open air for many a mile, expressing youth, joy, wildness, irrepressible strength, and the ideas of advance and conquest, sounded along the swamps and uplands of the South, floating to the skies. There never were men that kept in better spirits in danger or defeat. What then could they do in victory? Said one of the 15th Corps to me afterwards. This exuberance continued till the armies arrived at Raleigh. There the news of the President's murder was received. Then no more shouts or yells for a week. All the marching was comparatively muffled. It was very significant, hardly a loud word or laugh in many of the regiments. A hush and silence pervaded all. No good portrait of Lincoln. Probably the reader has seen physiognomies, often old farmers, sea captains, and such, that, behind their homeliness, or even ugliness, held superior points so subtle, yet so palpable, making the real life of their faces almost as impossible to depict as a wild perfume or fruit taste, or a passionate tone of the living voice. And such was Lincoln's face, the peculiar color, the lines of it, the eyes, mouth, expression. Of technical beauty it had nothing, but to the eye of a great artist it furnished a rare study, a feast and fascination. The current portraits are all failures, most of them caricatures. Released Union prisoners from South. The released prisoners of war are now coming up from the Southern prisons. I have seen a number of them. The sight is worse than any sight of battlefields, or any collection of wounded, even the bloodiest. There was, as a sample, one large boatload, of several hundreds, brought about the 25th to Annapolis, and out of the whole number only 3 individuals were able to walk from the boat. The rest were carried ashore and laid down in one place or another. Can those be men, those little, livid, brown, ash-streaked, monkey-looking dwarfs? Are they really not mummied, dwindled corpses? They lay there, most of them quite still, but with a horrible look in their eyes and skinny lips, often with not enough flesh on the lips to cover their teeth. Probably no more appalling sight was ever seen on this earth. There are deeds, crimes that may be forgiven, but this is not among them. It steeps its perpetrators in blackest, escapeless, endless damnation. Over 50,000 have been compelled to die the death of starvation. Reader, did you ever try to realize what starvation actually is in those prisons, and in a land of plenty? An indescribable meanness, tyranny, aggravating course of insults, almost incredible, was evidently the rule of treatment through all the Southern military prisons. The dead there are not to be pitied as much as some of the living that come from there, if they can be called living. Many of them are mentally imbecile, and will never recuperate. Note: from a review of Andersonville, a story of Southern military prisons, published serially in the Toledo Blade in 1879, and afterwards in book form. Quote, "There is a deep fascination in the subject of Andersonville, for that Golgotha, in which lie the whitening bones of 13,000 gallant young men, represents the dearest and costliest sacrifice of the war for the preservation of our national unity. It is a type, too, of its class. Its more than 100 hecatombs of dead represent several times that number of their brethren, for whom the prison gates of Belle Isle, Danville, Salisbury, Florence, Columbia, and Cahaba opened only in eternity. There are few families in the North who have not at least one dear relative or friend among these 60,000 whose sad fortune it was to end their service for the Union by lying down and dying for it in a Southern prison pen. The manner of their death, the horrors that clustered thickly around every moment of their existence, the loyal, unfaltering steadfastness with which they endured all that fate had brought them, has never been adequately told. It was not with them as with their comrades in the field, whose every act was performed in the presence of those whose duty it was to observe such matters and report them to the world. Hidden from the view of their friends in the North by the impenetrable veil which the military operations of the rebels drew around their so-called Confederacy, the people knew next to nothing of their career or their sufferings. Thousands died there less heeded even than the hundreds who perished on the battlefield. Grant did not lose as many men killed outright in the terrible campaign from the Wilderness to the James River, 43 days of desperate fighting, as died in July and August at Andersonville. Nearly twice as many died in that prison as fell from the day that Grant crossed the Rapidan till he settled down in the trenches before Petersburg. More than 4 times as many Union dead lie under the solemn soughing pines about that forlorn little village in southern Georgia than mark the course of Sherman from Chattanooga to Atlanta. The nation stands aghast at the expenditure of life which attended the 2 bloody campaigns of 1864, which virtually crushed the Confederacy, but no one remembers that more Union soldiers died in the rear of the rebel lines than were killed in the front of them. The great military events which stamped out the rebellion drew attention away from the sad drama which starvation and disease played in those gloomy pens in the far recesses of somber southern forests." From a letter of Johnny Bouquet in New York Tribune, March 27, '81. I visited Salisbury, North Carolina, the prison pen or the site of it, from which nearly 11,000 victims of Southern politicians were buried, being confined in a pen without shelter, exposed to all the elements could do, to all the disease-hurting animals together could create, and to all the starvation and cruelty an incompetent and intense caitiff government could accomplish. From the conversation and almost from the recollection of the Northern people this place has dropped. But not so in the gossip of the Salisbury people, nearly all of whom say that the half was never told, that such was the nature of habitual outrage here, that when federal prisoners escaped, the townspeople harbored them in their barns, afraid the vengeance of God would fall on them, to deliver even their enemies back to such cruelty. Said one man at the Boyden House, who joined in the conversation one evening, "There were often men buried out of that prison pen still alive. I have the testimony of a surgeon that he had seen them pulled out of the dead cart with their eyes open and taking notice, but too weak to lift a finger. There was not the least excuse for such treatment, as the Confederate government had seized every sawmill in the region, and could just as well have put up shelter for these prisoners as not, wood being plentiful here. It will be hard to make any honest man in Salisbury say that there was the slightest necessity for those prisoners having to live in old tents, caves, and holes half full of water. Representations were made to the Davis government against the officers in charge of it, but no attention was paid to them. Promotion was the punishment for cruelty there. The inmates were skeletons. Hell could have no terrors for any man who died there, except the inhuman keepers." Death of a Pennsylvania Soldier. Frank H. Irwin, Company E, 93rd Pennsylvania, died May 1, '65. My letter to his mother. Dear Madam, no doubt you and Frank's friends have heard the sad fact of his death in hospital here, through his uncle or the lady from Baltimore who took his things. I have not seen them, only heard of them visiting Frank. I will write you a few lines as a casual friend that sat by his deathbed. Your son, Corporal Frank H. Irwin, was wounded near Fort Fisher, Virginia, March 25, 1865. The wound was in the left knee, pretty bad. He was sent up to Washington, was received in Ward C, Armory Square Hospital, March 28th. The wound became worse, and on the 4th of April the leg was amputated a little above the knee. The operation was performed by Dr. Bliss, one of the best surgeons in the Army. He did the whole operation himself. There was a good deal of bad matter gathered. The bullet was found in the knee. For a couple of weeks afterwards he was doing pretty well. I visited and sat by him frequently, as he was fond of having me. The last 10 or 12 days of April I saw that his case was critical. He previously had some fever with cold spells. The last week in April he was much of the time flighty, but always mild and gentle. He died 1st of May. The actual cause of death was pyemia, the absorption of the matter in the system instead of its discharge. Frank, as far as I saw, had everything requisite in surgical treatment, nursing, etc. He had watches much of the time. He was so good and well-behaved and affectionate, I myself liked him very much. I was in the habit of coming in afternoons and sitting by him, and soothing him, and he liked to have me, liked to put his arm out and lay his hand on my knee, would keep it so a long while. Toward the last he was more restless and flighty at night, often fancying himself with his regiment. By his talk sometimes seemed as if his feelings were hurt by being blamed by his officers for something he was entirely innocent of. Said, I never in my life was thought capable of such a thing, and never was. At other times he would fancy himself talking as it seemed to children or such like, his relatives, I suppose, and giving them good advice. Would talk to them a long while. All the time he was out of his head, not one single bad word or idea escaped him. It was remarked that many a man's conversation in his senses was not half as good as Frank's delirium. He seemed quite willing to die. He had become very weak and had suffered a good deal, and was perfectly resigned, poor boy. I do not know his past life, but I feel as if it must have been good. At any rate, what I saw of him here, under the most trying circumstances, with a painful wound, and among strangers, I can say that he behaved so brave, so composed, and so sweet and affectionate, it could not be surpassed. And now, like many other noble and good men, after serving his country as a soldier, he has yielded up his young life at the very outset in her service. Such things are gloomy, yet there is a text, God doeth all things well, the meaning of which after due time appears to the soul. I thought perhaps a few words, though from a stranger, about your son, from one who is with him at the last, might be worth while, for I loved the young man, though I but saw him immediately to lose him. I am merely a friend visiting the hospitals occasionally to cheer the wounded and sick. W.W. The Armies Returning. May 7, Sunday. Today, as I was walking a mile or two south of Alexandria, I fell in with several large squads of the returning Western Army, Sherman's men as they called themselves. About 1,000 in all, the largest portion of them half sick, some convalescents, on their way to a hospital camp. These fragmentary excerpts, with the unmistakable Western physiognomy and idioms, crawling along slowly, after a great campaign blown this way, as it were, out of their latitude, I marked with curiosity, and talked with off and on for over an hour. Here and there was one very sick, but all were able to walk except some of the last who had given out, and were seated on the ground, faint and despondent. These I tried to cheer, told them the camp they were to reach was only a little way further over the hill, and so got them up and started, accompanying some of the worst a little way and helping them, or putting them under the support of stronger comrades. May 21. Saw General Sheridan and his cavalry today. A strong, attractive sight. The men were mostly young, a few middle-aged, superb-looking fellows, brown, spare, keen, with well-worn clothing, many with pieces of waterproof cloth around their shoulders, hanging down. They dashed along pretty fast, in wide, close ranks, all spattered with mud, no holiday soldiers, brigade after brigade. I could have watched for a week. Sheridan stood on a balcony under a big tree, coolly smoking a cigar. His looks and manner impressed me favorably. May 22. Having been taking a walk along Pennsylvania Avenue and 7th Street North. The city is full of soldiers, running around loose. Officers everywhere, of all grades. All have the weather-beaten look of practical service. It is a sight I never tire of. All the armies are now here, or portions of them, for tomorrow's review. You see them swarming like bees everywhere. The Grand Review. For 2 days now the broad spaces of Pennsylvania Avenue along to Treasury Hill, and so by detour around to the President's house, and so up to Georgetown, and across the Aqueduct Bridge have been alive with a magnificent sight, the returning armies. In their wide ranks stretching clear across the avenue, I watched them march or ride along at a brisk pace, through 2 whole days, infantry, cavalry, artillery, some 200,000 men. Some days afterwards 1 or 2 other corps, and then still afterwards a good part of Sherman's immense army, brought up from Charleston, Savannah, etc. Western Soldiers. May 26 to 27. The streets, the public buildings and grounds of Washington still swarm with soldiers from Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, Missouri, Iowa, and all the western states. I am continually meeting and talking with them. They often speak to me first, and always show great sociability, and glad to have a good interchange of chat. These Western soldiers are more slow in their movements, and in their intellectual quality also, have no extreme alertness. They are larger in size, have a more serious physiognomy, are continually looking at you as they pass in the street. They are largely animal, and handsomely so. During the war I have been at times with the 14th, 15th, 17th, and 20th Corps. I always feel drawn toward the men, and like their personal contact when we are crowded close together, as frequently these days in the streetcars. They all think the world of General Sherman, call him Old Bill or sometimes Uncle Billy. A Soldier on Lincoln. May 28. As I sat by the bedside of a sick Michigan soldier in hospital today, a convalescent from the adjoining bed rose and came to me, and presently we began talking. He was a middle-aged man, belonged to the 2nd Virginia Regiment, but lived in Racine, Ohio, and had a family there. He spoke of President Lincoln and said, "The war is over, and many are lost, and now we have lost the best, the fairest, the truest man in America. Take him altogether, he was the best man this country ever produced. It was quite a while I thought very different, but some time before the murder, that's the way I have seen it." There was deep earnestness in the soldier. I found upon further talk that he had known Mr. Lincoln personally, and quite closely, years before. He was a veteran, was now in the 5th year of his service, was a cavalryman, and had been in a good deal of hard fighting. 2 brothers, one south, one north. May 28–29. I stayed tonight a long time by the bedside of a new patient, a young Baltimorean, aged about 19 years, WSP, 2nd Maryland, Southern. Very feeble, right leg amputated, can't sleep hardly at all. Has taken a great deal of morphine, which, as usual, is costing more than it comes to. Evidently very intelligent and well bred, very affectionate, held on to my hand and put it by his face, not willing to let me leave. As I was lingering, soothing him in his pain, he says to me suddenly, "I hardly think you know who I am. I do not wish to impose upon you. I am a rebel soldier." I said I did not know that, but it made no difference. Visiting him daily for about 2 weeks after that while he lived, death had marked him, and he was quite alone. I loved him much, always kissed him, and he did me. In an adjoining ward I found his brother, an officer of rank, a Union soldier, a brave and religious man, Colonel Clifton K. Prentice, 6th Maryland Infantry, 6th Corps, wounded in one of the engagements at Petersburg, April 2. Lingered, suffered much, died in Brooklyn, August 20, '65. It was in the same battle both were hit. One was a strong Unionist, the other secesh. Both fought on their respective sides, both badly wounded, and both brought together here after a separation of 4 years. Each died for his cause. Some sad cases yet. May 31. James H. Williams, aged 21, 3rd Virginia Cavalry. About as marked a case of a strong man brought low by a complication of diseases, laryngitis, fever, debility, and diarrhea, as I have ever seen. Has superb physique, remains swarthy yet, and flushed and red with fever, is altogether flighty, flesh of his great breast and arms tremulous, and pulse pounding away with treble quickness. Lies a good deal of the time in a partial sleep, but with low muttering and groans, a sleep in which there is no rest. Powerful as he is, and so young, he will not be able to stand many more days of the strain and sapping heat of yesterday and today. His throat is in a bad way, tongue and lips parched. When I ask him how he feels, he is able just to articulate, "I feel pretty bad yet, old man," and looks at me with his great bright eyes. Father, John Williams, Millensport, Ohio. June 9–10. I have been sitting late tonight by the bedside of a wounded captain, a special friend of mine, lying with a painful fracture of left leg in one of the hospitals, in a large ward partially vacant. The lights were put out, all but a little candle far from where I sat. The full moon shone in through the windows, making long, slanting, silvery patches on the floor. All was still. My friend too was silent, but could not sleep. So I sat there by him, slowly wafting the fan, and occupied with the musings that arose out of the scene. The long, shadowy ward, the beautiful ghostly moonlight on the floor, the white beds, here and there an occupant with huddled form, the bedclothes thrown off. The hospitals have a number of cases of sunstroke and exhaustion by heat from the late reviews. There are many such from the 6th Corps, from the hot parade of day before yesterday. Some of these show cost the lives of scores of men. Sunday, September 10. Visited Douglas and Stanton hospitals. They are quite full. Many of the cases are bad ones, lingering wounds, and old sickness. There is a more than usual look of despair on the countenances of many of the men. Hope has left them. I went through the wards, talking as usual. There are several here from the Confederate Army whom I had seen in other hospitals, and they recognized me. 2 were in a dying condition. Calhoun's Real Monument. In one of the hospital tents for special cases, as I sat today tending a new amputation, I heard a couple of neighboring soldiers talking to each other from their cots. One down with fever but improving had come up belated from Charleston not long before. The other was what we now call an old veteran, i.e., he was a Connecticut youth, probably of less than the age of 25 years, the 4 last of which he had spent in active service in the war in all parts of the country. The 2 were chatting of one thing and another. The fever soldier spoke of John C. Calhoun's monument, which he had seen and was describing it. The veteran said, "I have seen Calhoun's monument. That you saw is not the real monument, but I have seen it. It is the desolated, ruined South. Nearly the whole generation of young men between 17 and 30 destroyed or maimed. All the old families used up, the rich impoverished, the plantations covered with weeds, the slaves unloosed and become the masters, and the name of Southerner blackened with every shame. All that is Calhoun's real monument." Hospitals closing. October 3. There are 2 Army hospitals now remaining. I went to the largest of these, Douglas, and spent the afternoon and evening. There are many sad cases, old wounds, incurable sickness, and some of the wounded from the March and April battles before Richmond. Few realize how sharp and bloody those closing battles were. Our men exposed themselves more than usual, pressed ahead without urging. Then the Southerners fought with extra desperation. Both sides knew that with the successful chasing of the rebel cabal from Richmond, and the occupation of that city by the national troops, the game was up. The dead and wounded were unusually many. Of the wounded, the last lingering driblets have been brought to hospital here. I find many rebel wounded here, and have been extra busy today tending to the worst cases of them with the rest. October, November, and December, '65, Sundays. Every Sunday of these months visited Harewood Hospital out in the woods, pleasant and recluse, some 2½ or 3 miles north of the capital. The situation is healthy, with broken ground, grassy slopes, and patches of oak woods, the trees large and fine. It is one of the most extensive of the hospitals, now reduced to 4 or 5 partially occupied wards, the numerous others being vacant. In November this became the last military hospital kept up by the government, all the others being closed. Cases of the worst and most incurable wounds, obstinate illness, and of poor fellows who have no homes to go to, are found here. December 10, Sunday. Again spending a good part of the day at Harewood. I write this about an hour before sundown. I have walked out for a few minutes to the edge of the woods to soothe myself with the hour and scene. It is a glorious, warm, golden sunny, still afternoon. The only noise is from a crowd of cawing crows on some trees 300 yards distant. Clusters of gnats swimming and dancing in the air in all directions. The oak leaves are thick under the bare trees and give a strong and delicious perfume. Inside the wards everything is gloomy. Death is there. As I entered I was confronted by it the first thing, a corpse of a poor soldier just dead of typhoid fever. The attendants had just straightened the limbs, put coppers on the eyes, and were laying it out. The roads. A great recreation the past 3 years has been in taking long walks out from Washington, 5, 7, perhaps 10 miles and back, generally with my friend Peter Doyle, who is as fond of it as I am. Fine moonlight nights, over the perfect military roads, hard and smooth, or Sundays, we had these delightful walks, never to be forgotten. The roads connecting Washington and the numerous forts around the city made one useful result at any rate out of the war. Typical soldiers. Even the typical soldiers I have been personally intimate with. It seems to me if I were to make a list of them it would be like a city directory. Some few only have I mentioned in the foregoing pages. Most are dead, a few yet living. There is Reuben Farwell of Michigan, Little Mitch. Benton H. Wilson, color bearer, 185th New York. William Stansbury, Manville Winterstein, Ohio. Bethel Smith, Captain Sims of 51st New York, killed at Petersburg mine explosion. Captain Sam Pooley and Lieutenant Fred McCready, same regiment. Also same regiment, my brother, George W. Whitman, in active service all through, 4 years, re-enlisting twice, was promoted step by step several times immediately after battles. Lieutenant, Captain, Major, and Lieutenant Colonel, was in the actions at Roanoke, New Bern, 2nd Bull Run, Chantilly, South Mountain, Antietam, Fredericksburg, Vicksburg, Jackson, the bloody conflicts of the Wilderness, and at Spotsylvania, Cold Harbor, and afterwards round Petersburg. At one of these latter was taken prisoner and passed 4 or 5 months in Secesh military prisons, narrowly escaping with life from a severe fever, from starvation, and half-nakedness in the winter. What a history that 51st New York had. Went out early, marched, fought everywhere, was in storms at sea, nearly wrecked, stormed forts, tramped hither and yon in Virginia, night and day, summer of '62, afterwards Kentucky and Mississippi, re-enlisted, was in all the engagements and campaigns, as above. I strengthen and comfort myself much with the certainty that the capacity for just such regiments, hundreds, thousands of them, is inexhaustible in the United States, and that there isn't a country nor a township in the Republic, nor a street in any city, but could turn out, and on occasion would turn out, lots of just such typical soldiers, whenever wanted. Convulsiveness. As I have looked over the proof sheets of the preceding pages, I have once or twice feared that my diary would prove at best but a batch of convulsively written reminiscences. Well, be it so. They are but parts of the actual distraction, heat, smoke, and excitement of these times. The war itself, with the temper of society preceding it, can indeed be best described by that very word, convulsiveness. 3 years summed up. During those 3 years in hospital, camp or field, I made over 600 visits or tours, and went, as I estimate, counting all, among from 80,000 to 100,000 of the wounded and sick, as sustainer of spirit and body in some degree, in time of need. These visits varied from an hour or two to all day or night, for with dear or critical cases I generally watched all night. Sometimes I took up my quarters in the hospital, and slept or watched there several nights in succession. Those 3 years I consider the greatest privilege and satisfaction, with all their feverish excitements and physical deprivations and lamentable sights, and, of course, the most profound lesson of my life. I can say that in my ministerings I comprehended all, whoever came in my way, northern or southern, and slighted none. It aroused and brought out and decided undreamed-of depths of emotion. It has given me my most fervent views of the true ensemble and extent of the States. While I was with wounded and sick in thousands of cases from the New England states, and from New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania, and from Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, and all the western states, I was with more or less from all the states, north and south, without exception. I was with many from the border states, especially from Maryland and Virginia, and found during those lurid years 1862 to 63 far more Union Southerners, especially Tennesseans, than is supposed. I was with many rebel officers and men among our wounded, and gave them always what I had, and tried to cheer them the same as any. I was among the army teamsters considerably, and, indeed, always found myself drawn to them. Among the black soldiers, wounded or sick, and in the contraband camps, I also took my way whenever in their neighborhood, and did what I could for them. The million dead, too, summed up. The dead in this war, there they lie, strewing the fields and woods and valleys and battlefields of the South. Virginia, the Peninsula, Malvern Hill and Fair Oaks, the banks of the Chickahominy, the terraces of Fredericksburg, Antietam Bridge, the grisly ravines of Manassas, the bloody promenade of the Wilderness, the varieties of the strayed dead. The estimate of the War Department is 25,000 national soldiers killed in battle and never buried at all, 5,000 drowned, 15,000 inhumed by strangers, or on the march in haste, in hitherto unfound localities, 2,000 graves covered by sand and mud by Mississippi freshets, 3,000 carried away by caving in of banks, etc., Gettysburg, the West, Southwest, Vicksburg, Chattanooga, the trenches of Petersburg, the numberless battles, camps, hospitals everywhere, the crop reaped by the mighty reapers, typhoid, dysentery, inflammations, and blackest and loathsome of all, the dead and living burial pits, the prison pens of Andersonville, Salisbury, Belle Isle, etc. Not Dante's pictured hell in all its woes, its degradations, filthy torments, excelled those prisons. The dead, the dead, the dead, our dead, or south and north, ours all, finally dear to me, or east or west, Atlantic coast or Mississippi Valley, somewhere they crawled to die, alone, in bushes, low gullies, or on the sides of hills. There, in secluded spots, their skeletons, bleached bones, tufts of hair, buttons, fragments of clothing are occasionally found yet. Our young men once so handsome and so joyous taken from us, the son from the mother, the husband from the wife, the dear friend from the dear friend, the clusters of camp graves in Georgia, the Carolinas, and in Tennessee, the single graves left in the woods or by the roadside, hundreds, thousands obliterated. The corpses floated down the rivers and caught and lodged. Dozens, scores floated down the upper Potomac after the cavalry engagements, the pursuit of Lee following Gettysburg. Some lie at the bottom of the sea, the general million, and the special cemeteries in almost all the states, the infinite dead, the land entire saturated, perfumed with their impalpable ashes exhalation, in nature's chemistry distilled, and shall be so forever, in every future grain of wheat and ear of corn, and every flower that grows, and every breath we draw. Not only northern dead leavening southern soil, thousands, aye, tens of thousands of southerners crumble today in northern earth. And everywhere among these countless graves, everywhere in the many soldiers' cemeteries of the nation, there are now, I believe, over 70 of them, as at the time in the vast trenches, the depositories of slain, northern and southern, after the great battles, not only where the scathing trail past those years, but radiating since in all the peaceful quarters of the land, we see, and ages yet may see, on monuments and gravestones, singly or in masses, to thousands or tens of thousands, the significant word, unknown. In some of the cemeteries nearly all the dead are unknown. At Salisbury, North Carolina, for instance, the known are only 85, while the unknown are 12,027, and 11,700 of these are buried in trenches. A national monument has been put up here, by order of Congress, to mark the spot, but what visible, material monument can ever fittingly commemorate that spot? The real war will never get in the books. And so goodbye to the war. I know not how it may have been, or may be, to others. To me the main interest I found, and still on recollection find, in the rank and file of the armies, both sides, and in those specimens amid the hospitals, and even the dead on the field. To me the points illustrating the latent personal character and eligibilities of these states, in the 2 or 3 millions of American young and middle-aged men, North and South, embodied in those armies, and especially the 1/3 or 1/4 of their number stricken by wounds or disease at some time in the course of the contest, were of more significance even than the political interests involved. As so much of a race depends on how it faces death, and how it stands personal anguish and sickness, as in the glints of emotions under emergencies, and the indirect traits and asides in Plutarch, we get far profounder clues to the antique world than all its more formal history. Future years will never know the seething hell and the black infernal background of countless minor scenes and interiors, not the official surface courteousness of the generals, not the few great battles of the Secession War, and it is best they should not. The real war will never get in the books. In the mushy influences of current times, too, the fervid atmosphere and typical events of those years are in danger of being totally forgotten. I have at night watched by the side of a sick man in the hospital, one who could not live many hours. I have seen his eyes flash and burn as he raised himself and recurred to the cruelties on his surrendered brother, and mutilations of the corpse afterward. See in the preceding pages the incident at Upperville. The 17 killed as in the description were left there on the ground. After they dropped dead, no one touched them. All were made sure of, however. The carcasses were left for the citizens to bury or not as they chose. Such was the war. It was not a quadrille in a ballroom. Its interior history will not only never be written, its practicality, minutiae, of deeds and passions will never be even suggested. The actual soldier of 1862 to 65, North and South, with all his ways, his incredible dauntlessness, habits, practices, tastes, language, his fierce friendship, his appetite, rankness, his superb strength and animality, lawless gait, and 100 unnamed lights and shades of camp, I say, will never be written, perhaps must not and should not be. The preceding notes may furnish a few stray glimpses into that life, and into those lurid interiors, never to be fully conveyed to the future. The hospital part of the drama from 61 to 65 deserves indeed to be recorded. Of that many-threaded drama, with its sudden and strange surprises, its confounding of prophecies, its moments of despair, the dread of foreign interference, the interminable campaigns, the bloody battles, the mighty, encumbrous, and green armies, the drafts and bounties, the immense money expenditure, like a heavy pouring constant rain, with, over the whole land, the last 3 years of the struggle, an unending, universal mourning wail of women, parents, orphans, the marrow of the tragedy concentrated in those army hospitals, It seemed sometimes as if the whole interest of the land, north and south, was one vast central hospital, and all the rest of the affair but flanges, those forming the untold and unwritten history of the war, infinitely greater, like life's, than the few scraps and distortions that are ever told or written. Think how much, and of importance, will be, how much, civic and military, has already been, buried in the grave, in eternal darkness. End of chapter 7.
Section 8 of Specimen Days. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Specimen Days by Walt Whitman. Section 8. An interregnum paragraph. Several years now elapse before I resume my diary. I continued at Washington, working in the Attorney General's Department through '66 and '67, and some time afterward. In February of '73, I was stricken down by paralysis, gave up my desk, and migrated to Camden, New Jersey, where I lived during '74 and '75, quite unwell. But after that began to grow better. Commenced going for weeks at a time, even for months, down in the country, to a charmingly recluse and rural spot along Timber Creek, 12 or 13 miles from where it enters the Delaware River. Domiciled at the farmhouse of my friends, the Staffords, nearby, I lived half the time along this creek and its adjacent fields and lanes. And it is to my life here that I, perhaps, owe partial recovery, a sort of second wind or semi-renewal of the lease of life, from the prostration of 1874 through '75. If the notes of that outdoor life could only prove as glowing to you, reader dear, as the experience itself was to me. Doubtless, in the course of the following, the fact of invalidism will crop out. I call myself a half-paralytic these days, and reverently bless the Lord it is no worse. Between some of the lines. But I get my share of fun and healthy hours, and shall try to indicate them. The trick is, I find, to tone your wants and tastes low down enough, and make much of negatives and of mere daylight and the skies. New themes entered upon. 1876 and '77. I find the woods in mid-May and early June my best places for composition. Begin footnote. Without apology for the abrupt change of field and atmosphere, after what I have put in the preceding 50 or 60 pages, temporary episodes, thank heaven, I restore my book to the bracing and buoyant equilibrium of concrete outdoor nature, the only permanent reliance for sanity of book or human life. Who knows? I have it in my fancy, my ambition, but the pages now ensuing may carry ray of sun, or smell of grass or corn, or call of bird, or gleam of star by night, or snowflakes falling fresh and mystic, to denizen of heated city house, or tired workman or workwoman, or may be in sick room or prison, to serve as cooling breeze or nature's aroma, to some fevered mouth or latent pulse. End of footnote. Seated on logs or stumps there, or resting on rails, nearly all the falling memoranda have been jotted down. Wherever I go, indeed, winter or summer, city or country, alone at home or traveling, I must take notes. The ruling passion strong in age and disablement, and even the approach of, but I must not say it yet. Then underneath the following excerpta, crossing the T's and dotting the I's of certain moderate movements of late years. I am fain to fancy the foundations of quite a lesson learned. After you have exhausted what there is in business, politics, conviviality, love, and so on, have found that none of these finally satisfy or permanently wear, What remains? Nature remains, to bring out from their torpid recesses the affinities of a man or woman with the open air, the trees, fields, the changes of seasons, the sun by day and the stars of heaven by night. We will begin from these convictions. Literature flies so high and is so hotly spiced that our notes may seem hardly more than breaths of common air or draughts of water to drink. But that is part of our lesson. Dear, soothing, healthy restoration hours, after 3 confining years of paralysis, after the long strain of the war and its wounds and death, entering a long farm lane. As every man has his hobby liking, mine is for a real farm lane, fenced by old chestnut rails, gray-green with dabs of moss and lichen, copious weeds and briars growing in spots athwart the heaps of stray-picked stones at the fence bases, irregular paths worn between, and horse and cow tracks, all characteristic accompaniments marking and scenting the neighborhood in their seasons. Apple tree blossoms in forward April, pigs, poultry, a field of August buckwheat, and in another the long flapping tassels of maize. And so to the pond, the expansion of the creek, the secluded beautiful, with young and old trees, and such recesses and vistas. To the spring and brook. So, still sauntering on, to the spring under the willows, musical as soft clinking glasses, pouring a sizable stream, thick as my neck, pure and clear, out from its vent where the bank arches over like a great brown shaggy eyebrow or mouth roof. Gurgling ceaselessly, meaning saying something, of course, if one could only translate it. Always gurgling there the whole year through, never giving out. Oceans of mint, blackberries in summer, choice of light and shade, just the place for my July sun baths and water baths too, but mainly the inimitable soft sound gurgles of it, as I sit there hot afternoons. How they and all grow into me, day after day, everything in keeping, the wild, just palatable perfume, and the dappled leaf shadows, and all the natural medicinal elemental moral influences of the spot. Babylon, O brook, with that utterance of thine. I too will express what I have gathered in my days, and progress, native, subterranean past, and now thee, spin and wind thy way, I with thee, a little while at any rate. As I haunt thee so often, season by season, thou knowest, reckest not me, yet why be so certain, who can tell? But I will learn from thee, and dwell on thee, receive, copy, print from thee. An early summer reveille. Away then to loosen, to unstring the divine bow, so tense, so long. Away from curtain, carpet, sofa, book, from society, from city house, street, and modern improvements and luxuries, away to the primitive, winding, aforementioned wooded creek, with its untrimmed bushes and turfy banks. Away from ligatures, tight boots, buttons, and the whole cast-iron civilized life. From entourage of artificial store, machine, studio, office, parlor, from tailordom and fashion's clothes, from any clothes, perhaps, for the nonce, the summer heats advancing. There in those watery, shaded solitudes. Away, thou soul! Let me pick thee out singly, reader dear, and talk in perfect freedom, negligently, confidentially. For one day and night at least, returning to the naked source, life of us all, to the breast of the great silent savage, all acceptive mother. Alas! How many of us are so sodden, how many have wandered so far away, that return is almost impossible. But to my jottings, take them as they come, from the heap without particular selection. There is little consecutiveness in dates. They run any time within nearly 5 or 6 years. Each was carelessly penciled in the open air, at the time and place. The printers will learn this to some vexation perhaps, as much of their copy is from those hastily written first notes. Birds migrating at midnight. Did you ever chance to hear the midnight flight of birds passing through the air and darkness overhead, in countless armies changing their early or late summer habitat? It is something not to be forgotten. A friend called me up just after 12 last night to mark the peculiar noise of unusually immense flocks migrating north, rather late this year. In the silence, shadow, and delicious odor of the hour, the natural perfume belonging to the night alone, I thought it rare music. You could hear the characteristic motion, once or twice the rush of mighty wings, but often a velvety rustle, long drawn out, sometimes quite near, with continual calls and chirps, and some song notes. It all lasted from 12 till after 3. Once in a while the species was plainly distinguishable. I could make out the bobolink, tanager, Wilson's thrush, white-crowned sparrow, and occasionally from high in the air came the notes of the plover. Bumblebees. May month. Month of swarming, singing, mating birds. The bumblebee month. Month of the flowering lilacs, and then my own birth month. As I jot this paragraph, I am out just after sunrise, and down towards the creek. The lights, perfumes, melodies. The bluebirds, grassbirds, and robins in every direction. The noisy, vocal, natural concert. For undertones, a neighboring woodpecker tapping at his tree, and the distant clarion of chanticleer. Then the fresh earth smells, the colors, the delicate drabs, and thin blues of the perspective. The bright green of the grass has received an added tinge from the last 2 days' mildness and moisture. How the sun silently mounts in a broad clear sky on his day's journey, how the warm beams bathe all, and come streaming kissingly and almost hot on my face. A while since the croaking of the pond frogs, and the first white of the dogwood blossoms. Now the golden dandelions in endless profusion, spotting the ground everywhere. The white cherry and pear blows, the wild violets with their blue eyes looking up and saluting my feet as I saunter the wood edge. The rosy blush of the budding apple trees, the light clear emerald hue of the wheat fields, the darker green of the rye, a warm elasticity pervading the air, the cedar bushes profusely decked with their little brown apples, the summer fully awakening, the convocation of black birds, garrulous flocks of them gathering on some tree, and making the hour and place noisy as I sit near. Later, nature marches in procession, in sections like the corps of an army. All have done much for me, and still do. But for the last 2 days it has been the great wild bee, the humble bee, or bumble, as the children call him. As I walk, or hobble, from the farmhouse down to the creek, I traverse the before-mentioned lane, fenced by old rails with many splits, splinters, breaks, holes, etc., the choice habitat of those crooning, hairy insects. Up and down and by and between these rails they swarm and dart and fly in countless myriads. As I wend slowly along I am often accompanied with a moving cloud of them. They play a leading part in my morning, midday, or sunset rambles, and often dominate the landscape in a way I never before thought of. Fill the long lane, not by scores or hundreds only, but by thousands. Large and vivacious and swift, with wonderful momentum and a loud swelling, perpetual hum. Varied now and then by something almost like a shriek, they dart to and fro in rapid flashes, chasing each other, and, little things as they are, conveying to me a new and pronounced sense of strength, beauty, vitality, and movement. Are they in their mating season? Or what is the meaning of this plenitude, swiftness, eagerness, display? As I walked I thought I was followed by a particular swarm, but upon observation I saw that it was a rapid succession of changing swarms, one after another. As I write, I am seated under a big wild cherry tree. The warm day, tempered by partial clouds and a fresh breeze, neither too heavy nor too light, and here I sit, long and long, enveloped in the deep musical drone of these bees, flitting, balancing, darting to and fro about me by hundreds, big fellows, with light yellow jackets, great glistening swelling bodies, stumpy heads, and gauzy wings, humming their perpetual rich mellow boom. Is there not a hint in it for a musical composition, of which it should be the background, some bumblebee symphony? How it all nourishes, lulls me, in the way most needed, the open air, the rye fields, the apple orchards. The last 2 days have been faultless in sun, breeze, temperature, and everything. Never 2 more perfect days, and I have enjoyed them wonderfully. My health is somewhat better, and my spirit at peace. Yet the anniversary of the saddest loss and sorrow of my life is close at hand. Another jotting, another perfect day. Forenoon from 7 to 9, 2 hours, enveloped in sound of bumblebees and bird music. Down in the apple trees and in a neighboring cedar were 3 or 4 russet-backed thrushes, each singing his best, and rollicking in ways I never heard surpassed. 2 hours I abandoned myself to hearing them, and indolently absorbing the scene. Almost every bird I notice has a special time in the year, sometimes limited to a few days, when it sings its best, and now is the period of these russet-backs. Meanwhile, up and down the lane, the darting, droning, musical bumblebees, a great swarm again for my entourage as I return home, moving along with me as before. As I write this, 2 or 3 weeks later, I am sitting near the brook under a tulip tree, 70 feet high, thick with the fresh verdure of its young maturity, a beautiful object, every branch, every leaf, perfect. From top to bottom, seeking the sweet juice in the blossoms, it swarms with myriads of these wild bees, whose loud and steady humming makes an undertone to the whole, and to my mood and the hour. All of which I will bring to a close by extracting the following verses from Henry A. Beers's little volume. As I lay yonder in tall grass, a drunken bumblebee went past. Delirious with honey toddy, the golden sash about its body scarce kept it in his swollen belly, distent with honey-suckle jelly, rose liquor, and the sweet pea wine had filled his soul with song divine. Deep had he drunk the warm night through, his hairy thighs were wet with dew, full many an antic he had played, while the world went round through sleep and shade. Oft had he lit with thirsty lip some flower cup's nectar'd sweets to sip, when on smooth petals he would slip, or over tangled stamens trip, and headlong in the pollen rolled, crawl out quite dusted o'er with gold. Or else his heavy feet would stumble against some bud, and down he'd tumble amongst the grass, there lie and grumble in low soft bass. Poor maudlin Bumble. Cedar Apples. As I journeyed today in a light wagon 10 or 12 miles through the country, nothing pleased me more in their homely beauty and novelty. I had either never seen the little things to such advantage, or had never noticed them before, than that peculiar fruit with its profuse, clear yellow dangles of an inch-long silk or yarn, in boundless profusion spotting the dark green cedar bushes, contrasting well with their bronze tufts, the flossy shreds covering the knobs all over, like a shock of wild hair on elfin pates. On my ramble afterwards, down by the creek, I plucked one from its bush, and shall keep it. These cedar apples last only a little while, however, and soon crumble and fade. Summer Sights and Indolencies. June 10th. As I write, 5:30 p.m., here by the creek, nothing can exceed the quiet splendor and freshness around me. We had a heavy shower, with brief thunder and lightning, in the middle of the day. And since, overhead, one of those not uncommon yet indescribable skies, into quality, not details, reforms. of limpid blue, with rolling silver-fringed clouds, and a pure dazzling sun. For underlay, trees in fullness of tender foliage, liquid, reedy, long-drawn notes of birds, based by the fretful mewing of a querulous catbird and the pleasant chippering shrieks of 2 kingfishers. I have been watching the latter the last half hour, on their regular evening frolic over and in the stream. Evidently a spree of the liveliest kind, they pursue each other, whirling and wheeling around, with many a jocund downward dip, splashing the spray in jets of diamonds, and then off they swoop with slanting wings and a graceful flight, sometimes so near me I can plainly see their dark gray feathered bodies and milk-white necks. Sundown perfume, quail notes, the hermit thrush. June 19th, 4 to 6:30 p.m. Sitting alone by the creek. Solitude here, but the scene bright and vivid enough. The sun shining, and quite a fresh wind blowing, some heavy showers last night. The grass and trees looking their best. The clair obscura of different greens, shadows, half-shadows, and the dappling glimpses of the water through recesses. The wild flageolet notes of a quail near by. The just heard fretting of some hylas down there in the pond. Crows cawing in the distance. A drove of young hogs rooting in the soft ground near the oak under which I sit. Some come sniffing near me, and then scamper away with grunts. And still the clear notes of the quail, the quiver of leaf shadows over the paper as I write. The sky aloft with white clouds, and the sun well declining to the west. The swift darting of many sand swallows coming and going, their holes in a neighboring marl bunk. The odor of the cedar and oak, so palatable as evening approaches. Perfume, color, the bronze and gold of nearly ripened wheat. Clover fields with honey scent, and the well-up maize with long and rustling leaves. The great patches of thriving potatoes, dusky green flecked all over with white blossoms. The old, warty, venerable oak above me. And ever, mixed with the dual notes of the quail, the soughing of the wind through some nearby pines. As I rise for return, I linger long to a delicious song epilogue. Is it the hermit thrush? From some bushy recess off there in the swamp, repeated leisurely and pensively over and over again. This to the circle gambols of the swallows flying by dozens in concentric rings in the last rays of sunset, like flashes of some airy wheel. A July afternoon by the pond. The fervent heat, but so much more endurable in this pure air. The white and pink pond blossoms, with great heart-shaped leaves. The glassy waters of the creek, the banks with dense brushery, and the picturesque beaches and shade and turf. The tremulous, reedy call of some bird from recesses, breaking the warm, indolent, half-voluptuous silence. An occasional wasp, hornet, honey-bee, or bumble, they hover near my hand or face, yet annoy me not, nor I them, as they appear to examine, find nothing, and away they go. The vast space of sky overhead so clear, and the buzzard up there sailing his slow whirl and majestic spirals and disks, just over the surface of the pond, 2 large, slate-colored dragonflies with wings of lace, circling and darting and occasionally balancing themselves quite still, their wings quivering all the time. Are they not showing off for my amusement? The pond itself, with the sword-shaped calamus, the water snakes, occasionally a flitting blackbird with red dabs on his shoulders as he darts slantingly by. The sound that brings out the solitude, warmth, light, and shade, the quack of some pond duck. The crickets and grasshoppers are mute in the noon heat, but I hear the song of the first cicadias. Then at some distance the rattle and whir of a reaping machine as the horses draw it on a rapid walk through a rye field on the opposite side of the creek. What was that yellow or light brown bird, large as a young hen with short neck and long stretched legs I just saw, in flapping and awkward flight over there through the trees? The prevailing delicate yet palpable, spicy, grassy, clovery perfume to my nostrils. And over all, encircling all, to my sight and soul, the free space of the sky, transparent and blue, and hovering there in the west, a mass of white-gray fleecy clouds the sailors call shoals of mackerel. The sky, with silver swirls like locks of tossed hair, spreading, expanding, a vast, voiceless, formless simulacrum, yet may be the most real reality and formulator of everything, who knows? Locusts and katydids. August 22. Reedy monotones of locust, or sounds of katydid. I hear the latter at night, and the other both day and night. I thought the morning and evening warble of the birds delightful, but I find I can listen to these strange insects with just as much pleasure. A single locust is now heard, near noon, from a tree 200 feet off as I write. A long whirring, continued, quite loud noise, graded in distinct whirls, or swinging circles, increasing in strength and rapidity up to a certain point, and then a fluttering, quietly tapering fall. Each strain is continued from 1 to 2 minutes. The locust song is very appropriate to the scene, gushes, has meaning, is masculine, is like some fine old wine, not sweet, but far better than sweet. But the katydid, how shall I describe its piquant utterances? One sings from a willow tree just outside my open bedroom window, 20 yards distant. Every clear night for a fortnight past has soothed me to sleep. I rode through a piece of woods for 100 rods the other evening, and heard the katydids by myriads. Very curious for once, but I like better my single neighbor on the tree. Let me say more about the song of the locust, even to repetition, a long, chromatic, tremulous crescendo, like a brass disc, whirling round and round, emitting wave after wave of notes, beginning with a certain moderate beat or measure, rapidly increasing in speed and emphasis, reaching a point of great energy and significance, and then quickly and gracefully dropping down and out. Not the melody of the singing bird. Far from it. The common musician might think without a melody, but surely having to the finer ear a harmony of its own. Monotonous, but what a swing there is in that brassy drone, round and round, cymbaline, or like the whirring of brass quoits. The lesson of a tree. September 1st. I should not take either the biggest or the most picturesque tree to illustrate it. Here is one of my favorites now before me. A fine yellow poplar, quite straight, perhaps 90 feet high, and 4 thick at the butt. How strong, vital, enduring! How dumbly eloquent! What suggestions of imperturbability and being, as against the human trait of mere seeming! Then the qualities, almost emotional, palpably artistic, heroic, of a tree. So innocent and harmless, yet so savage. It is, yet says nothing. How it rebukes by its tough and equable serenity all weathers. This gusty tempered little whiffet, man that runs indoors at might of rain or snow. Science, or rather halfway science, scoffs at reminiscence of dryad and hamadryad, and of trees speaking. But if they don't, they do as well as most speaking, writing, poetry, sermons. Or rather, they do a great deal better. I should say, indeed, that these old dryad reminiscences are quite as true as any, and profounder than most reminiscences we get. Cut this out, as the quack mediciners say, and keep by you. Go and sit in a grove or wood, with one or more of these voiceless companions, and read the foregoing, and think. One lesson from affiliating a tree, perhaps the greatest moral lesson anyhow from earth, rocks, animals, is that same lesson of inheritancy, of what is, without the least regard to what the looker-on, the critic, supposes or says, or whether he likes or dislikes. What worse, what more general malady pervades each and all of us, our literature, education, attitude towards each other, even toward ourselves, than a morbid trouble about seems? Generally, temporarily seems, too. And no trouble at all, or hardly any, about the sane, slow-growing, perennial, real parts of character, books, friendship, marriage, humanity's invisible foundations, and hold together, as the all-basis, the nerve, the great sympathetic, the plenum within humanity, giving stamp to everything, is necessarily invisible. August 4th, 6 p.m. Lights and shades, and rare effects on tree foliage and grass, transparent greens, grays, etc., all in sunset pomp and dazzle. The clear beams are now thrown in many new places on the quilted, seamed bronze drab, lower tree trunks, shadowed except at this hour, now flooding their young and old columnar ruggedness with strong light, unfolding to my senses new amazing features of silent, shaggy charm, the solid bark, the expression of harmless impassiveness, with many a bulge and gnarl unwrecked before. In the revealing of such light, such exceptional hour, such mood, one does not wonder at the old story fables. Indeed, why fables? Of people falling into love sickness with trees, seized ecstatic with the mystic realism of the resistless silent strength in them, strength which after all is perhaps the last, completest, highest beauty. Trees I am familiar with here. Oaks, many kinds, one sturdy old fellow, vital, green, bushy, 5 feet thick at the butt, I sit under every day. Cedars plenty. Tulip trees. Liriodendron is of the magnolia family. I have seen it in Michigan and southern Illinois, 140 feet high and 8 feet thick at the butt. Does not transplant well, best raised from seeds. The lumbermen call it yellow poplar. Sycamores, gum trees both sweet and sour. Beeches, black walnuts, sassafras, willows, catalpas, persimmons, mountain ash, hickories, maples, many kinds, locusts, birches, dogwood, pine, the elm, chestnut, linden, aspen, spruce, hornbeam, laurel, holly. Autumn side bits. September 20. Under an old black oak, glossy and green, exhaling aroma, amid a grove the Albic Druids might have chosen, enveloped in the warmth and light of the noonday sun, and swarms of flitting insects. Begin footnote. There is a tulip popular within the site of Woodstown, which is 20 feet around, 3 feet from the ground, 4 feet across, about 18 feet up the trunk, which is broken off about 3 or 4 feet higher up. On the south side, an arm has shot out from which rise 2 stems, each about 91 or 92 feet from the ground. 25 or more years since the cavity in the butt was large enough for, and 9 men at one time ate dinner therein. It is supposed 12 to 15 men could now, at one time, stand within its trunk. The severe winds of 1877 and 1878 did not seem to damage it, and the 2 stems send out yearly many blossoms, scenting the air immediately about it with their sweet perfume. It is entirely unprotected by other trees on a hill. Woodstown, New Jersey. Register, April 15, 79. End of footnote. With the harsh cawing of many crows 100 rods away, here I sit in solitude, absorbing, enjoying all. The corn stacked in its cone-shaped stacks, russet-colored and sere. A large field spotted thick with scarlet gold pumpkins. An adjoining one of cabbages showing well in their green and pearl, mottled by much light and shade. Melon patches, with their bulging ovals and great silver-streaked, ruffled and broad-edged leaves, and many an autumn sight and sound beside. The distant scream of a flock of guinea hens, and poured over all the September breeze, with pensive cadence through the tree tops. Another day. The ground in all directions strewed with debris from a storm. Timber Creek, as I slowly pace its banks, has ebbed low, and shows reaction from the turbulent swell of the late equinoctial. As I look around I take account of stock, weeds and shrubs, knolls, paths, occasional stumps, some with smooth tops. Several I use as seats of rest, from place to place, and from one I am now jotting these lines. Frequent wild flowers, little white, star-shaped things, or the cardinal red of the lobelia, or the cherry ball seeds of the perennial rose, or the many-threaded vines winding up and around trunks of trees. October 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Down every day in the solitude of the creek. A serene autumn sun and westerly breeze today, the 3rd. As I sit here, the water surface prettily moving in wind ripples before me. On a stout old beech at the edge, decayed and slanting, almost fallen to the stream, yet with life and leaves in its mossy limbs. A gray squirrel, exploring, runs up and down, flirts his tail, leaps to the ground, sits on his haunches upright as he sees me, a Darwinian hint, and then races up the tree again. October 4th. Cloudy and coolish, signs of incipient winter, yet pleasant here, the leaves thick falling, the ground brown with them already, rich coloring yellows of all hues, pale and dark green, shades from lightest to richest red, all set in and toned down by the prevailing brown of the earth and gray of the sky. So, winter is coming, and I yet in my sickness. I sit here amid all these fair sights and vital influences, and abandon myself to that thought, with its wandering trains of speculation. The sky, days and nights, happiness. October 20th. A clear, crispy day, dry and breezy air, full of oxygen. Out of the sane, silent, beauteous miracles that envelop and fuse me, trees, water, grass, sunlight, and early frost, the one I am looking at most today is the sky. It has that delicate, transparent blue peculiar to autumn, and the only clouds are little or larger white ones, giving their still and spiritual motion to the great concave. All through the earlier day, say from 7 to 11, it keeps a pure yet vivid blue. But as noon approaches the color gets lighter, quite gray for 2 or 3 hours, then still paler for a spell till sundown, which last I watch dazzling through the interstices of a knoll of big trees, darts of fire, and a gorgeous show of light yellow, liver color and red, with a vast silver glaze ascant on the water, the transparent shadows, shafts, sparkle, and vivid colors beyond all the paintings ever made. I don't know what, or how, but it seems to me mostly owing to these skies. Every now and then, I think, while I have of course seen them every day of my life, I never really saw the skies before. Have had this autumn some wondrously contented hours, may I not say perfectly happy ones. As I have read, Byron just before his death told a friend he had known but 3 happy hours during his whole existence. Then there is the old German legend of the king's bell to the same point. While I was out there by the wood, that beautiful sunset through the trees, I thought of Byron's and the bell story, and the notion started in me that I was having a happy hour. Though perhaps my best moments I never jot down. When they come I cannot afford to break the charm by inditing memoranda. I just abandon myself to the mood, and let it float on, carrying me in its placid ecstasy. What is happiness, anyhow? Is this one of its hours, or the like of it, so impalpable, a mere breath, an evanescent tinge? I am not sure. So let me give myself the benefit of the doubt. Hast thou, pellucid, in thy azure depth, medicine for case like mine? Ah, the physical shatter and troubled spirit of me the last 3 years! And dost thou subtly, mystically now, drip it through the air and visibly upon me? Night of October 28. The heavens unusually transparent. The stars out by myriads. The great path of the Milky Way with its branches only seen of very clear nights. Jupiter, setting in the west, looks like a huge haphazard splash, and has a little star for companion. Clothed in his white garments, into the round and clear arena slowly entered the Brahmin, holding a little child by the hand, like the moon with the planet Jupiter in a cloudless night sky. Old Hindu poem. Early in November. At its farther end, the lane already described opens into a broad grassy upland field of over 20 acres, slightly sloping to the south. Here I am accustomed to walk for sky views and effects, either morning or sundown. Today, from this field my soul is calmed and expanded beyond description. The whole forenoon, by the clear blue arching all over, cloudless, nothing particular, only sky and daylight. Their soothing accompaniments, autumn leaves, the cool dry air, the faint aroma, crows cawing in the distance, 2 great buzzards wheeling gracefully and slowly far up there, the occasional murmur of the wind, sometimes quite gently, then threatening through the trees, a gang of farm laborers loading cornstalks in a field in sight, and the patient horses waiting. Colors, a contrast. Such a play of colors and lights, different seasons, different hours of the day. The lines of the far horizon where the faint tinged edge of the landscape loses itself in the sky. As I slowly hobble up the lane towards day close, an incomparable sunset shooting in molten sapphire and gold, shaft after shaft, through the ranks of the long-leaved corn, between me and the west. Another day. The rich dark green of the tulip trees and the oaks, the gray of the swamp willows, the dull hues of the sycamores and black walnuts, the emerald of the cedars after rain, and the light yellow of the beeches. End of section 8.
Chapter 9 of Specimen Days. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joan Freeman. Specimen Days by Walt Whitman. Chapter 9. November 8, '76. The forenoon leaden and cloudy, not cold or wet, but indicating both. As I hobble down here and sit by the silent pond, how different from the excitement amid which, in the cities, millions of people are now waiting news of yesterday's presidential election, or receiving and discussing the result. In this secluded place, uncared for, unknown. Crows and Crows, November 14. As I sit here by the creek, resting after my walk, a warm languor bathes me from the sun. No sound but a cawing of crows, and no motion but their black flying figures from overhead, reflected in the mirror of the pond below. Indeed, a principal feature of the scene to-day is these crows, their incessant cawing, far or near, and their countless flocks and processions moving from place to place, and at times almost darkening the air with their myriads. As I sit a moment writing this by the bank, I see the black, clear-cut reflection of them far below, flying through the watery looking-glass by ones, twos, or long strings. All last night I heard the noises from their great roost in a neighboring wood. A winter day on the sea beach. One bright December midday lately I spent down on the New Jersey seashore, reaching it by a little more than an hour's railroad trip over the old Camden and Atlantic. I had started betimes, fortified by nice strong coffee and a good breakfast, cooked by the hands I love, my dear sister Lou's. How much better it makes the victuals taste, and then assimilate, strengthen you, perhaps make the whole day comfortable afterwards. 5 or 6 miles at the last, our track entered a broad region of salt grass meadows, intersected by lagoons, and cut up everywhere by watery runs. The sedgy perfume, delightful to my nostrils, reminded me of the Mash and South Bay of my native island. I could have journeyed contentedly till night through these flat and odorous sea prairies. From 11:30 till 2, I was nearly all the time along the beach, or in sight of the ocean, listening to its hoarse murmur, and inhaling the bracing and welcome breezes. First, a rapid 5-mile drive over the hard sand. Our carriage wheels hardly made dents in it. Then after dinner, as there were nearly 2 hours to spare, I walked off in another direction, hardly met or saw a person, and taking possession of what appeared to have been the reception room of an old bath-house range, had a broad expanse of view all to myself, quaint, refreshing, unimpeded, a dry area of sedge and Indian grass immediately before and around me, space, simple, unornamented space. Distant vessels, and the far-off, just visible trailing smoke of an inward-bound steamer, more plainly ships, brigs, schooners in sight, most of them with every sail set to the firm and steady wind. The attractions, fascinations there are in sea and shore! How one dwells on their simplicity, even vacuity! What is it in us, aroused by those indirections and directions? That spread of waves, and gray-white beach, salt, monotonous, senseless, such an entire absence of art, books, talk, elegance, so indescribably comforting, even this winter day, grim, yet so delicate-looking, so spiritual, striking emotional, impalpable depths, subtler than all the poems, paintings, music I have ever read, seen, heard. Yet, let me be fair, perhaps it is because I have read those poems and heard that music. Seashore fancies. Even as a boy, I had the fancy, the wish, to write a piece, perhaps a poem, about the seashore, that suggesting dividing line, contact, junction, the solid marrying the liquid, that curious lurking something, as doubtless every objective form finally becomes to the subjective spirit, which means far more than its mere first sight, grand as that is, blending the real and ideal, and each made portion of the other. Hours, days, in my Long Island youth and early manhood, I haunted the shores of Rockaway or Coney Island, or away east to the Hamptons or Montauk. Once, at the latter place, by the old lighthouse, nothing but sea-tossings in sight in every direction, as far as the eye could reach. I remember well, I felt that I must one day write a book expressing this liquid, mystic theme. Afterward, I recollect how it came to me that instead of any special lyrical or epical or literary attempt, the seashore should be an invisible influence, a pervading gauge and tally for me in my composition. Let me give a hint here to young writers. I am not sure but I have unwittingly followed out the same rule with other powers besides sea and shores, avoiding them in the way of any dead set at poetizing them as too big for formal handling, quite satisfied if I could indirectly show that we have met and fused, even if only once, but enough, that we have really absorbed each other and understand each other. There is a dream, a picture, that for years at intervals, sometimes quite long ones, but surely again in time, has come noiselessly up before me, and I really believe, fiction as it is, has entered largely into my practical life, certainly into my writings, and shaped and colored them. It is nothing more or less than a stretch of interminable white-brown sand, hard and smooth and broad, with the ocean perpetually, grandly rolling in upon it, with slow measured sweep, with rustle and hiss and foam, and many a thump as of low bass drums. This scene, this picture, I say, has risen before me at times for years. Sometimes I wake at night, and can hear and see it plainly. In memory of Tom Paine. Spoken at Lincoln Hall, Philadelphia, Sunday, January 28, '77, for 140th anniversary of T.P.'s birthday. Some 35 years ago, in New York City, at Tammany Hall, of which place I was then a frequenter, I happened to become quite well acquainted with Thomas Paine's perhaps most intimate chum, and certainly his later years' very frequent companion, a remarkably fine old man, Colonel Fellows, who may yet be remembered by some stray relics of that period and spot. If you will allow me, I will first give a description of the Colonel himself. He was tall, of military bearing, aged about 78, I should think, hair white as snow, clean shaved on the face, dressed very neatly, a tail-coat of blue cloth with metal buttons, buff vest, pantaloons of drab color, and his neck, breast, and wrists showing the whitest of linen. Under all circumstances, fine manners. A good but not profuse talker, his wits still fully about him. Balanced and live and undimmed as ever. He kept pretty fair health, though so old. For employment, for he was poor, he had a post as constable of some of the upper courts. I used to think him very picturesque on the fringe of a crowd holding a tall staff, with his erect form, and his superb, bare, thick-haired, closely cropped white head. The judges and young lawyers, with whom he was ever a favorite, and the subject of respect, used to call him Aristides. It was the general opinion among them that if manly rectitude and the instincts of absolute justice remained vital anywhere about New York City Hall, or Tammany, they were to be found in Colonel Fellows. He liked young men, and enjoyed to leisurely talk with them over a social glass of toddy after his day's work. He on these occasions never drank but one glass. And it was at reiterated meetings of this kind in old Tammany's back parlor of those days that he told me much about Thomas Paine. At one of our interviews he gave me a minute account of Paine's sickness and death. In short, from those talks I was and am satisfied that my old friend, with his marked advantages, had mentally, morally, and emotionally gauged the author of Common Sense, and besides giving me a good portrait of his appearance and manners, had taken the true measure of his interior character. Paine's practical demeanor, and much of his theoretical belief, was a mixture of the French and English schools of a century ago, and the best of both. Like most old-fashioned people, he drank a glass or two every day, but was no tippler, nor intemperate, let alone being a drunkard. He lived simply and economically, but quite well, was always cheery and courteous, perhaps occasionally a little blunt, having very positive opinions upon politics, religion, and so forth. That he labored well and wisely for the States in the trying period of their parturition, and in the seeds of their character, there seems to me no question. I dare not say how much of what our Union is owning and enjoying today, its independence, its ardent belief in and substantial practice of radical human rights, and the severance of its government from all ecclesiastical and superstitious dominion. I dare not say how much of all this is owing to Thomas Paine, but I am inclined to think a good portion of it decidedly is. But I was not going either into an analysis or eulogium of the man. I wanted to carry you back a generation or two, and give you by indirection a moment's glance and also to ventilate a very earnest and I believe authentic opinion, nay, conviction, of that time, the fruit of the interviews I have mentioned, and of questioning and cross-questioning, clenched by my best information since, that Thomas Paine had a noble personality, as exhibited in presence, face, voice, dress, manner, and what may be called his atmosphere and magnetism, especially the later years of his life. I am sure of it. Of the foul and foolish fictions yet told about the circumstances of his decease, the absolute fact is that, as he lived a good life after its kind, he died calmly and philosophically, as became him. He served the embryo Union with most precious service, a service that every man, woman, and child in our 38 States is to some extent receiving the benefit of today, and I for one here cheerfully, reverently, throw my pebble on the cairn of his memory. As we all know, the season demands, or rather will it ever be out of season, that America learn to better dwell on her choicest possession, the legacy of her good and faithful men, that she will preserve their fame, if unquestioned, or if need be, that she fail not to dissipate what clouds have intruded on that fame, and burnish it newer, truer, and brighter, continually. A 2 hours ice sail, February 3, '77. From 4 to 6 p.m., crossing the Delaware, back again at my Camden home, unable to make our landing through the ice, our boat stanch and strong and skilfully piloted, but old and sulky, and poorly minding her helm. Power, so important in poetry and war, is also first point of all in a winter steamboat with long stretches of ice packs to tackle. For over 2 hours we bumped and beat about, the invisible ebb, sluggish but irresistible, often carrying us long distances against our will. In the first tinge of dusk, as I looked around, I thought there could not be presented a more chilling, arctic, grim, extended, depressing scene. Everything was yet plainly visible, for miles north and south, ice, 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 mostly broken, but some big cakes, and no clear water in sight. The shores, piers, surfaces, roofs, shipping, mantled with snow. A faint winter vapor hung a fitting accompaniment around and over the endless, whitish spread, and gave it just a tinge of steel and brown. February 6. As I cross home in the 6 p.m. boat again, the transparent shadows are filled everywhere with leisurely falling, slightly slanting, curiously sparse but very large flakes of snow. On the shores, near and far, the glow of just lit gas clusters at intervals. The ice, sometimes in hummocks, sometimes floating fields, through which our boat goes crunching, the light permeated by that peculiar evening haze right after sunset, which sometimes renders quite distant objects so distinctly. Spring overtures, recreations. February 10th. The first chirping, almost singing, of a bird to-day. Then I noticed a couple of honeybees spurting and humming about the open window in the sun. February 11. In the soft rose and pale gold of the declining light, this beautiful evening, I heard the first hum and preparation of awakening spring, very faint, whether in the earth, or roots, or starting of insects, I know not, but it was audible, as I leaned on a rail (I am down in my country quarters a while), and looked long at the western horizon. Turning to the east, Sirius, as the shadows deepened, came forth in dazzling splendor, and great Orion, and a little to the northeast the Big Dipper, standing on end. February 20. A solitary and pleasant sundown hour at the pond, exercising arms, chest, my whole body by a tough oak sapling thick as my wrist, 12 feet high, pulling and pushing, inspiring the good air. After I wrestle with the tree awhile, I can feel its young sap and virtue welling up out of the ground and tingling through me from crown to toe like health's wine. Then, for addition and variety, I launch forth in my vocalism. Shout declamatory pieces, sentiments, sorrow, anger, etc., from the stock poets or plays. Or inflate my lungs and sing the wild tunes and refrains I heard of the blacks down south, or patriotic songs I learned in the army. I make the echoes ring, I tell you. As the twilight fell, in a pause of these ebullitions, an owl somewhere the other side of the creek sounded. Too-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Soft and pensive, and I fancied a little sarcastic, repeated 4 or 5 times, either to applaud the negro songs, or perhaps an ironical comment on the sorrow, anger, or style of the stock poets. One of the human kinks. How is it that in all the serenity and lonesomeness of solitude, away off here amid the hush of the forest, alone, or as I have found in prairie wilds or mountain stillness, one is never entirely without the instinct of looking around? I never am, and others tell me the same of themselves confidentially, for somebody to appear, or start up out of the earth, or from behind some tree or rock. Is it a lingering, inherited remains of man's primitive wariness from the wild animals, or from his savage ancestry far back? It is not at all nervousness or fear. Seems as if something unknown were possibly lurking in those bushes or solitary places. Nay, it is quite certain there is some vital unseen presence. An afternoon scene. February 22. Last night and today rainy and thick, till mid-afternoon, when the wind chopped round, the clouds swiftly drew off like curtains, the clear appeared, and with it the fairest, grandest, most wondrous rainbow I ever saw, all complete, very vivid at its earth ends, spreading vast effusions of illuminated haze, violet, yellow, drab green, in all directions overhead, through which the sun beamed, an indescribable utterance of color and light, so gorgeous yet so soft, such as I had never witnessed before. Then its continuance, a full hour passed before the last of those earth ends disappeared. The sky behind was all spread in translucent blue, with many little white clouds and edges. To these a sunset, filling, dominating the aesthetic and soul senses, sumptuously, tenderly, full. I end this note by the pond, just light enough to see, through the evening shadows, the western reflections in its water mirror surface, with inverted figures of trees. I hear now and then the flup of a pike leaping out, and rippling the water. The gates opening. April 6. Palpable spring indeed, or the indications of it. I am sitting in bright sunshine at the edge of the creek, the surface just rippled by the wind. All is solitude, morning freshness, negligence. For companions my 2 kingfishers sailing, winding, darting, dipping, sometimes capriciously separate, then flying together. I hear their guttural twittering again and again, for a while nothing but that peculiar sound. As noon approaches, other birds warm up, the reedy notes of the robin, and a musical passage of 2 parts, one a clear delicious gurgle, with several other birds I cannot place. To which is joined, yes, I just hear it, one low purr at intervals from some impatient hylas at the pond edge, the sibilant murmur of a pretty stiff breeze now and then through the trees. Then a poor little dead leaf, long frost-bound, whirls from somewhere up aloft in one wild, escaped freedom spree in space and sunlight, and then dashes down to the waters, which hold it closely and soon drown it out of sight. The bushes and trees are yet bare, but the beeches have their wrinkled yellow leaves of last season's foliage largely left, frequent cedars and pines yet green, and the grass not without proofs of coming fullness. And over all, a wonderfully fine dome of clear blue, the play of light coming and going, and great fleeces of white clouds swimming so silently. The common earth, the soil. The soil, too. Let others pen and ink the sea, the air, as I sometimes try, but now I feel to choose the common soil for theme, naught else. The brown soil here, just between winter close and opening spring and vegetation, the rain shower at night and the fresh smell next morning, the red worms wriggling out of the ground, the dead leaves, the incipient grass, and the latent life underneath, the effort to start something, already in sheltered spots some little flowers, the distant emerald show of winter wheat and the rye fields, the yet naked trees with clear interstices, giving prospects hidden in summer, the tough fallow and the plough team, and the stout boy whistling to his horses for encouragement, and there the dark fat earth in long slanting stripes upturned. Birds and birds and birds. A little later, bright weather. An unusual melodiousness these days, last of April and first of May, from the blackbirds. Indeed all sorts of birds, darting, whistling, hopping, or perched on trees. Never before have I seen, heard, or been in the midst of, and got so flooded and saturated with them and their performance as this current month. Such oceans, such successions of them! Let me make a list of those I find here. Blackbirds, plenty. Meadowlarks, plenty. Ringdoves. Catbirds, plenty. Owls, cuckoos, woodpeckers, pond snipes, plenty. Kingbirds, chewinks. Crows, plenty. Quawks, wrens, ground robins, kingfishers. Ravens, quails, gray snipes, turkey buzzards, eagles, hen-hawks, high-holes, yellow birds, herons, thrushes, tits, reed-birds, wood-pigeons. Early came the bluebirds, killdeer, plover, robin, woodcock, meadowlark, white-bellied swallow, sandpiper, Wilson's thrush, flicker. Full-starred nights. May 21. Back in Camden, again commencing one of those unusually transparent, full-starred, blue-black nights, as if to show that however lush and pompous the day may be, there is something left in the not-day that can outvie it. The rarest, finest sample of long drawn-out, clear, obscure, from sundown to 9 o'clock. I went down to the Delaware and crossed and crossed. Venus like blazing silver well up in the west, the large pale thin crescent of the new moon, half an hour high, sinking languidly under a bar sinister of cloud, and then emerging. Arcturus right overhead, a faint fragrant sea odor wafted up from the south. The gloaming, the tempered coolness, with every feature of the scene, indescribably soothing and tonic, one of those hours that give hints to the soul impossible to put in a statement. Ah, where would be any food for spirituality without night and the stars? The vacant spaciousness of the air and the veiled blue of the heavens seemed miracles enough. As the night advanced, it changed its spirit and garments to ampler stateliness. I was almost conscious of a definite presence, nature silently near. The great constellation of the water-serpent stretched its coils over more than half the heavens. The swan with outspread wings was flying down the Milky Way. The northern crown, the eagle, Lyra, all up there in their places. From the whole dome shot down points of light, rapport with me through the clear blue-black. All the usual sense of motion, all animal life seemed discarded, seemed a fiction, A curious power like the placid rest of Egyptian gods took possession, none the less potent for being impalpable. Earlier I had seen many bats balancing in the luminous twilight, darting their black forms hither and yon over the river. But now they altogether disappeared. The evening star and the moon had gone. Alertness and peace lay calmly couching together through the fluid universal shadows. August 26. Bright has the day been, and my spirits an equal forzando. Then comes the night, different, inexpressibly pensive, with its own tender and tempered splendor. Venus lingers in the west with a voluptuous dazzle unshown hitherto this summer. Mars rises early, and the red sulky moon 2 days past her full, Jupiter at night's meridian, and the long curling slanted Scorpion stretching full view in the south, Aretus-necked. Mars walks the heavens, Lord Paramount now. All through this month I go out after supper and watch for him, sometimes getting up at midnight to take another look at his unparalleled lustre. I see lately an astronomer has made out through the new Washington telescope that Mars has certainly 1 moon, perhaps 2. Pale and distant, but near in the heavens, Saturn precedes him. Mullions and mullions. Large, placid mullions, as summer advances, velvety in texture, of a light greenish-drab color, growing everywhere in the fields. At first earth's big rosettes in their broad-leaved, low-cluster plants, 8, 10, 20 leaves to a plant, plentiful on the fallow 20-acre lot at the end of the lane, and especially by the ridge sides of the fences. Then close to the ground, but soon springing up, leaves as broad as my hand, and the lower ones twice as long. So fresh and dewy in the morning. Stalks now 4 or 5, even 7 or 8 feet high. The farmers, I find, think the mullein a mean, unworthy weed, but I have grown to a fondness for it. Every object has its lesson, enclosing the suggestion of everything else. And lately I sometimes think all is concentrated for me in these hardy, yellow-flowered weeds. As I come down the lane early in the morning, I pause before their soft wool-like fleece and stem and broad leaves, glittering with countless diamonds. Annually for 3 summers now, they and I have silently returned together. At such long intervals I stand or sit among them, musing, and woven with the rest of so many hours and moods of partial rehabilitation of my sane or sick spirit here as near at peace as it can be. Distant sounds. The axe of the woodcutter, the measured thud of a single threshing flail, the crowing of chanticleer in the barnyard, with invariable responses from other barnyards, and the lowing of cattle, but most of all, or far or near, the wind, through the high tree-tops or through low bushes, laving one's face and hands so gently, this balmy bright noon, the coolest for a long time, September 2nd. I will not call it sighing, for to me it is always a firm, sane, cheery expression, through a monotone, giving many varieties, or swift, or slow, or dense, or delicate. The wind in the patch of pine woods off there, how sibilant! Or its sea, I can imagine at this moment tossing the waves with spirits of foam flying far, and the free whistle, and the scent of the salt, and that vast paradox somehow with all its action and restlessness conveying a sense of eternal rest. Other adjuncts. But the sun and the moon here and these times. As never more wonderful by day, the gorgeous orb imperial, so vast, so ardently, lovingly hot, so never a more glorious moon of nights, especially the last 3 or 4, the great planets, too, Mars never before so flaming bright, so flashing large, with slight yellow tinge. The astronomers say, is it true, nearer to us than any time the past century. And well up, Lord Jupiter, a little while since close by the moon, and in the west, after the sun sinks, voluptuous Venus, now languid and shorn of her beams, as if from some divine excess. A Sun-Bath Nakedness. Sunday, August 27. Another day quite free from marked prostration and pain. It seems indeed as if peace and nutriment from heaven subtly filter into me, as I slowly hobble down these country lanes and across fields in the good air, as I sit here in solitude with nature, open, voiceless, mystic, far removed, yet palpable, eloquent nature. I merge myself in the scene, in the perfect day. Hovering over the clear brook water, I am soothed by its soft gurgle in one place, and the hoarser murmurs of its 3-foot fall in another. Come, ye disconsolate, in whom any latent eligibility is left, come get the sure virtues of creek shore, and wood and field. 2 months, July and August, '77, have I absorbed them, and they begin to make a new man of me. Every day seclusion, every day at least 2 or 3 hours of freedom, bathing, no talk, no bonds, no dress, no books, no manners. Shall I tell you, reader, to what I attribute my already much restored health? That I have been almost 2 years, off and on, without drugs and medicines, and daily in the open air. Last summer I found a particularly secluded little dell off one side by my creek, originally a large dug-out marl pit, now abandoned, filled with bushes, trees, grass, a group of willows, a straggling bank, and a spring of delicious water running right through the middle of it, with 2 or 3 little cascades. Here I retreated every hot day, and follow it up this summer. Here I realized the meaning of that old fellow who said he was seldom less alone than when alone. Never before did I get so close to nature. Never before did she come so close to me. By old habit I penciled down from time to time, almost automatically, moods, sights, hours, tints, and outlines on the spot. Let me specifically record the satisfaction of this current forenoon, so serene and primitive, so conventionally exceptional, natural. An hour or so after breakfast, I wended my way down to the recesses of the aforesaid dell, which I and certain thrushes, catbirds, etc., had all to ourselves. A light southwest wind was blowing through the tree-tops. It was just the place and time for my Adamic air-bath and flesh-brushing from head to foot. So, hanging clothes on a rail near by, keeping old broad-brimmed straw on head, and easy shoes on feet, haven't I had a good time the last 2 hours? First with the stiff elastic bristles rasping arms, breast, sides, till they turned scarlet, then partially bathing in the clear waters of the running brook, taking everything very leisurely, with many rests and pauses, stepping about barefooted every few minutes, now and then in some neighboring black ooze, for unctuous mud bath to my feet, a brief second and third rinsing in the crystal running waters, rubbing with the fragrant towel, slow, negligent promenades on the turf, up and down in the sun, varied with occasional rests, and further frictions of the bristle-brush, sometimes carrying my portable chair with me from place to place, as my range is quite extensive here, nearly 100 rods, feeling quite secure from intrusion, and that indeed I am not at all nervous about if it accidentally happens. As I walked slowly over the grass, the sun shone out enough to show the shadow moving with me. Somehow I seemed to get identity with each and everything around me, in its condition. Nature was naked, and I was also. It was too lazy, soothing, and joyous equable to speculate about. Yet I might have thought somehow in this vein. Perhaps the inner, never-lost rapport we hold with earth, light, air, trees, etc., is not to be realized through eyes and mind only, but through the whole corporeal body, which I will not have blinded or bandaged any more than the eyes. Sweet, sane, still nakedness in nature. Ah, if poor, sick, prurient humanity in cities might really know you once more! Is not nakedness then indecent? No, not inherently. It is your thought, your sophistication, your tear, your respectability, that is indecent. There come moods when these clothes of ours are not only too irksome to wear, but are themselves indecent. Perhaps indeed he or she to whom the free exhilarating ecstasy of nakedness in nature has never been eligible, and how many thousands there are, has not really known what purity is, nor what faith or art or health really is. Probably the whole curriculum of first-class philosophy, beauty, heroism, form, illustrated by the old Hellenic race, the highest height and deepest depth known to civilization in those departments, came from their natural and religious idea of nakedness. Many such hours from time to time, the last 2 summers, I attribute my partial rehabilitation largely to them. Some good people may think it a feeble or half-cracked way of spending one's time and thinking. Maybe it is. The Oaks and I, September 5, '77. I write this, 11 a.m., sheltered under a dense oak by the bank, where I have taken refuge from a sudden rain. I came down here. We had sulky drizzles all the morning, but an hour ago a lull. For the before-mentioned daily and simple exercise I am fond of, to pull on that young hickory sapling out there, to sway and yield to its tough, limber, upright stem, haply to get into my old sinews some of its elastic fibre and clear sap. I stand on the turf and take these health pulls moderately and at intervals for nearly an hour, inhaling great draughts of fresh air. Wandering by the creek, I have 3 or 4 naturally favorable spots where I rest, besides a chair I lug with me and use for more deliberate occasions. At other spots convenient I have selected, besides the hickory just named, strong and limber boughs of beech or holly in easy reaching distance for my natural gymnasia, for arms, chest, trunk muscles. I can soon feel the sap and sinew rising through me like mercury to heat. I hold on boughs or slender trees caressingly there in the sun and shade, wrestle with their innocent stalwartness, and know the virtue thereof passes from them into me. Or maybe we interchange. Maybe the trees are more aware of it all than I ever thought. But now pleasantly imprisoned here under the big oak, the rain dripping and the sky covered with leaden clouds, nothing but the pond on one side, and the other a spread of grass spotted with the milky blossoms of the wild carrot, the sound of an axe wielded at some distant wood-pile. Yet in this dull scene, as most folks would call it, why am I so almost happy here and alone? Why would any intrusion, even from people I like, spoil the charm? But am I alone? Doubtless there comes a time, perhaps it has come to me, when one feels through his whole being, and pronouncedly the emotional part, that identity between himself subjectively and nature objectively, which Schilling and Fichte are so fond of pressing. How it is I know not, but I often realize a presence here. In clear moods I am certain of it, and neither chemistry nor reasoning nor aesthetics will give the least explanation. All the past 2 summers it has been strengthening and nourishing my sick body and soul as never before. Thanks, invisible physician, for thy silent delicious medicine, thy day and night, thy waters and thy airs, the banks, the grass, the trees, and e'en the weeds. End of chapter 9.
Section 10 of Specimen Days. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Belinda Brown of Indianapolis, Indiana. Specimen Days by Walt Whitman. Section 10. A Quintet. While I have been kept by the rain under the shelter of my great oak, perfectly dry and comfortable to the rattle of the drops all around, I have penciled off the mood of the hour in a little quintet which I will give you. At vacancy with nature, acceptive and at ease, distilling the present hour, whatever, wherever it is, and over the past, oblivion. Can you get hold of it, reader dear? And how do you like it, anyhow? The First Frost. Mems. While I was stopping, I saw the first palpable frost on my sunrise walk, October 6th. All over the yet green spread a light blue-gray veil, giving a new show to the entire landscape. I had but little time to notice it, for the sun rose cloudless and mellow warm, and as I returned along the lane, it had turned to glittering patches of wet. As I walked, I noticed the bursting pods of wild cotton, Indian hemp they call it here, with flossy, silky contents and dark red-brown seeds. A startled rabbit. I pull a handful of the balsamic life everlasting and stuff it down in my trousers pocket for scent. 3 young men's deaths. December 20. Somehow I got to thinking today of young men's deaths, not at all sadly or sentimentally, but gravely, realistically, perhaps a little artistically. Let me give the following 3 cases from budgets of personal memoranda, which I have been turning over, alone in my room, and resuming and dwelling on, this rainy afternoon. Who is there to whom the theme does not come home? Then I don't know how it may be to others, but to me, not only is there nothing gloomy or depressing in such cases, on the contrary, as reminiscence, I find them soothing, bracing, tonic. Erastus Haskell. I just transcribed verbatim from a letter written by myself in one of the army hospitals 16 years ago during the Secession War. Washington, July 28, 1863. Dear M., I am writing this in the hospital, sitting by the side of a soldier. I do not expect to last many hours. His fate has been a hard one. He seems to be only about 19 or 20. Erastus Haskell, Company K, 141st, New York. Has been out about a year, and sick or half sick more than half that time. Has been down on the peninsula, was detailed to go in the band as a fifer boy. While sick, the surgeon told him to keep up with the rest. Probably worked and marched too long. He is shy, and seems to me a very sensible boy, has fine manners, never complains, was sick down on the peninsula in an old storehouse, typhoid fever. The first week, this July, was brought up here. Journey very bad. No accommodations, no nourishments, nothing but hard jolting and exposure enough to make a well man sick. These fearful journeys do the job for many. Arrived here on July 11th, a silent, dark-skinned, Spanish-looking youth, with large, very dark blue eyes, peculiar-looking. Dr. F. here made light of his sickness and said he would recover soon, etc. But I thought very different, and told F. so repeatedly. I came near quarreling with him about it from the first, but he laughed and would not listen to me. About 4 days ago I told Doctor he would, in my opinion, lose the boy without doubt, but F. again laughed at me. The next day he changed his opinion, brought the head surgeon of the post. He said the boy would probably die, but they would make a hard fight for him. The last 2 days he has been lying, panting for breath, a pitiful sight. I have been with him some every day or night since he arrived. He suffers a great deal with the heat, says little or nothing, is flighty the last 3 days, at times knows me always, however, calls me Walter, sometimes calls the name over and over and over again, musingly, abstractedly, to himself. His father lives in Breesport, Chemung County, New York, is a mechanic with a large family, is a steady, religious man. His mother, too, is living. I have written to them and shall write again today. Erastus has not received a word from home for months. As I sit here, writing to you, M., I wish you could see the whole scene. This young man lies within reach of me, flat on his back, his hands clasped across his breast, his thick black hair cut close. He is dozing, breathing hard, every breath a spasm. It looks so cruel. He is a noble youngster. I consider him past all hope. Often there is no one with him for a long while. I am here as much as possible. William Alcott, fireman, Camden, November 1874. Last Monday afternoon his widow, mother, relatives, mates of the fire department, and his other friends, I was one, only lately it is true, but our love grew fast and close. The days and nights of those 8 weeks by the chair of rapid decline and the bed of death, gathered to the funeral of this young man who had grown up and was well known here. With nothing special, perhaps, to record, I would give a word or two to his memory. He seemed to me not an inappropriate specimen in character and elements of that bulk of the average good American race that ebbs and flows perennially beneath the scum of eructations on the surface, always very quiet in manner, neat in person and dress, good-tempered, punctual and industrious at his work. Till he could work no longer, he just lived his steady, square, unobtrusive life in its own humble sphere, doubtless unconscious of itself, though I think there were currents of emotion and intellect undeveloped beneath, far deeper than his acquaintances ever suspected or than he himself ever did. He was no talker. His troubles, when he had any, he kept to himself, and there was nothing querulous about him in life. He made no complaints during his last sickness. He was one of those persons that while his associates never thought of attributing any particular talent or grace to him, yet all insensibly, really liked Billy Alcott. I, too, loved him. At last, after being with him quite a good deal, after hours and days of panting for breath, much of the time unconscious, for though the consumption that had been lurking in his system, once thoroughly started, made rapid progress, there was still great vitality in him, and indeed for 4 or 5 days he lay dying before the close. Late on Wednesday night, November 4th, where we surrounded his bed in silence, there came a lull, a longer-drawn breath, a pause, a faint sigh, another, a weaker breath, another sigh, a pause again, and just a tremble, and the face of the poor wasted young man, he was just 26, fell gently over, in death, on my hand, on the pillow. Charles Caswell. I extract the following, verbatim, from a letter to me dated September 29, from my friend John Burroughs, at Esopus-on-Hudson, New York State. S. was away when your picture came, attending his sick brother Charles, who has since died, an event that saddened me much. Charlie was younger than S., and a most attractive young fellow. He worked at my father's, and had done so for 2 years. He was about the best specimen of a young country farmhand I ever knew. You would have loved him. He was like one of your poems, with his great strength, his blond hair, his cheerfulness and contentment, his universal goodwill, and his silent manly ways. He was a youth hard to match. He was murdered by an old doctor. He had typhoid fever, and the old fool bled him twice. He lived to wear out the fever, but had not the strength to rally. He was out of his head nearly all the time. In the morning, as he died in the afternoon, S. was standing over him when Charlie put his arm around S.'s neck and pulled his face down and kissed him. S. said he knew then the end was near. S. stuck to him day and night to the last. When I was home in August, Charlie was cradling on the hill, and it was a picture to see him walk through the grain. All work seemed play to him. He had no vices any more than nature has, and is beloved by all who knew him. I have written thus to you about him, for such young men belong to you. He was of your kind. I wish you could have known him. He had the sweetness of a child, and the strength and courage and readiness of a young Viking. His mother and father are poor. They have a rough, hard farm. His mother works in the field with her husband when the work presses. She has had 12 children. February days. February 7th, 1878. Glistening sun today, with slight haze, warm enough and yet tart, as I sit here in the open air, down in my country retreat, under an old cedar. For 2 hours I have been idly wandering around the woods and pond, lugging my chair, picking out choice spots to sit a while, then up and slowly on again. All is peace here. Of course, none of the summer noises or vitality to-day, hardly even the winter ones. I amuse myself by exercising my voice in recitations and in ringing the changes on all the vocal and alphabetical sounds. Not even an echo, only the cawing of a solitary crow flying at some distance. The pond is one bright, flat spread, without a ripple, a vast Claude Lorraine glass in which I study the sky, the light, the leafless trees, and an occasional crow with flapping wings flying overhead. The brown fields have a few white patches of snow left. February 9. After an hour's ramble, now retreating, resting, sitting close by the pond, in a warm nook, writing this, sheltered from the breeze, just before noon. The emotional aspects and influence of nature. I, too, like the rest, feel these modern tendency, from all the prevailing intellections, literature and poems, to turn everything to pathos, ennui, morbidity, dissatisfaction, death. Yet how clear it is to me that those are not the born results, influences of nature at all, but of one's own distorted, sick, or silly soul. Here amid the wild, free scene, how healthy, how joyous, how clean and vigorous and sweet. Mid-afternoon. One of my nooks is south of the barn, and here I am sitting now, on a log, still basking in the sun, shielded from the wind. Near me are the cattle, feeding on corn stalks, occasionally a cow, or the young bull, how handsome and bold he is, scratches and munches the far end of the log on which I sit. The fresh, milky odor is quite perceptible, also the perfume of hay from the barn. The perpetual rustle of dry corn stalks, the low sough of the wind round the barn gables, and the grunting of pigs, the distant whistle of a locomotive, and occasional crowing of chanticleers are the sounds. February 19. Cold and sharp last night, clear and not too much wind. The full moon shining, and a fine spread of constellations and little and big stars. Sirius very bright, rising early, preceding by many-orbed Orion, glittering, vast, sordid, and chasing with his dog. The earth hard frozen, and a stiff glare of ice over the pond. Attracted by the calm splendor of the night, I attempted a short walk, but was driven back by the cold, too severe for me also at 9 o'clock, when I came out this morning, so I turned back again. But now near noon I have walked down the lane, basking all the way in the sun. This farm has a pleasant southerly exposure, and here I am, seated under the lee of a bank, close by the water. There are bluebirds already flying about, and I hear much chirping and twittering, and 2 or 3 real songs, sustained quite a while in the midday brilliance and warmth. There! That is the true carol, coming out boldly and repeatedly, as if the singer meant it. Then, as the noon strengthens, the reedy trill of the robin, to my ears the most cheerful of bird notes. At intervals, like bars and breaks, out of the low murmur that in any sense however quiet is never entirely absent to a delicate ear, the occasional crunch and cracking of the ice glare congealed over the creek as it gives way to the sunbeams, sometimes with low sigh, sometimes with indignant, obstinate tug and snort. Robert Burns says in one of his letters, "There is scarcely any earthly object gives me more, I do not know if I should call it pleasure, but something which exalts me, something which enraptures me, than to walk in the sheltered side of a wood in a cloudy winter day and hear the stormy wind howling among the trees and raving over the plain. It is my best season of devotion. Some of his most characteristic poems were composed in such scenes and seasons. A Meadowlark. March 16. Fine, clear, dazzling morning. The sun an hour high, the air just tart enough. What a stamp in advance my whole day receives from the song of that meadowlark perched on a fence stake 20 rods distance. 2 or 3 liquid simple notes repeated at intervals, full of careless happiness and hope. With its peculiar, shimmering, slow progress and rapid noiseless action of the wings, it flies on away, lights on another stake, and so on to another, shimmering and singing many minutes. Sundown lights. May 6, 5 p.m. This is the hour for strange effects in light and shade, enough to make a colorist go delirious. Long spokes of molten silver sent horizontally through the trees, now in their brightest, tenderest green, each leaf and branch of endless foliage, a lit-up miracle, then lying all prone on the youthful, ripe, interminable grass, and giving the blades not only aggregate but individual splendor, in ways unknown to any other hour. I have particular spots where I get these effects in their perfection. One broad splash lies on the water with many a rippling twinkle, offset by the rapidly deepening black-green, murky, transparent shadows behind and at intervals all along the bank. These, with great shafts of horizontal fire thrown among the trees and along the grass as the sun lowers, give effects more and more peculiar, more and more superb, unearthly, rich, and dazzling. Thoughts under an oak. A dream. June 2. This is the 4th day of a dark northeast storm, wind and rain. Day before yesterday was my birthday. I have now entered on my 60th year. Every day of the storm, protected by overshoes and a waterproof blanket, I regularly come down to the pond and ensconce myself under the lee of the great oak. I am here now writing these lines. The dark smoke-colored clouds roll in furious silence athwart the sky. The soft green leaves dangle all around me. The wind steadily keeps up its hoarse, soothing music over my head, nature's mighty whisper. Seated here in solitude, I have been musing over my life, connecting events, dates, as links of a chain, neither sadly or cheerily, but somehow, today, here under the oak, in the rain, in an unusually matter-of-fact spirit. But my great oak, sturdy, vital, green, 5 feet thick at the butt. I sit a great deal near or under him. Then the tulip tree nearby, the Apollo of the woods, tall and graceful, yet robust and sinewy, inimitable in hang of foliage and throwing out of limb, as if the beauteous, vital, leafy creature could walk, if it only would. I had a sort of dream trance the other day, in which I saw my favorite tree step out and promenade up, down, and around, very curiously, with a whisper from one leaning down as he passed me. We do all this on the present occasion, exceptionally just for you. Clover and hay perfume. July 3rd, 4th, 5th. Clear, hot, favorable weather has been a good summer. The growth of clover and grass now generally mowed. The familiar delicious perfume fills the barns and lanes. As you go along you see the fields of grayish, white, slightly tinged with yellow, the loosely stacked grain, the slow-moving wagons passing, and farmers in the fields with stout boys pitching and loading the sheaves. The corn is about to tassel. All over the middle and southern states the spear-shaped batalia, multitudinous, curving, flaunting, long, glossy, dark green plumes for the great horseman. Earth, I hear the cheery notes of my old acquaintance Tommy Quail, but too late for the whippoorwill, though I heard one solitary lingerer night before last. I watch the broad majestic flight of a turkey buzzard, sometimes high up, sometimes low enough to see the lines of his form, even his spread quills, in relief against the sky. Once or twice lately I have seen an eagle here at early candlelight, flying low. An unknown. June 15. Today I noticed a new large bird, size of a nearly grown hen, a haughty, white-bodied, dark-winged hawk. I suppose a hawk from his bill and general look, only he had a clear, loud, quite musical sort of bell-like call, which he repeated again and again, at intervals, from a lofty dead tree-top overhanging the water. Sat there a long time, and I on the opposite bank watching him. When he darted down, skimming pretty close to the stream, rose slowly, a magnificent sight, and sailed with steady, wide-spread wings, no flapping at all, up and down the pond 2 or 3 times, near me, in circles in clear sight, for my delectation. Once he came quite close over my head. I saw plainly his hooked bill and hard, restless eyes. Bird whistling. How much music, wild, simple, savage, doubtless, but so tart sweet, there is in mere whistling. It is 4/5 of the utterance of birds. There are all sorts and styles. For the last half hour now, while I have been sitting here, some feathered fellow away off in the bushes has been repeating over and over again what I may call a kind of throbbing whistle, and now a bird about the robin size has just appeared, all mulberry red, flitting among the bushes, head, wings, body, deep red, not very bright, no song, as I have heard. 4 o'clock. There is a real concert going on around me, a dozen different birds pitching in with will. There have been occasional rains, and the growth all shows its vivifying influences. As I finish this, seated on a log close by the pond edge, much chirping and trilling in the distance, and a feathered recluse in the woods near by is singing deliciously, not many notes, but full of music of almost human sympathy, continuing for a long, long while. A horse meant. August 22nd. Not a human being, and hardly the evidence of one in sight. After my brief, semi-daily bath, I sit here for a bit, the brook musically brawling to the chromatic tones of fretful catbirds somewhere off in the bushes. On my walk hither 2 hours since through the fields in the old lane, I stopped to view, now the sky, now the mile-off woods on the hill, and now the apple orchards. What a contrast from New York or Philadelphia streets! Everywhere great patches of dingy blossomed horsemint wafting a spicy odor through the air, especially evenings. Everywhere the flowering boneset and the rose bloom of the wild bean. 3 of us. July 14. My 2 kingfishers still haunt the pond. In the bright sun and breeze and perfect temperature of today, noon, I am sitting here by one of the gurgling brooks, dipping a French water pen in the limpid crystal, and using it to write these lines, again watching the feathered twain as they fly and sport athwart the water, so close, almost touching into its surface. Indeed, there seem to be 3 of us. For nearly an hour I indolently look and join them while they dart and turn and take their airy gambols, sometimes far up the creek, disappearing for a few moments, and then surely returning again and performing most of their flight within sight of me, as if they knew I appreciated and absorbed their vitality, spirituality, faithfulness, and the rapid, vanishing, delicate lines of moving yet quiet electricity they draw for me across the spread of the grass, the trees, and the blue sky, while the brook babbles, and the shadows of the boughs dapple in the sunshine around me, and the cool west by northwest wind faintly soughs the thick bushes and tree tops. Among the objects of beauty and interest now beginning to appear quite plentifully in this secluded spot, I notice the hummingbird, the dragonfly with its wings of slate-colored gauze, and many varieties of beautiful and plain butterflies idly flapping among the plants and wild posies. The mullein has shot up out of its nest of broad leaves to a tall stalk towering sometimes 5 or 6 feet high, now studded with the knobs of golden blossoms. The milkweed, I see a great gorgeous creature of gamboge and black lightning on one as I write, is in flower with its delicate red fringe, and there are profuse clusters of feathery blossom waving in the wind on taper stems. I see lots of these and much else in every direction as I saunter or sit. For the last half hour a bird has persistently kept up a simple, sweet, melodious song from the bushes. I have a positive conviction that some of these birds sing and others fly and flirt about here for my special benefit. Death of William Cullen Bryant, New York City. Came from West Philadelphia, June 13, in the 2 p.m. train to Jersey City, and so across to my friends, Mr. and Mrs. J.H.J., and their large house, large family, and large hearts, amid which I feel at home, at peace, away up on Fifth Avenue, near 86th Street, quiet, breezy, overlooking the dense, woody fringe of the park. Plenty of space and sky, birds chirping, and air comparatively fresh and odorless. 2 hours before starting, saw the announcement of William Cullen Bryant's funeral and felt a strong desire to attend. I had known Mr. Bryant over 30 years, and he had been markedly kind to me. Off and on, all along that time for years as they passed, we met and chatted together. I thought him very sociable in his way, and a man to become attached to. We were both walkers, and when I worked in Brooklyn, he several times came over, middle of the afternoon, and we took rambles miles long till dark, out towards Bedford or Flatbush in company. On these occasions he gave me clear accounts of scenes in Europe, the cities, looks, architecture, art, especially Italy, where he had traveled a good deal. June 14, the funeral. And so the good, stainless, noble old citizen and poet lies in the closed coffin there, and this is his funeral, a solemn, impressive, simple scene to spirit and senses. The remarkable gathering of gray heads, celebrities, the finely rendered anthem, and other music. The church, dim even now at approaching noon, in its light from the mellow stained windows. The pronounced eulogy on the bard who loved nature so fondly and sung so well her shows and seasons, ending with these appropriate, well-known lines. I gazed upon the glorious sky and the green mountains round, and thought that when I came to lie at rest within the ground, 'twere pleasant that in flowery June, when brooks send up a joyous tune, and groves a cheerful sound, the sexton's hand, my grave to mark, the rich green mountain's turf should break. End of section 10. Reading by Belinda Brown of Indianapolis, Indiana.
Chapter 11 of Specimen Days. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Specimen Days by Walt Whitman, Chapter 11. Jaunt Up the Hudson. June 20th. On the Mary Powell enjoyed everything beyond precedent. The delicious, tender summer day, just warm enough, the constantly changing but ever beautiful panorama on both sides of the river, went up near 100 miles, the high, straight walls of the stony Palisades, beautiful Yonkers, and beautiful Irvington. The never-ending hills, mostly in rounded lines, swathed with verdure, the distant turns like great shoulders in blue veils, the frequent gray and brown of the tall rising rocks, the river itself, now narrowing, now expanding, the white sails of the many sloops, yachts, and sea, some near, some in the distance, the rapid succession of handsome villages and cities, our boat is a swift traveler and makes few stops. The Race, picturesque West Point, and indeed all along the costly and often turreted mansions forever showing in some cheery light color through the woods make up the scene. Happiness and raspberries. June 21. Here I am on the west bank of the Hudson, 80 miles north of New York, near Esopus, at the handsome, roomy, honeysuckle and rose embowered cottage of John Burroughs. The place, the perfect June days and nights, leaning toward crisp and cool, the hospitality of J. and Mrs. B., the air, the fruit, especially my favorite dish, currants and raspberries, mixed, sugared, fresh, and ripe, from the bushes. I pick 'em myself. The room I occupy at night, the perfect bed, the window giving an ample view of the Hudson and the opposite shores, so wonderful toward sunset, and the rolling music of the R.R. trains far over there. The peaceful rest, the early Venus-heralded dawn, the noiseless splash of sunrise, the light and warmth indescribably glorious, in which, soon as the sun is well up, I have a capital rubbing and rasping with the flesh-brush, with an extra scour on the back by Al J., who is here with us, all inspiriting my invalid frame with new life for the day. Then, after some whiffs of morning air, the delicious coffee of Mrs. B., with the cream, strawberries, and many substantials for breakfast. A Specimen Tramp Family. June 22. This afternoon we went out, J.B., Al, and I, on quite a drive around the country. The scenery, the perpetual stone fences, some venerable old fellows, dark-spotted with lichens, the many fine locust trees, the runs of brawling water, often over descendants of rock, these and lots else. It is lucky the roads are first-rate here, as they are, for it is up or down hill everywhere, and sometimes steep enough. B has a tip-top horse, strong, young, and both gentle and fast. There is a great deal of wasteland and hills on the river edge of Ulster County, with a wonderful luxuriance of wildflowers and bushes. And it seems to me I never saw more vitality of trees, eloquent hemlocks, plenty of locusts, and fine maples, and the balm of Gilead giving out aroma. In the fields and along the roadsides unusual crops of the tall-stemmed wild daisy, white as milk and yellow as gold. We passed quite a number of tramps, singly or in couples, one squad a family in a rickety one-horse wagon, with some baskets, evidently their work and trade. The man seated on a low board in front, driving, the gauntish woman by his side, with a baby well bundled in her arms, its little red feet and lower legs sticking out right towards us as we passed. And in the wagon behind we saw 2 or 3 crouching little children. It was a queer, taking, rather sad picture. If I had been alone and on foot, I should have stopped and held confab. But on our return nearly 2 hours afterward, we found them a ways further along the same road in a lonesome open spot, hauled aside, unhitched, and evidently going to camp for the night. The freed horse was not far off, quietly cropping the grass. The man was busy at the wagon, the boy had gathered some dry wood and was making a fire, and as we went a little further we met the woman afoot. I could not see her face in its great sunbonnet, but somehow her figure and gait told misery, terror, destitution. She had the rag-bundled, half-starved infant still in her arms, and in her hands held 2 or 3 baskets, which she had evidently taken to the next house for sale. A little barefoot 5-year-old girl-child with fine eyes trotted behind her, clutching her gown. We stopped asking about the baskets, which we bought. As we paid the money, she kept her face hidden in the recesses of her bonnet. Then, as we started and stopped again, Al, whose sympathies were evidently aroused, went back to the camping group to get another basket. He caught a look of her face and talked with her a little. Eyes, voice, and manner were those of a corpse animated by electricity. She was quite young, the man she was traveling with middle-aged. Poor woman, what story was it, out of her fortunes, to account for that inexpressibly scared way, those glassy eyes, and that hollow voice? Manhattan from the Bay, June 25. Returned to New York last night. Out today on the waters for a sail in the wide bay, southeast of Staten Island, a rough, tossing ride and a free sight, the long stretch of Sandy Hook, the highlands of Navesink, and the many vessels outward and inward bound. We came up through the midst of all in the full sun. I specially enjoyed the last hour or two. A moderate sea breeze had set in, yet over the city and the waters adjacent was a thin haze concealing nothing, only adding to the beauty. From my point of view, as I write amid the soft breeze, with a sea temperature surely nothing on earth of its kind can go beyond this show. To the left, the North River with its far vista nearer, 3 or 4 warships anchored peacefully. The Jersey side, the banks of Weehawken, the Palisades, and the gradually receding blue lost in the distance. To the right, the East River, the mast-hemmed shores, the grand obelisk-like towers of the bridge, one on either side in haze, yet plainly defined. Giant brothers twain, throwing free, graceful, interlinking loops high across the tumbled, tumultuous current below. The tide is just changing to its ebb. The broad water spread everywhere, crowded, no, not crowded, but thick as stars in the sky, with all sorts of sizes of sail and steam vessels, plying ferry boats, arriving and departing coasters, great ocean dons, iron black, modern, magnificent in size and power, filled with their incalculable value of human life and precious merchandise. With here and there, above all, those daring, careening things of grace and wonder, those white and shaded, swift, darting fish-birds, I wonder if shore or sea elsewhere can outvie them, ever with their slanting spars and fierce, pure, hawk-like beauty and motion. First-class New York sloop or schooner yachts sailing this fine day the free sea in a good wind. And rising out of the midst, tall-topped, ship-hemmed, modern American, yet strangely Oriental, V-shaped Manhattan, with its compact mass, its spires, its cloud-touching edifices grouped at the center. The green of the trees and all the white, brown, and gray of the architecture, well blended as I see it, under a miracle of limpid sky, delicious light of heaven above, and June haze on the surface below. Human and heroic New York. The general subjective view of New York and Brooklyn, will not the time hasten when the two shall be municipally united in one and named Manhattan? What I may call the human interior and exterior of these great seething oceanic populations, as I get it in this visit, is to me best of all. After an absence of many years, I went away at the outbreak of the Secession War, and have never been back to stay since. Again I resume with curiosity the crowds, the streets I knew so well, Broadway, the ferries, the west side of the city, democratic Bowery. Human appearances and manners as seen in all these, and along the wharves, and in the perpetual travel of the horse carts, or the crowded excursion steamers, or in Wall and Nassau streets, by day in the places of amusement, at night bubbling and whirling and moving like its own environment of waters. Endless humanity in all phases, Brooklyn also taken in for the last 3 weeks. No need to specify minutely, enough to say that, making all allowances for the shadows and side streaks of a million-headed city, the brief total of the impressions, the human qualities of these vast cities, is to me comforting, even heroic, beyond statement. Alertness, generally fine physique, clear eyes that look straight at you, a singular combination of reticence and self-possession, with good nature and friendliness, a prevailing range of according manners, taste, and intellect, surely beyond any elsewhere upon earth, and a palpable outcropping of that personal comradeship I look forward to as the subtlest, strongest future hold of this many-itemed union, are not only constantly visible here in these mighty channels of men, but they form the rule and average. Today, I should say, defiant of cynics and pessimists, and with a full knowledge of all their exceptions, and appreciative and perceptive study of the current humanity of New York, gives the directest proof yet of successful democracy, and of the solution of that paradox, the eligibility of the free and fully developed individual with the paramount aggregate. In old age, lame and sick, pondering for years on many a doubt and danger for this republic of ours, fully aware of all that can be said on the other side. I find in this visit to New York, and the daily contact and rapport with its myriad people, on the scale of the oceans and tides, the best, most effective medicine my soul has yet partaken, the grandest physical habitat and surroundings of land and water the globe affords, namely Manhattan Island and Brooklyn, which the future shall join in one city, city of superb democracy amid superb surroundings. Hours for the Soul, July 22nd, 1878. Living down in the country again. A wonderful conjunction of all that goes to make those sometime miracle hours after sunset so near and yet so far. Perfect or nearly perfect days, I notice, are not so very uncommon, but the combinations that make perfect nights are few even in a lifetime. We have one of those perfections tonight. Sunset left things pretty clear. The larger stars were visible soon as the shades allowed. A while after 8, 3 or 4 great black clouds suddenly rose, seemingly from different points, and sweeping with broad swirls of wind but no thunder, underspread the orbs from view everywhere, and indicated a violent heat storm. But without storm, clouds, blackness and all, sped and vanished as suddenly as they had risen, and from a little after 9 till 11, the atmosphere and the whole show above were in that state of exceptional clearness and glory just alluded to. In the northwest turned the Great Dipper with its pointers around the Cynosure. A little south of east, the constellation of the Scorpion was fully up, with red Antares glowing in its neck, while dominating majestic Jupiter swam, an hour and a half risen, in the east, no moon till after 11. A large part of the sky seemed just laid in great splashes of phosphorus. You could look deeper in, farther through than usual, the orbs thick as heads of wheat in a field. Not that there was any special brilliancy either, nothing near as sharp as I have seen of keen winter nights, but a curious general luminousness throughout to sight, sense, and soul. The latter had much to do with it. I am convinced there are hours of nature, especially of the atmosphere, mornings and evenings, addressed to the soul. Night transcends for that purpose what the proudest day can do. Now, indeed, if never before, the heavens declared the glory of God. It was to the full sky of the Bible, of Arabia, of the prophets, and of the oldest poems. There, in abstraction and stillness, I had gone off by myself to absorb the scene, to have the spell unbroken, the copiousness, the removedness, vitality, loose, clear crowdedness of that stellar concave, spreading overhead, softly absorbing into me, rising so free, interminably high, stretching east, west, north, south, and I, though but a point in the center below, embodying all. As it for the first time, indeed, creation noiselessly sank into and through me its placid and untellable lesson beyond. Oh, so infinitely beyond. Anything from art, books, sermons, or from science old or new. The Spirit's hour, religion's hour, the visible suggestion of God in space and time, now once definitely indicated, if never again. The untold pointed at, the heavens all paved with it. The Milky Way as if some superhuman symphony, some ode of universal vagueness, disdaining syllable and sound, a flashing glance of deity, addressed to the soul. All silently, the indescribable night and stars, far off and silently. The dawn, July 23. This morning, between 1 and 2 hours before sunrise, a spectacle wrought on the same background, yet of quite different beauty and meaning. The moon, well up in the heavens and past her half, is shining brightly, the air and sky of that cynical, clear, Minerva-like quality, virgin cool, not the weight of sentiment, or mystery, or passion's ecstasy indefinable, not the religious sense, the varied all distilled and sublimated into one, of the night just described. Every star now clear-cut, showing for just what it is, there in the colorless ether. The character of the heralded morning, ineffably sweet and fresh and limpid, but for the aesthetic sense alone, and for purity without sentiment. I have itemized the night, but dare I attempt the cloudless dawn? What subtle tie is this between one's soul and the break of day, alike, and yet no two nights or morning shows ever exactly alike? Preceded by an immense star, almost unearthly in its effusion of white splendor, with 2 or 3 long unequal spoke rays of diamond radiance, shedding down through the fresh morning air below, an hour of this, and then the sunrise. The East, what a subject for a poem! Indeed, where else a more pregnant, more splendid one? Where one more idealistic real, more subtle, more sensuous delicate? The East, answering all lands, all ages, peoples. Touching all senses, here, immediate, now, and yet so indescribably far off. Such retrospect. The East, long stretching, so losing itself, the Orient, the gardens of Asia, the womb of history and song, forth issuing all those strange, dim cavalcades, florid with blood, pensive, rapt with musings, hot with passion, sultry with perfume, with ample and flowing garment, with sunburnt visage, intense soul, and glittering eyes. Always the East, old, how incalculably old, and yet here the same, ours yet, fresh as a rose, to every morning, every life, today, and always will be. September 17. Another presentation, same theme, just before sunrise again, a favorite hour with me. The clear gray sky, a faint glow in the dull liver color of the east, the cool fresh odor and the moisture, the cattle and horses off there grazing in the fields, the star Venus again, 2 hours high. For sounds, the chirping of crickets in the grass, the clarion of chanticleer, and the distant cawing of an early crow. Quietly over the dense fringe of cedars and pines rises that dazzling red transparent disk of flame, and the low sheets of white vapor roll and roll into dissolution. The moon, May 18. I went to bed early last night, but found myself waked shortly after 12, and, turning a while sleepless and mentally feverish, I rose, dressed myself, sallied forth, and walked down the lane. The full moon some 3 or 4 hours up, a sprinkle of light and less light clouds just lazily moving, Jupiter an hour high in the east, and here and there throughout the heavens a random star appearing and disappearing. So beautifully veiled and varied, the air with that early summer perfume, not at all damp or raw, at times Luna languidly emerging in richest brightness for minutes, and then partially enveloped again. Far off, a poor whippoorwill plied his notes incessantly. It was that silent time between 1 and 3. The rare nocturnal scene, how soon it soothed and pacified me. Is there not something about the moon, some relation or reminder, which no poem or literature has yet caught? In very old and primitive ballads I have come across lines or asides that suggest it. After a while the clouds mostly cleared, and as the moon swam on she carried, shimmering and shifting, delicate color effects of pellucid green and tawny vapor. Let me conclude this part with an extract. Some writer in the Tribune, May 16, 1878. No one ever gets tired of the moon. Goddess that she is, by downer of her eternal beauty, she is a true woman by her tact, knows the charm of being seldom seen, of coming by surprise, and staying but a little while, never wears the same dress 2 nights running, nor all night the same way. Commends herself to the matter-of-fact people by her usefulness, and makes her uselessness adored by poets, artists, and all lovers in all lands, lends herself to every symbolism and to every emblem, is Diana's bow, and Venus's mirror, and Mary's throne. Is a sickle, a scarf, an eyebrow, his face or her face, and looked at by her or by him, is the madman's hell, the poet's heaven, the baby's toy, the philosopher's study, and while her admirers follow her footsteps and hang on her lovely looks, she knows how to keep her woman's secret, her other side, unguessed and unguessable. Furthermore, February 19, 1880, just before 10 p.m. Cold and entirely clear again, the show overhead bearing southwest of wonderful and crowded magnificence. The moon in her third quarter, the clusters of the Hyades and Pleiades, with the planet Mars between, in full crossing, sprawl in the sky, the great Egyptian X, Sirius, Procyon, and the main stars in the constellations of the Ship, the Dove, and of Orion. Just north of east, Boötes, and in his knee Arcturus, an hour high, mounting the heaven, ambitiously large and sparkling, as if he meant to challenge with Sirius the stellar supremacy. With the sentiment of the stars and moon, such nights I get all the free margins and indefiniteness of music or poetry fused in geometry's utmost exactness. Straw-colored and other psyches. August 4. A pretty sight. Where I sit in the shade, a warm day, the sun shining from cloudless skies, the forenoon well advanced, I look over a 10-acre field of luxuriant clover hay, the second crop, the livid ripe red blossoms and dabs of August, brown thickly spotting the prevailing dark green. Over all flutter myriads of light yellow butterflies, mostly skimming along the surface, dipping and oscillating, giving a curious animation to the scene. The beautiful spiritual insects, straw-colored psyches. Occasionally one of them leaves his mates and mounts, perhaps spirally, perhaps in a straight line in the air, fluttering up till literally out of sight. In the lane, as I came along just now, I noticed one spot, 10 feet square or so, where more than 100 had collected, holding a revel, a gyration dance, or butterfly good time, winding and circling down and across, but always keeping within the limits. The little creatures have come out all of a sudden the last few days, and are now very plentiful. As I sit outdoors or walk, I hardly look around without somewhere seeing two, always two, fluttering through the air in amorous dalliance. Then their inimitable color, their fragility, peculiar motion, and that strange frequent way of one leaving the crowd and mounting up in the free ether and apparently never returning. As I look over the field, these yellow wings everywhere mildly sparkling, many snowy blossoms of the wild carrot gracefully bending on their tall and tapered stems, while for sounds the distant guttural screech of a flock of guinea hens comes shrilly yet somehow musically to my ears. And now a faint growl of heat thunder in the north, and ever the low rising and falling wind purr from the tops of the maples and willows. August 20. Butterflies and butterflies, taking the place of the bumblebees of 3 months since, who have quite disappeared, continue to flit to and fro, all sorts, white, yellow, brown, purple, now and then some gorgeous fellow flashing lazily by on wings like artists' palettes dabbed with every color. Over the breast of the pond I notice many white ones, crossing, pursuing their idle, capricious flight. Near where I sit grows a tall-stemmed weed, topped with a profusion of rich scarlet blossoms, on which the snowy insects alight and dally, sometimes 4 or 5 of them at a time. By and by a hummingbird visits the same, and I watch him coming and going, daintily balancing and shimmering about. These white butterflies give new beautiful contrasts to the pure greens of the August foliage, which have had some copious rains lately, and over the glistening bronze of the pond surface. You can tame even such insects. I have one big and handsome moth down here, knows and comes to me, likes me to hold him up on my extended hand. Another day, later. A grand 12-acre field of ripe cabbages with their prevailing hue of malachite green, and floating, flying, over and among them in all directions myriads of these same white butterflies. As I came up the lane today, I saw a living globe of the same, 2 or 3 feet in diameter, many scores clustered together and rolling along in the air, adhering to their ball shape, 6 or 8 feet above the ground. A Night Remembrance. August 23, 9 to 10 a.m. I sit by the pond, everything quiet, the broad, polished surface spread before me, the blue of the heavens and the white clouds reflected from it, and flitting across now and then the reflection of some flying bird. Last night I was down here with a friend till after midnight. Everything a miracle of splendor. The glory of the stars and the completely rounded moon, the passing clouds, silver and luminous tawny, now and then masses of vapory illuminated scud, and silently by my side my dear friend. The shades of the trees and patches of moonlight on the grass, the softly blowing breeze, and just palpable odor of the neighboring ripening corn. The indolent and spiritual night, inexpressibly rich, tender, suggestive, something altogether to filter through one's soul, and nourish and feed and soothe the memory long afterwards. Wildflowers. This has been and is yet a great season for wildflowers. Oceans of them line the roads, through the woods, border the edges of the water runlets, grow all along the old fences, and are scattered in profusion over the fields. An 8-petaled blossom of gold yellow, clear and bright, with a brown tuft in the middle, nearly as large as a silver $50, is very common. Yesterday on a long drive I noticed it thickly lining the borders of the brooks everywhere. Then there is a beautiful weed covered with blue flowers, the blue of the old Chinese teacups treasured by our great aunts. I am continually stopping to admire. A little larger than a dime and very plentiful. White, however, is the prevailing color. The wild carrot I have spoken of, also the fragrant life everlasting. But there are all hues and beauties, especially on the frequent tracks of half-opened scrub oak and dwarf cedar hereabout, wild asters of all colors. Notwithstanding the frost touch, the hardy little chaps maintain themselves in all their bloom. The tree leaves, too, some of them are beginning to turn yellow or drab or dull green. The deep wine color of the sumacs and gum tree is already visible, and the straw color of the dogwood and beech. Let me give the names of some of these perennial blossoms and friendly weeds I have made acquaintance with hereabout one season or another in my walks. Wild azalea, dandelions, wild honeysuckle, yarrow, wild roses, coreopsis, goldenrod, wild pea, larkspur, woodbine, early crocus, elderberry, sweet flag, great patches of it, pokeweed, creeper, trumpet flower, sunflower, scented marjoram, chamomile, snakeroot, violets, Solomon's seal, clematis, sweet balm, bloodroot, mint, great plenty, swamp magnolia, wild geranium, milkweed, wild heliotrope, wild daisy, plenty, burdock, wild chrysanthemum. End of chapter 11. Recording by Aaron Elliott, St. Louis, Missouri.